Let's kick it. Let's kick it. You want to kick it, Daisy? Uh-huh. You want to kick it, hon? That's your yard. You protect it, hon. You protect it. It's your property. You protect it. You're a good girl. You're a good girl, hon. You have a right to protect it. Yeah, let's just kick it, you know what I'm saying? Hey, Frisky, how you doing? How you doing tonight? You having a good time? You partying? I decided to start. Hey, Dave, how you doing? How's it going? You kicking it? Know what I'm saying? Let's see here. I didn't feel like watching any TV. I just got my GoPro's going. Beautiful full moon. Well, it's not a full moon. It's almost. Hey, Patricia, how you doing? Yeah, it's a nice moon out there. If you can get a look at it, do it. A little less than a full moon, but nice. Don't want to watch any boring football game. Just don't feel like it. I'll just be kicking it, you know what I'm saying? I'll just be kicking it, you know what I'm saying? Try this new beer again. I got one Mexican street corn salad left. One Mexican street corn salad left. Oh yeah. Those are good. I get hungry. I haven't eaten as much as usual. I'm just eyes without a face. Billy Idol, eyes without a face. Eyes without a face. Yeah, it's going to be my next poem. It's already made into a story, Eyes Without a Face. Yeah. If I lose this divorce appeal, I'm going to rewrite it. Only it's going to be a movie. Not even 3 p.m. Oh, wow, Patricia. Well, I guess you don't see any moon then, do you? That's what you get for living in the wrong country. Oh, gotcha. Hey, Mary, how you doing? How's it going? You know that guy up there with that floating barge? If it was mine, I would just pay somebody, and we go there at like I don't know if it's sunk now or floating. Anyway, I'd go there in the daytime. I'd float it again, and I'd tell them that I had another home for it because they're really going to stick it to this guy. I mean, it shouldn't be there. I get it. I'm not defending him. And then I would go there the next night, like at 3 a.m. when nobody was there, with some friends of mine in another boat, and I'd take that fucker out there with a depth finder where it was like 600 feet deep, and I'd sink that son of a bitch. I mean, it's about his only choice. I mean, it would seem to me anything that's going to leak out is already leaked out. All right, Patricia. Oh, you're in Hawaii. Okay. Oh, gotcha. Oh, good for you. How long you been living there? You're not in Maui, are you? 6 hours difference, huh? I mean, I knew there was a big difference, but I guess 6 hours would be about right. Yeah, isn't it though? You talk about a monkey on your back. How about a barge on your back? What a nightmare. He'll get less time for killing his old girlfriend, especially up around that area. You got to take it down to Detroit. They'd probably put the Christmas lights on it and not think a thing of it. Inflo, how you doing? Reaching your full potential. Hell yeah, that's the way to go. Let's see. Beautiful day today here. Just gorgeous. Dry clouds. Oh, 55 years. No kidding. Well, you've seen some change, haven't you? Yeah, I went there one time. That was enough for me. I mean, it was nice and everything, but I don't think it'd be for me. It's beautiful. I wouldn't move anywhere it was like that all the time. You know, any tropical place. Wow, 55 plus years. Hey, Jennifer, how you doing? How's it going? Oh, off for Halloween. Good for you. I haven't handed out Halloween candy, and I can't even tell you when. Well, I can tell you when. Let me think about this. Get him, Daisy. It's your property, hon. That's your property, hon. I think there's an armadillo out on the porch. They're the only things that are that loud. They just run into everything. Oh, wow, cool. Oh, interesting. Oh, okay. Oh, no kidding, Patricia. Huh. Marguerite? Did he know her just because he was in the area, or he liked prostitutes? Calm down, killer. Calm down, hon. Oh, okay. Quiet, hon. Quiet, honey. Quiet, hon. Does anybody remember what a board foot consists of? I could look it up. I just haven't done it. A board foot. I know that's how they charge for lumber. Oh, there you go. Okay, yeah, that makes sense now. Marguerite was really pretty when she was young. Had he been an ex for quite a while? And what finally got him? Was it drugs? Yeah, actually, something was rooting around inside the cactus thing, and I wondered what it was. I bet it was that thing, whatever's out there. Get it, hon. You don't need to put up. You don't need to put up with that, hon. It's your property. It's your property, honey. Get him, honey. Get him, honey. Hey, buddy. Hey, bud. Good girl. Good job. Good job. Good job. It's actually a huge armadillo. That's what I thought. It's trying to get the honey bottle. Good job, hon. Great job, hon. Great job, honey. Thank you, hon. Good girl. They can't. He was trying to crawl between the rails on the front porch. They don't seem like the smartest animals in the world. 44. Oh, sorry about that, Patricia. Hey, Jeannie. Did you end up remarrying, Patricia? Yeah, there were a lot of them around for a while, but I haven't seen that many of them around lately. No, I'm in Georgia. Oh, you do miss them? Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Huh. $44. That's young. Well, I mean, was it because I'm not sure how long ago that was, but I'm assuming a long time ago since you've been in Hawaii for 55 plus years. But you said his pain, that's what he used for pain. Was that like a legit, serious pain issue? And that's the only way he could get it to relieve us? I know other people that have done that. I know like 3 people in my life that used heroin for pain. I know it sounds like a bullshit excuse, but they really did. Oh God, no way. No, nobody comes out here. If I heard somebody walking up the driveway, I'd pull out a double barrel shotgun. Yeah, it'd just be so weird someone would be anywhere near here. I mean, it's that isolated. No, I won't get any at all. When I was up in Michigan and a lot of places were trending to like parties and get-togethers they'd have at like libraries and schools. They didn't want kids out running around in the dark, getting hit by cars and weirdos and all that kind of stuff. I mean, I know that kids still trick or treat, but no, I haven't handed out Halloween candy since the fall of 1992. Yeah. There may be some, but I don't think so. You don't hear anybody around here. 2 months old. Wow, congratulations. Isn't that crazy? 2 months old. Wow. Oh, interesting, Patricia. Wow. No kidding, a big war on pot at the time. God. No, I know people that have had that happen. And I think some of the people over the years that I've interviewed, that's been a reason. I mean, you have chronic pain. I mean, pain's fascinating. I mean, I don't want it. I've been through times in my life when I've had a lot of pain, had back problems a couple times. But it's been a really super long time. Yeah, I get it, Patricia. Yeah, Georgia. Crawfordville, Georgia. Oh, if you go to Atlanta, give me a call. Come down there and buy a nice dinner, lunch. If you need a place to stay, you can stay out here and build a new house. Come out here and stay. I'm 90 miles from Atlanta, Crawfordville, Georgia. No, thank you. I just uploaded a video on it tonight, like an update. I got the garage doors put in. Yeah, with no way. The fentanyl that you have access to is the fentanyl that kills you. It's the counterfeit fentanyl. Nobody's going to give it to you for a headache medicinally. No way. You know, there's some good studies with serotonin levels in migraines. I've never had a headache in my life. Can you believe it? Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. Migraines, they're a real bitch. Yeah, Hibba Village. It's true. He was down in Florida, some boat show. I didn't see his mom today, but I had the code to her house, and I went over there and put her some, that's meat I smoked, I made for her. A rebound headache, yeah. Well, you know, I felt kind of bad for that when I read about more of his life, that Matthew Perry. That goes to show you, be careful what you wish for. $120 million net worth and just miserable. He messed up his colon and had surgery and all sorts of shit from alcohol and drug abuse. Hey, Lethea, how you doing? Feel sorry for people like that. Now he's dead. No, the first thing that I read was that he drowned in this pool. And then I saw another article that said he drowned in his hot tub. I guess it doesn't matter. But 55 years old. It's crazy. Oh, Boatbox daughter. Yeah, pencil it in there. Yeah, do it. There's a lot of cute little kid things on TikTok that, you know, cracking the eggs on the kids' heads, giving them like a real sour piece of candy and getting their look on their face. Oh, good, Alethea. That's good. I'm going to be getting up to Michigan soon. I got my garage doors on. They're starting to polish the floors on November 2nd. Then no matter what, I can still I'm going to put everything in the garage anyway. The more I look at a nice new brand house, there's a bunch of that shit I'm going to live up there, I think. Give it away, throw it away. I want to haul all that junk down here. The books for sure. My bikes, yeah. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, it was a pool or a hot tub. Yeah, it's basic home. I mean, homes are like so crazy. Well, autopsy, yeah. He was, just because you're dead floating in water doesn't mean you drowned. I'm not sure, which is why they're doing an autopsy. I was in a Vic Tanny one time and a girl drowned in the hot tub. I knew the manager there for a while. Black guy, super good guy. Got tired of Vic Tanny's and got hired as a Michigan State Trooper, went through the whole thing. Finally got on the road by himself, pulled over two guys in one day that were broke, that didn't have like car insurance or an expired plate. And he wrote them both tickets and quit the next day. Said that he wasn't going to make a living doing that kind of bullshit. I don't know what he's doing now. I should look him up. Hell of a good guy. But anyway, they had the sauna in Big Tannies. I was pretty good friends with the guy, and he called me in the office one day. He said, "Hey, look at this." And in the stuff that they had in the steam room, the sauna, it said, "Do not inhale." And they'd been putting it in there for like 30 years as a scent thing. Crazy. Now, I'm not a hot tub guy. I don't really like them. They never really interested me that much. They're a pain in the fucking ass. A lot of germs in them. Maybe if I was 20, I would have got one. It would have been a great way to check out dates in a bathing suit. But at this stage of the game, I don't want to see any of my girlfriends in a bathing suit. As a matter of fact, I turn all the lights out, or they're really dim. And when they come over, they look a little better than they did in the Match.com profile. Yeah, young people dying from a heart attack. Yeah, no thanks. If you don't mind me asking, why are you going to Atlanta, Patricia? What are you going there for? Jeannie, you can come visit if you want. I've got all sorts of activities for everybody. Strip poker, spin the bottle, twister, pin the tail on the donkey, totally nude. Really looking forward to people visiting. Everything will be nice and brand new, super quiet. Yeah, that's how it is. Yeah, got an inflatable hot tub and used it twice. Yeah. Yeah, getting old isn't. Yeah, you got that right. Getting old sucks. I'm trying to find a way to like it. Yeah, and you just have no choice. You're along for the ride. I don't know. Yeah, I gave it to your wife's son. Oh, so you got a stepchild, huh? Oh, okay. Roller skating. No kidding. Wow, it's a long trip. Try not to get murdered while you're in Atlanta. Yeah, Rita's going to come visit. She's going to come down here and party. She's going to give a 2-day lecture on the G-spot, how to find it. Michelle and Stephanie said, G-spot, what the hell are you talking about? Yeah, I was friends with the manager there too. The kid I knew down there got a job. Super nice guy. He really was. And I got him a part-time job at another place. Anyway, long story short, some guy, and I believe this happened, talked him into robbing the new manager. And the guy shot the manager and killed him. And he got 40 years in prison. I could not believe it, man. Seriously. Just a quiet guy that I don't know what this guy had over him. So weird. Okay, yeah. I mean, they got, most of it's nice, but, you got to be careful, Patricia. Just like Detroit. Actually, the River Rouge mayor was murdered at that Skaterama right on the corner of the other side of the Rouge Bridge down there on Jefferson. He may not have died. Suppose you could Google it. River Rouge mayor shot at skating rink. Something, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, they have some of those. I get those in my, suggested things sometimes on TikTok. Yeah, people skating around. I don't think it's that hard. I base it on a lot of old people doing it. Yeah. River Rouge, I caught the tail end of the nice days there. I mean, sort of nice. Lofton Green was a white coach in an all-black neighborhood. And they won like I think it was Class B basketball state championship a bunch of times. Yeah. Oh, seriously, Patricia? Wow. Maybe Michelle can knows how to roller skate. Do you do it?
Roller roller skating, that's back in the day. Roller skating and rollerblading.
No, it's still. Patricia says it's big in Atlanta.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
They don't really have a lot of places there or here
They have one in
for
West Branch, Michigan, where I moved from, and a
oh,
local
okay.
pedophile bought it. Not shitting you. You can look it up in the internet.
That's
Sex offender
crazy.
buys roller skating rink in West Branch, Michigan. Would you want to be dropping your kids off there?
No way.
And they had a big policy there when they had like kid night on Friday and Saturday, that the doors got locked so the kids couldn't like accidentally go outside. What a great idea. A pedophile buys it, you drop your kids off, and then he locks them inside and the parents can't get in. No, I know what you're
That's
talking about though, Jennifer. Yeah. Oh, did you really? Wow. I don't know if it is or not. Probably. It was a beautiful place. took my nephew's kids down there one time. I know what you're talking about on Southfield, Lincoln Park. Did you used to go to Mike and Sylvia's sub shop? Do you remember that? Or the Italian bakery? Or did you go to Saunders where you could get a hot fudge in the Sears parking lot? Arlen's behind it, another department store. I don't know if it's still. I remember you and I talked about it one time, Mary. Oh, look, Alethia's got roller rinks. Cool. You think you could do it, Michelle?
I'm not sure.
You think you'd give it a try?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. You could wear some elbow pads. Plus, you're falling on wood, which is a lot better than like hard stuff, you know?
Oh, that's true. Yep.
Oh, you won't let the vet take her can. They do that everywhere I was going for the last 10 years. Huh. Good old days. You didn't do much of that, Michelle?
No, not really. Not a
Yeah, I did it a
lot.
few times. Did you ever ice skate?
Um, I tried it once. It was brutal. Ice skating is definitely different than roller skating, that's for sure.
Well, Patricia said you can get butt pads, elbow pads, and wrist pads too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Just, yeah, I think it'd be all right. I think it'd be okay. I'd do it. I could do it. I don't think there are any around here, though, but there could be. Although 90 miles away, that's not bad. This age, I'd probably be a quadriplegic if I fell over. Just smash through the whole place where they're selling sandwiches and drinks.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah, no. I'll stick to something easier. Did you ever ride horses?
I've never rode horses before. Nope. I've been on a horse, but like I want to say the times that I went on a horse, it was like, they just took you around, like it was like at a uh some kind of fair thing,
Yeah,
where they
yeah.
just
Yep.
you just walk around in a
Yeah,
circle, like kind
yeah.
of. It's not really riding a horse, I guess.
Yeah, it is.
It is, but not like, someone was pulling the horse the whole time. It was very
Yeah.
slow and
Oh, Mary likes skating. Mary used to be in roller derby.
wow,
Yeah,
she was a
yeah,
bad,
yep,
right? Don't they like to like push people around and stuff?
yeah. She was the only non-lesbian on her team.
Oh, I'm sure, Tom, I'm sure most of them were lesbians.
I don't know. I had to do some surveillance one time up around Grand Rapids,
Uh-huh.
and I mean, I don't know if most of them were lesbians or not, but they looked like lesbians.
Really?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. And they had like lightning bolt tattoos around their bicep and all that kind of stuff. Hey, Mark, look like lesbians to me.
Huh.
Yeah, I remember and I was actually, the surveillance was, to get this. And Mary said all sexual orientations are accepted.
Under what?
Roller derby queen.
Oh, okay.
They're wide open. I think that's cool. Mary didn't take any shit up anybody. She just knocked their ass right out of the ring. What happened to that, Mary? Why'd you quit doing that?
She probably got older. Like, I mean, like, what's the age range for that? Like, I'm not saying that she still isn't
Yeah, you're
whatever,
saying
but
she got too old. You didn't say
well,
that, but
no,
that's
it's
what
like,
you meant.
well, how many football players do you see tackling each other like after like what, like 30?
Yeah, it's a
You
loving
know?
spoonful. John
Hey,
Sebastian.
buddy, how you doing?
Hey, Mark.
Hi, how you doing?
Good. Hey, how'd the spookathon or whatever you called it go the other night?
It was good. We had a good time. We had a good laugh.
Oh,
Everybody
good.
dressed up.
Oh, cool.
Jen and Chris actually dressed up as Al and Bimbo. So Jen was dressed up like Bimbo, and she did a
Oh.
great job. She looked outrageous. She had
That
a
must
wig
have took
on.
that must have took a while.
Yeah, it did. She did a great job, though.
Oh
It was a
yeah.
good time. I
I
put
meant
on
to,
my Alice Cooper makeup. I was Alice Cooper for the night.
I meant to go over there and I just forgot about it.
You should have. The costumes were good.
Yeah, I got a thing. I don't know why I don't get alerts. I guess I ought to quit bitching about people not sending mine out.
Yeah, they never work the notifications. You know what I
No,
wanted to ask you?
yeah, go ahead.
I was going through your videos again. I saw the video of your house latest update. Very
Oh,
nice. It's
oh, thank
going
you.
really good.
Oh, thanks.
That old house beside it.
There's
what's
two
the
of them.
sto-
Two of them. Yeah.
What's the story with those?
Well, the best I know is one. I know a guy as an old guy that as a kid remembered that the one further back near my house had hay stored in it the whole time he knew, and the other one, farm hands lived in it, and they didn't live in it like all the time. They lived in it during like long working days during harvesting and stuff, so they didn't need to go home.
Oh, I see. So
Yeah.
a shack for them to sort of crash out in when they were doing labor
Yeah, those are
work.
cool looking, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. They're old and
Yeah.
look like they have some history.
Yeah,
What's
not
that-
as much history as you think, though, because the metal roofs would have come around 1915 in that
Oh,
design.
okay.
I mean, that's still
Yeah.
old, but they look like you expect Civil War guys to be living there, and
Yeah,
that
that's what I
predated.
thought.
Yeah, I thought that too. Those are all handmade fireplaces, and jacked up on boulders and concrete, and they're cool as hell.
Yeah. They don't do it like that anymore. That's for
No.
sure.
I think we're
That's
going to replace the roofs on those just because we kind of like having them around.
Oh yeah, and give them some more years, eh?
Yeah, yep.
What's that thing? It looks like a piece of the space Skylab fell in the backyard. There's a round.
Is
Yeah,
it
it's a round metal thing in the backyard.
Oh yeah, that's one of those old giant metal boiling pots.
Oh, that's huge.
Yeah, well, it almost looks like you could put a giant globe in it, but not a globe's not in it. Is that what
No, it's bigger than that. It's a big round thing that looks like it's in the backyard of when you walked around the back of the one shack. It looked
Oh yeah,
like,
no, that's a hunting blind.
oh, is that what that is? A hunting
Yeah,
ground like that?
this was like a hunting ranch, the two owners prior. And that was just drug off like out in the middle of the yard and put over there, and just haven't got around to getting rid of it yet.
Oh,
There's
okay.
about 8 of them around here in different places. Hey, Dolly.
Right, eh?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
wow.
Yeah.
So what are they like inside these places? Are they all like?
Yeah, I'll do a video tomorrow, but I've got probably 20 videos up on the inside. They're cool as hell looking.
Oh, I never noticed any of them.
Yeah, I'll
Maybe
do
I
one
did,
tomorrow.
I've seen-
I'll do
Yeah,
one
okay.
tomorrow, like a 2-minute one. Yeah, beautiful woodwork and like,
Yeah.
just great craftsmanship. And that's
I bet.
actually the one is where I recorded the vultures laying eggs and raising babies.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was next to the
Oh.
fireplace in one of them.
Oh, right. I remember. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yep. I hope they're coming back this year. I think they will. They hit me up for a lunch here about 3 weeks ago.
The vultures.
Yeah, they did. Yep. I was sitting
They
out on the
hit-
porch, wondering what happened to them. I know they do take off. They're seasonal, right? And even when they're
Yeah.
around here, they won't stay here. They'll stay, I don't know where really, but it's not like they're migrating to Florida. And I
Right.
was sitting out in the front porch. I was doing a live actually, and they flew right in front of me, one after another, and landed up in the big tree. Then they looked down, and then they flew over the other big pecan tree and turned around and was staring at me. And I went out
Yeah.
with 2 cans of dog food and threw them on the ground. They came right down and ate them both. I haven't seen them since.
Oh, wow.
And there's no way in hell 2 black vultures that weren't familiar with me would have ever done that in a million years. So I'm
Oh.
sure that was them.
Yeah,
There's the
really.
2 parents and then
Wow.
the 2 babies.
Wow.
Yeah. It's cool.
That's amazing.
Yeah, they're really neat birds.
And that would be amazing if every year they stop
I think
by
they
like
will.
that.
Yeah, I think they will. I hope they lay eggs there. Now, there were some that laid eggs, and there's a barn back on the back part of the property that they laid in the first year I was here, and they haven't come back. Now, that's for a lot of reasons. They say black vultures will scout out an area for 2 months to see what goes in and out of there. And if there's animal activity, which there was in that one, they don't do it. And for all I know, those vultures and the one that didn't lay this last spring,
Right.
maybe they got their eggs eaten because raccoons are looking for those. And
Yeah. Yeah.
hard to say. Yeah.
Huh.
Crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, especially if they do a surveillance for 2 months ahead
Yeah,
of
and that's
time.
something that's pretty smart, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, they don't want any raccoons living in there, that's for sure.
Survival of the species.
That's it. We're talking about motorcycles. I don't really see too many motorcycles anymore. But you'd have to be absolutely crazy to ride one on I-20. I do see one from time to time, but are they all over around Canada where you live?
Oh yeah, there's a lot of bikes. I mean, we saw a whole bunch of them Friday the 13th. They have a ride to Port Dover. All the bikes in southern Ontario. People drive for miles and miles just to get to Port Dover, where they all get together, and there's thousands of bikes there every Friday the 13th.
Oh, wow.
But yeah, it's quite popular. A lot of Harley Davidsons now. You don't see the nice Triumphs and the nice Indians and so many of the nice bikes until the summer again.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's really popular.
Yeah.
I mean, it's crazy. You're right. Like to drive a bike and ride a bike now in Toronto is nuts.
No,
Because there's
no way.
so
I would,
many
I would love
immigrants.
one. I would love one, and I would no way do it.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I would. Well, one, my balance isn't that like it used to be when I used to ride bikes. I
Yeah.
don't know if I'd want to handle one right now. Because it's a lot of work to hold one up, to keep it, to balance it and everything like that. I'm still on a bicycle. I ride a 10-speed bicycle around for exercise, so I still have the balance to do it. But there's something about a heavy beast like that.
Yeah, when I was in high school, 2 of my friends got killed on theirs, and then I drove an ambulance for about a year.
Oh,
And I thought, fuck it, I'm not riding one of these anymore. I'm just not.
you did an ambulance for a year?
Drove an ambulance for a year.
You must have seen a lot then.
Yeah, it was super cool, man. I went to visit 2 people in the hospital. After I said they thought they were going to die, and sure enough, they did. Went to visit them, they weren't conscious, and then both of them died later.
Oh,
It was super
Bad.
interesting. It was a great job. We had I had a girlfriend's dad owned the place. He was a funeral director too. It was
Oh,
the
yeah.
old Cadillacs, just like you'd see in a movie.
yeah.
You could floor those things and just burn rubber for 100 yards, man. They were fast as
Yeah.
hell.
Yeah.
It was cool.
They had huge block engines in them.
Yeah, it was a great experience.
Yeah, it must have been. Wow.
Yeah.
What city?
Monroe, Michigan,
Okay.
about 50 miles south of Detroit. Kind of a rural place, you know.
Right.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, it was fun. Just sit around, watch TV and stuff till you got a call.
Yeah, I had a thing. I renovated a
Hey,
few
Brandon.
ambulance. I guess you call them holding houses or whatever, where they sit and they have kitchens and bunks and ambulances in the back for calls and yeah,
Oh, wow.
I see how they live. Yeah,
Oh, cool.
but
You know,
yeah,
Mary,
no, that's cool. That's cool that you did that.
yeah, it was fun. Mary, I had a lot of different kinds of jobs. I worked at a pallet company. I washed dishes at a truck stop. I worked as a recreational therapist aide at a psychiatric hospital.
Wow.
What else did I do? Worked at gas stations.
You were a pilot, right?
Security guard. Yeah, the pilot thing was just like me. I didn't do it for his job. Yeah, what else did I do? That's about it, I guess.
I had a
Fun.
few jobs when I was in high school, and then I mostly worked for myself ever since I hit 20 years old. I didn't
So
really
what
have.
were you doing exactly in construction?
We had a few divisions in our family business. We were doing additions and major renovations. We had a division where we were warrantying all the lumber for Weyerhaeuser and Goodfellas Lumber.
Yeah.
So we warranted all their siding, and we took care of all their warranty work for their siding and on buildings and houses and such. We had another division where
UPS?
we
Yeah,
painted
worked there too.
apartments for a couple of the major builders up here, and we were doing high rises. My brother mostly looked after those, and he was doing the painting in brand new apartments.
Oh, okay.
Um,
Yeah, Frisky. I worked at UPS too. I forgot about that. UPS.
oh yeah,
You did
That's the
everything,
only
right?
job. That's the only job I ever left on bad terms. I hated that fucking place.
What? So how long did you have the PI firm going for?
Oh, my whole life.
Oh,
But the problem was I'd have had one sooner, but you had to be 25. I don't think it's like that anymore. So
no,
I
I
had
think
these other fucking bullshit jobs. I had a good security guard job at General Motors. I was hired in 1981. It was considered salary at $34,000 a year and the
wow,
best benefits in the world. I mean, that was back then.
wow,
yeah,
yeah.
that's good for
Fucking
81.
crazy, man. You see what inflation's done.
Hmm.
I hated UPS. I fucking started out there washing trucks, which I hated. And then I was an unloader, which I fucking hated even worse. And then I was a loader, which sucked. And then I had to memorize like 3,000 zip codes, and I became a sorter. It was a hell of a motivator because it was great money. I was making $230 a week
Really?
or 19 hours worth of work in 1977.
What?
Wow.
And they were constantly fucking with you there. I mean, you know, no matter what you did, I just hated it. And I had an aunt will me $13,000. And I was a sorter on the afternoon shift at this specialty sort, like it was areas they were breaking into. My boss was a prick. His boss was a prick. I didn't like him. And the guy across, there were two other sorters that did what I did. And they were roommates and they got in a car accident. And I was in there Friday night and this fucking boss was giving me a hard time. I just walked right the fuck out. Never went back. Never put him down as a reference.
Yeah, I think we've all been there. I think we've all had
Fucking
a job or
I hated that job so bad.
yeah.
I had a job once. I was working when I was a teenager. I was working in a chemical factory, and we were making rubber for Goodyear. And I was cleaning a mill one day, and it grabbed onto my rubber gloves and started sucking both my hands into the mill. Now I came within inches of having both. If they were big press round roll mills,
Yeah.
it was within inches of my just watching my hands being pulled down by the rubber gloves and my hands disappearing and being flattened and crushed inside this mill. And I mustered up all my energy that I had at the last minute, and I ripped my hands away. And we were looking at the rubber gloves afterwards, and my coworkers were shaking their heads that I mustered up the strength to rip myself out of these industrial rubber gloves because they were thick rubber.
You may not have ever jacked off again.
That's right. I know.
That's a
Picked
sad
my
story.
nose, picked my nose or played piano.
But you could have learned to paint and stuff with your feet and play the piano.
Yeah, I'd be one of those guys for sure. I would have too.
Yeah, boy,
Whoever-
you never know on that.
Yeah, I could be the doing everything with my feet right now. I'm playing piano and
Mary wants to
Everything.
know if there are any safety features. I guess not, huh?
no, there wasn't. And I was cleaning with bar saw, rag, and the rag disappeared. And then I watched it grab my fingertips, and I had both. It had both my hands, so there was no way of clicking the safety off, and nobody was around.
Yeah, I'll tell you what
Close by.
fucks up. I'll tell you what fucks up a lot of people is PTOs, power takeoff units on tractors. The thing,
Oh,
that
yeah.
the thing that drives all the implements, the mowing decks, the drills, whatever you got. It's
Right.
spinning around there, back there, and you don't think too much of it. But if that grabs a hold of some cloth, that'll tear your damn arms off you.
It'll pull you in, eh?
Yeah. Yep.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Isn't it though?
Well, now
Yeah.
they have so many like safety, procedures and whatnot for jobs that they probably didn't have back in the day.
No, OSHA.
Yeah.
I think there's a mouse in the garage eating the bird seed. God damn it. That or I left the door open. Excuse me for a second. Party's over.
Hey everyone, how's everyone doing today?
Party's over.
Night,
How's your
Mark.
day, Michelle?
Good, good. It's
Anything
cold
interesting
here
happened?
now. Oh, it's getting cold out, so
Yeah,
fall's here for sure.
It's a beautiful day here today, 84.
perfect.
Yeah. Dry
No,
too.
we didn't have it too bad.
Dry.
It was raining.
Well, yeah, those were all crappy jobs, Frisky. It wasn't like they didn't teach me anything. I had a lot of security guard jobs. Like those. Fucked around, didn't do shit. Right up my alley. Took no skill. I excelled. I could sit on a
Excelled
chair
at
for 8
nothing.
hours and not do a fucking thing like a pro.
Read a book.
No, some places you could, other they didn't want you doing it. They wanted you looking out the fucking window.
Oh, they want you to keep an eye on things.
Yeah, fuck,
Yeah.
steal what? Like, it's fucking nuts. You don't see that like you used to. Everybody had them back then. But, security is expensive now.
Yeah.
Hey, Rita, plus there's cameras and motion detectors and all that kind of bullshit. Hey, Klaus.
So I picked up that camera. Remember I was talking about cameras?
Yeah.
I ended up getting a little camera.
Oh, good.
It was 48 megapixel
Oh, that's a good one.
and a great little camera so far.
Well, who made it?
Tiny. It's made by doesn't even say on it.
Okay. Sounds like you got it out of a box of cereal. Where'd you find this fucking thing?
Yeah,
like
maybe Cracker Jacks.
Looks like a Sony. But you'd
It's
see
not,
that
though.
on there, Sony. You got
It's
a
a
little
knockoff.
SD card? Little SD card in it?
Yeah, it takes a 128. That's the back of it.
Oh, have you taken any photos?
Yeah. Yeah.
Good. You got any nudes?
Some tests. No, not yet. I'm
Okay.
not quick enough to get the camera fast enough to get
Yeah,
myself
that's
naked.
about it. Isn't it? Hide
It's
it.
like I'm scared to open my eyes. when
Hide
I'm
it in the
naked.
plant.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, it'll be fun. You'll have fun doing it. Have you put any on your computer and looked at them?
Not yet.
Oh, okay.
I just got the SD card for it today, so I'm just figuring it out still.
So did you
comes
get it
with
new
a-
or old?
New.
Oh, okay.
I'm still figuring it out. It'll take there's a bit of a learning curve to for me because I'm not too good with cameras yet.
Yeah, no, it is. In a week, you'll be a pro.
Yeah, that's what I figure.
There's
It's mostly-
the way that SD cards work is you wipe them and reuse that space, but the data is always on there.
Right.
There's places all over the internet where all they are is like porn found on SD cards that of cameras that were traded in or used or something like that.
Oh, okay. The people
Yeah.
have left behind. Cool.
Yeah. But even if they erased it, I mean, if you have the right stuff, you can get it off there.
Oh, wow. That's
It's
a little dangerous.
little weird, isn't it?
Yeah.
Over
That's
here
a
in the
little-
States, for a while there, if you have a girlfriend like you do and you make some porn, then you break up and you hate her and you upload it, that's a felony over here now.
Yeah.
Michigan. It's called revenge porn. Do you have laws like that over there?
I bet there is. Yeah.
I think it's a good law.
I think so too. So
Yeah.
you can't get back at people like that. That's a horrible thing to do to somebody.
I think it
Next
is
thing
too.
you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
Mhm.
I mean, I'm sure it happens a lot, and I'm sure what you were describing the finding on old SD cards.
Yeah.
I'm sure that happens a lot too.
Yeah.
Now
What,
that I
what,
think about it.
what did Claus say? He was fixing a heavy thing. He was ended up on one of them. Only his head was left. One of Claus's friends.
Wow, ended up in a mill.
Only his head was left.
Oh wow.
That's crazy.
Yeah, the only thing he'll get for Christmas from now on is a hat.
I know a
Sorry,
girl.
Claus.
I know a girl down in Mississippi that had a hand in a jar.
Oh, her
From-
own hand in a jar.
No, it wasn't hers. Somebody else's.
Oh,
but I
she
know
said it.
I know she got the. I know she got the cops called on her, and they came over, and I don't
Yeah.
know what they did, but they gave it back to her.
Oh, really? They give it back.
Yeah, yeah. Is
You
it?
can't
I
have
guess
that.
the way the story goes, you never know. Is that it was some relative in a machinery accident that had it themselves and then died, and she was a relative of some kind and got it.
Wow.
In the States too, a lot of these museums, like in Washington D.C. and stuff, they have
Yeah.
to send back all remains of human beings in any form to where they came
Yeah.
from. I think that's a good idea too.
I think should be unlawful for people to have human body parts on
Even-
display in their homes.
But even museums were doing it.
Yeah. Well,
How do you guys aren't exactly the kindest to Native Americans up there, are you?
no, they're pretty cruel. They have been historically. I don't know the history that well, but I know that they still complain and that it's not exactly, they're not exactly happy people.
Right.
I mean,
Yeah.
but they do pretty well too. There's every reservation has casinos and the various reservation businesses, and they all seem to prosper pretty good. I mean, they all drive trucks, and it's all nice. All the reservations are in pretty good shape. You don't see any anything run down or dilapidated in that manner. So I think there's plenty of money for them too.
Rita says you can get what legally? Like human remains? Like what kind? Oh, from medical museums? Yeah, I mean, I think that's going south too, but I'm not sure. Yeah, but here's the deal. I mean, no matter what, it's like, how do you get a human remain legally? Give a fuck where it's from. They're supposed to
That's
be in
right.
a damn cemetery, aren't they? I mean, I guess you can sign. I don't know this for sure, but I guess you can sign like, donate your body parts for medical things. But it would seem to me that if you did that, that doesn't mean sell them when you're done using them.
That's right. It shouldn't.
Yeah, that's what I think.
How about the body farms down in Tennessee, is it, or Kentucky?
Yeah, they say that's one big, huge black market, body organs and stuff, parts.
And I could see
Weird.
that as a cover.
I donate my body to science.
Yeah, I
So-
would too.
So what do
Easily.
they do? So what do they do on these farms then? They just harvest body
They have
remains?
bodies laying around in different circumstances, and they study decomposition of under different scenarios.
Yeah, I remember that, Mary. Yeah, that one they had it all over. Yeah, there were some. Yeah, they were all sliced thin. I think it showed like muscle movement. Yeah.
But wasn't there
Yeah,
just
Mary, I
recently
bet it did.
a funeral home in Texas? Was it?
Yeah,
They
they get
found
them
another-
everywhere from time to time. They have one in Michigan too. Or they'll go in, they'll raid the place, and there's like they just nailed one with 25 baby bodies just in a big fucking 55-gallon trash bin. Never were buried.
Oh,
You know, as fucked up as it sounds, that wouldn't bother me that bad because, you know, they're dead for starters. They didn't kill them. And they're in a trash
Yeah.
bag instead of a grave. I wouldn't give a shit that much.
but they were rotting, were they not?
Yeah, but fuck, they're dead. So what?
But
Yeah, so-
but
What do you
I
think?
mean,
They're on there on imaginary fucking children's
No.
rides?
No, but I think that's in everybody
you're right,
deserves
Mark.
the dignity
But
of some sort of a closure to after
Right.
their body's done, whether it's burned or buried.
Yeah, I mean,
or-
I'm not saying it's a good idea, but I don't, you know, I don't think it's the worst thing in the world. You know, you pay for a funeral, you don't get one. I get it. But I mean, when they're dead, it's like this bullshit these people go through to like, you know, even like if, let's say I was like at a horror house in Europe and the roof caved in and I died, just fucking leave me there. I mean, bring back my remains, like for what? This is my remains. Here's a shoebox. To me, it seems stupid.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just the way we are, though. It's
No, I'm not that
it's
way.
civilization now.
Yeah.
It's considered to
Yeah,
recover
I mean, like, what if-
everything and to give it a proper burial.
So here's another case scenario. What if everybody did that and there was just dead bodies everywhere? You know what I mean? Like that would
There are dead bodies everywhere.
I mean, just laying out, just
Oh, yeah. Look
you
at
know.
Claus. He said he won't donate it to science. He experienced a female med student that was making fun of the size of the nuts of the deceased. That wouldn't bother me a bit either. I mean, he's dead, man. What? I mean, was you afraid he was offended, or you just felt that was unprofessional? Or
I think it's just a matter of like respect and dignity for
oh, here
the
we go.
person's dead. The person
No, I
Yeah.
get it. It's like a French
It's-
finishing
it's
school.
like
Yeah.
no, it's like you picking on
Yeah.
somebody who's gone. Like they can't defend themselves.
They're
They're
dead. Who
gone.
gives a fuck? I mean, I could see myself no problem if we were in a place and there were dead bodies and some guy was like, 6'8", fucking placed 10th in Mr. Olympia bodybuilding, had but a 1-inch dick. I'd probably nudge Mark and say, "Hey,
Hey,
look at
this,
Mr.
yeah.
Muscles.
I could see how
You
it's
want to fucking assassinate us over that?" No,
I think-
Jennifer says if it was my kid, yeah. I mean, I don't know. That's a
It's like-
bad example. I didn't want kids, Jennifer.
So Tom's perfect candidate. Are you donating
Hey
your
man,
body
bring
to
it on. I'm
science?
telling you, I tell you, you can do anything you want with me when I die. Anything you want. You can fucking blow up my cock and fill
Will
it with
you-
formaldehyde and hang it
Okay,
for your fucking.
Will you
Goddamn
will you give
rearview
that
mirror.
power to me? Can you please give
No,
that
do
power?
it,
I
do
don't
it,
want
man.
money. I
You
don't
can-
want presents.
No, do that. Do
No,
it.
come
Get
on.
my penis, fill it up with plaster of Paris, and use it as a fucking sundial on an old pie tin. And I'd be, if I can somehow get back to you, I will. Yeah, I don't care. No, it's just, but I get like, your kids, but this is all this like stuff that once they're dead, I mean, all bets are off. Yeah, it's a frown. That's exactly right. Look at that dentist. He's in prison. He was doing like dental surgery and was on a skateboard and shit and making fun of the person whose teeth. That fucker got like 9 years in prison. Google it. It's up in Alaska.
Well, what I'm saying is,
9 years.
it's
How
it's
about
coward.
this? How about this?
It's
I got a better idea.
cowardly.
It just popped into my mind. You take my cock, you flatten it out, you put it through one of those machines and use it as a fucking book thing where you find your page.
Can I?
Bookmark.
Yeah, bookmark. Thank
Is
you.
it big
Thank
enough
you.
for that though?
Thank you.
Is it like will I
it's-
lose it?
Or you
Or,
could
I
do this.
mean,
You could get a laser
you know.
and you could just cut it into 500 bookmarks. It's going to be flat anyway. Save you a lot of trouble. No, this stuff doesn't bother me at all. Even if I had like a loved one, I wouldn't give a fuck what they did with them. Because to me, it's the spirit. You have to have working organs to be conscious and aware of things. And even the religious people, nobody ever got back with us.
I mean,
You're
is
dead.
there- it's
Do you,
very
do you freak out when you see a squirrel crushed flatter than a pancake? And they say, "Oh, it's just a squirrel." Yeah, same shit, no different.
but it gets taken care of though. There's not dead animals just laying
No,
around.
thank
Like,
God for the vultures. But I
but
mean, I don't. People, only humans could put themselves at this higher plane of the meaning of of a corpse. Animals don't do it. The game's
what I'm
over. It doesn't matter.
I don't know. Like if it was one of my family members and
Good night,
everything
Mary.
else, if it was their wish,
Yeah.
like how you like, what you're saying, like your
Mhm.
wish is, basically I don't give a shit, then you
Right.
follow what their wishes are. But most people don't wish to be just laid there to decompose so other people can watch it. Like, I mean, and what's the point? What's the point of studying decomposing bodies? Like, oh yeah, I really need to know how long this body's gonna decompose so that we can like do something good with that. Like,
No, no.
Well, there's a
Jennifer
lot
asked
of good that comes from it, especially in forensic sciences.
Yeah, what Mary's saying. What if it was Marty? No, I'm telling you, I'm consistent about this. I mean, if it was, the stripper of the year and at the world's most famous titty bar, I feel no different about her, me, or Marty. I'm consistent with this, me included. Bigfoot. No, Frisky said my gynecologist uncle said as a school prank they cut the dick off one cadaver and stuck it in the other.
Oh,
Go ahead.
okay.
I mean, there's gotta be some for you to want to like do, I don't know.
You have to be a special person to be able to do something like that.
Well, cut the dick off and stick it in another one?
Yeah, just to come up with that idea.
Right.
You have this. They give you this power. They give you this job to look after the cadavers, and that's what the first thing you do is start playing with their wieners.
Yeah, well, my enemy talked about John Holmes. I hope that didn't happen to him. Now, that's an exception. That thing should have been mounted.
I think the big thing is we've assigned a lot of the religions have assigned us souls that we have a
Yeah,
soul,
fucking A, man. That's a major problem.
and the animals don't. That's why we don't consider. That's what they say,
No,
and
but
that's
they're,
why we don't.
yeah, you're right. But you don't think, I mean, these kooks that, they're in a room and their aunt talks to them, they need their fucking head examined.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I mean, they
I
must
don't
just
believe
be
in
running
ghosts.
around like at 50 years old, getting scared by the kids in their Halloween things.
I think
All
It's
I
kinds
just
of
think
not normal.
I think everybody has special gifts that they're given, like at birth.
Oh, here we go.
And
Oh, shit. Give me an example. Like John Holmes?
sure,
Yeah, good point. Yeah, got me on that one.
I mean, all I'm saying is everyone was born, and they're all different. But the thing is everybody's so programmed to be like socially accepted, and you have to act a certain way and
Yeah,
be a certain way. And I think it keeps a lot of people down because instead of embracing the gifts that you were given, your birthright was given,
yeah.
we make it seem like, oh, that's not the norm. Like you have to act, be, think, do things a certain way in order to succeed in life.
Yeah, you kind of do.
No, you're right. But like, when really we're just repressing most people. That's all we're doing because they're going to be miserable because that's not what they were made
Yeah.
or they were put here to do. So,
And I'm not sure I'm on both feet in on that one either. I mean,
well,
gifts. I don't think everybody has gifts. I mean, if they are, then a lot of people are doing a great job hiding them.
well, that's what I'm saying. And
But I don't
and
think they're repressed. I just don't think they
they're
fucking had
repressed.
any.
No, they are because religion, and you're gonna
Yeah,
like this.
birthright. Rita brings up a good Jewish type lawyer question.
You're
What are you talking about, birthright?
okay. So when you were born, like you were born for a reason, for a purpose. Like if you
Wrong.
everybody's different. That's right. Everyone has a purpose in life, and it's different for everybody. But the thing
Yeah.
is we all have to cookie cut like this. What is, your special get? Oh no, your special gift is you're going to be just like everybody else, and freaking get out there and just you're gonna work a job that you can get or go to school, but like half the people don't even know what they want to go to school for because nobody really embraced, when they were younger on or focused on what they were good at or what they were, special at.
Did you just recently join Scientology?
No, I didn't recently join Scientology.
Mark, do you
I'm
go along with this? Or does it just sound bizarre to you?
I mean, it's a,
Come on,
like,
man.
okay,
Just
so
grow some
Mark,
fucking balls.
no,
You
wait.
sound crazy to you or not?
Nope. Here's a good example. Mark,
And we need one desperately.
what are you good at, Mark?
You retired early.
What do you expect? No, nothing practical. Like, what are your skills? Like, what are you good at?
I'm pretty good at listening and
Okay.
Is that a skill?
yeah.
No, the listening is a skill. Thank you. And
All right. Yeah.
what? And you played instruments, correct?
Yes,
So
yeah,
you
I
think
do.
you're more musically inclined, right? Not everybody's musically inclined, right?
Yeah, I do have
Would you?
something that drives me towards music. Yeah,
Okay,
I
that's a
have
good.
something in me that drives me towards
Pigeonholed by
music.
social norms. Oh, you hit a nerve with Mary.
Well, what are you getting at? I don't
Me or Mary?
understand.
Me or Mary?
Um, uh,
No, Mary.
Michelle.
I like what Mary just said.
Yeah, but her whole they've been getting fucked over for 500 years at least.
No,
So she's
right.
got like a better argument for it, I
But
think, being Native American.
oh, excuse me. Okay, well, here I am telling it to everybody and see, look, you're exactly social grouping what I'm saying. Like, I don't she gets that, like you're
She
pigeonholed
gets
by
it because
social norm.
her people have been persecuted and still are getting a raw deal,
Well, I get it,
which I agree with.
and my people got raw deals too. I mean, it happens to
Not like
everybody.
hers, not like the
Well,
whole
hers is
damn race.
okay, so you're right. Hers were like I'm not
You're
not
not on a
saying
reservation where you can't build a property.
right. Well, this is what I'm saying. I'm saying that people are repressed in a major way, and that's why there's a lot of depression. That's why there's a lot of drug use because nobody sat back and thought to themselves, "Oh, here's, you know, whoever, right? So
Jim
here's
Morrison stab was a colonel.
right. Well,
That's true.
some people are natural born leaders from a young age. And if the parents don't see that right away and just repress them because they're like, well, I'm the parent, you need to listen to me and this and that, and not really um, flourish their kids with the right tools, how to use that in an adult life and point them in the right direction, they're going to be lost and they're probably not going to succeed at jobs because they're going to take jobs that they just qualified for and not know what they're going to do with themselves.
So
But
what's the reason for? I mean, how do you explain Jeffrey Dahmer? Running a unlicensed Jersey Mike's.
Jeffrey Dahmer ran a Jersey
Yeah, he's
Mike's.
cutting up people, and he had nice parents. I mean, you can't have it both ways. Is there a reason for that?
I mean, I don't know Jeffrey Dahmer, so like you throwing situations like I
Jeffrey
don't know.
Dahmer, the guy that chopped up all those people in Milwaukee.
Right. It was probably because of some kind of anger due to the fact that he was probably repressed to live some kind of life that
How about
he
Ted
wasn't
Bundy?
meant to live. Same thing. A lot of like anger and rage comes from depression, repression, and not being loved, not being actually saw for who they are instead of just like, well, this is what I did. This is what your grandfather did. This is what, this is you just do this, keep your head down and just deal with it. Just be grateful that you're even alive, like that's what
Yeah.
the mentality is. It's like, you know, be grateful that you're breathing and
Yeah, not really. If
yeah,
everybody
kind
was
of.
grateful that they were breathing, nobody'd commit suicide. It's just like the Catholics, Christians in general. They say the Lord makes sure that you never get enough where you can't take it anymore. Yeah, okay. Well, why there's so many suicides?
Well, this is what I'm saying. And a
Absolutely
lot of
false.
a lot of it is repression from religion as well. See, when you go to when I had
Church.
my journeys with religion and
You're still
everything
on
else,
one.
I am. It's very repressive thinking. Like they make you feel bad about yourself. Like when you go to church, it's like sin, sin, sin. Everyone needs to be ashamed, even though we all know that, we're all born with original sin and everything else. They make you feel like you're bad to begin with, you
Yeah, that's why I
know?
left. I was in a
Well,
class. They were talking about masturbation and pornography. It's like I'm out of here.
well,
Yeah.
the thing is it's like instead of downing so much, how about, try to, make other people like flourish into who they
David
are.
Koresh tried that. By the way, that child raping and stuff was never substantiated.
I have no
It
idea what you're
wasn't by
talking
David
about.
Koresh,
All right, thank you.
making it with younger
Yeah,
of his flock. Yeah. It wasn't substantiated.
and the only
I always
reason
thought
they
it was
the
a
only
fact.
reason they got to use tanks and stuff is because they lied and said they were making illegal drugs, which was another fucking lie. Now I'm not on the bandwagon. I'm not suggesting you become a Camp Davidian member,
No.
but I'll also say that I'm not so sure we got an accurate depiction of what was going on there. Quiet, Daisy.
That was Waco, right?
Yeah, Waco.
I think the thing is so much of society just represses people and then people get depressed and everything else because not everybody can be the CEO of freaking this company or be the top dog at this or that. So it's like kind of like, well, you didn't really quite,
Daisy, shut up.
just be grateful,
But this is kind of like the theory of you take the baby monkey from his mom and you strap him on a wire monkey with no heartbeat. And before you know it, he's like chewing his fingers off instead of eating bananas.
What?
No, that study where they take the monkey from the mom and it's not warm and it's a cold piece of metal shaped like a monkey and he turns into a fucking kook instead of I just think it's like, I think the environment has something to do with it. I mean, there's some great studies out there in identical twins that were separated at birth, which can, lend itself to your argument and mine too. That's why I think, honestly, I'm not shitting you. I think I should have been like in prison or something, for sure.
Prison.
Yeah, it was fucking amazing. I was just like a delinquent and a half, man. Really, I swear to God, I got so lucky, like escaping that life, just luck. My parents were fucking kooks. Fuck yeah, man.
You mean you were forgiven by society?
Nah, they didn't really know about it. Thank God. I bet I stole 50 cars in my life, broke into 75 buildings, stole shit. Shoplifting was like going to church.
Really? You? Wow.
Fuck yeah, big time, man. Huge. And I
What
think,
made you
honestly, I think
decide-
that could have had something to do with like my upbringing. My dad was telling me how to get to horror houses as a teen, encourage stealing. It's fucked up for parents to do. My mom was fucking everybody in the goddamn neighborhood. And
they didn't give a shit what you were doing, I guess.
Yeah, my kids were bringing it up to me in school.
Wow.
What age? I think it was so goddamn. I don't know what it was like. Thank God you don't like remember these things as a little baby. I bet they were drinking too. A rubber came off or some shit like that. They were just like bad parents. But it wasn't like where if you drive into the hood and you see bad parents, you'd reckon it was like bad parents that like they faked the fuck out of everybody. Not my dad. He didn't give a fuck. My mom did. I remember a school teacher getting me one time and shaking me and saying that, what in the hell was I asking like this for with parents like mine? I should have chopped her right up in little pieces right then.
Yeah.
So what made you decide to stop doing all of that stuff?
Well, I'll tell you, I got about 22. I just getting close to graduating college. I thought, man, I got to knock this fucking shit off. It was the thrill of it, true. But I mean, that's kind of a cheap thing to hang your hat on. You're not supposed to be doing those things.
Right.
And I thought if I get convicted like of a felony or something, I'm going to be working at fucking Taco Bell the rest of my life. Not that, that isn't a way to, work, but things would have been much different for me.
Do you think that you
Saw the
were?
light.
Hi, Jennifer.
So do you think that you were just like a natural born criminal?
Yeah.
Or do you
Yeah, I think that. And then I think it was fortified through my dad. His whole saying was always, there's nothing wrong with crime as long as you don't get caught.
Yeah. Wow.
That's not parenting.
No, not at all. That's
Yeah.
not gold standard parenting.
No, and I had a lot of good lucky breaks in my life. Never got
Yeah, but
caught.
then
It's
there
the
was-
biggest one.
there was a point where you were like, okay, this is wrong and I don't want to do this anymore. So you started doing different things, right? With your jobs and everything.
Yeah, I mean, I was planning on being a policeman.
Wow, that's quite an extreme from one
Yeah.
extreme to the other.
It's not that much of a stretch though than like a moral minister. I mean, I know a
Right.
lot of crazy ass
Yeah.
cops when I was growing up.
Yeah, I think I would be in a state of awe if Tom was like, yeah, I think I'm going to be a minister now. I think that would definitely be
I mean, it would have been. I think I could have done something like that at one part of my life. I just didn't like buy into all that stuff.
oh yeah, well,
Ministry of
But I
Boring.
think I could be like dedicated to something like that and like tunnel vision, like help people and stuff like that.
oh, okay.
Yeah,
I'd rather start just one big successful cult,
that's it.
but not like doing crazy shit, nice stuff. But that, we weren't reading the Bible and stuff. We were just like doing good things and
Helping other people.
Well,
Yeah,
that's not
like-
a bad. Like you should start that then. That's not a bad start. You could change
Yeah,
the
that's true,
name of
Mary.
cult.
Equalizer cult. We'll find inequality
Yeah, I like
in the
that.
world, and we will equalize them. Kind of like that show that used to be on with his last name was Woodward, and he was called The Equalizer. Do you remember that show?
No,
He
I don't
drove
remember that
around
one. No.
in a Jaguar. He was an old silver-haired guy, and he was called The Equalizer, and he would go around and fix things that were wrong in the world.
I mean, I love the Robin Hood story,
Yeah.
but my problem with that is it's not cool that you're robbing rich people either. They might have earned it.
Yeah, well, rich people being rich corps,
Rich corpse?
rich corporations that
Oh,
have
oh, yeah,
insurance.
okay. Oh, yeah, right. Yeah.
You can take from them, in my book.
Cults. No, cults. I mean, I don't, anything that, I'm sure there are cults. I just don't know about them that aren't all bad.
Just because it's a cult doesn't necessarily mean it's like
But it
bad.
does have a negative stigma.
Right.
Like that's the first thing they're going to, when you're not a church and, they don't think what you're doing is right and it's not monotheism, a God and that kind of thing that, once they tag you with cult, you're kind of fucked.
But I think it's
Insane Clown Posse. The federal government went after them saying that they were a terrorist group with factions all over the country, which is absolute fucking bullshit.
Wow, really?
Yeah, Insane
Well,
Clown.
yeah,
You
but
familiar with them?
You could,
What a
yeah,
waste
but,
of time. Yeah, I know who they are.
Okay.
but you could say that with like any major star that they have a major following with.
Yeah, you could,
know.
but they claim they were inciting violence, which is absolutely false. Hey, Deadly Queens.
Well,
That's
a lot
fucking
of
bullshit.
well,
The Juggalos.
Well, look at Marilyn Manson and stuff. We don't talk about violence, and I'll listen to a lot of the lyrics, rap lyrics. They're
No, I
violent.
know. Yeah. You're right about that.
I don't understand why Insane Clown Posse was targeted.
Well, they did. The federal government went after them. The FBI made up a bunch of bullshit. They sued the FBI. I don't know what the status is of that now. Well, Uncle Sam
sure
gets
they-
it out for you.
I'm sure that they scrutinize a lot of rap lyrics these days for hate lyrics and
Look
for,
at Ice Cube talking about Cop Killer. Remember that?
yeah,
They jacked him off a couple shows because of that.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is that if you want to be that bold and everything else, like you better be prepared for backlash. It's kind of like if you went up there and you were like, you said like something very hateful or whatever, of course there's going to be something. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
You know, the thing that interests me is like, yeah, I'm not saying it's the thing to do, but like violence works. The fucking Indians would have done what the blacks did in a lot of the big cities and rioting. Maybe they'd be having like Indian Lives Matter instead
I
of
think,
just being thrown
well,
under the bus and
I
fucked
think
24/7.
I think what the situation is that the Native American population isn't that big. Where if you compare it to the African American population, there's a lot more African Americans than
I'm not really sure of that, really. Mary, is
oh
that
yeah.
true?
Oh, that's true. That's a fact.
Because I know if you look like, I remember reading some stuff about, they're talking about black militants on college campuses and stuff. And just for the hell of it, you know, I went and looked at like African American, the amount of students they had across, you know, not non-black colleges, you know, just like typical colleges like Michigan State, blah, 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 where I went, Eastern Michigan, stuff like that. And it was very low. I mean,
Does
more than
anybody
Native
want
Americans,
does
but it
anybody
was
want
like
to
super low. Like if my brother-in-law said my school was just a bunch of blacks, it's like, no, it's not, motherfucker. It's 2.2%, which is nothing. So
well
this is a perception, but it does kind of seem like that on campuses sometimes. That's why I'm not really sure about the
thing with violence, right? So if you
it works.
promote
It works.
if you promote violence, it works for short term and it
It works
also
long term.
it has a retaliative effect too. So I mean, you say it works, yes, maybe to solve a short term problem,
No,
but
long term too. Look what happened when they killed Saddam Hussein and Muammar Gaddafi. Got way worse. You know why? Violence. They knew better than to fuck with those guys.
I would not promote violence in everyday life to get what you need to get done. Like
I'm
I
not
mean,
saying it's a good
that's
idea. I'm just
crazy.
saying I can give you example after example of where it's worked.
Mm.
I mean, look at this Palestinian Jewish thing now. You know, they're criticizing the Jews. You know, there'd be none of them fucking left if they didn't do this shit, fight back, which is violence, but it's for a reason.
Yeah, that's a really messy
Isn't that
situation
something?
I
because,
mean, like if I were violent with every situation that I felt like, you know, I was getting the raw end of the deal with something or felt like somebody else was getting the raw end of the deal. If I used violence every time that happened, it would be, I would probably
No,
be in
but if you
jail.
compare, let's just compare the Indians to the blacks and where the blacks are now compared to the Indians. Like Mary said, peaceful demonstration. Yeah, I don't think that does much. You're out there with a fucking candle. These motherfuckers were burning goddamn buildings down. Same with the unions back in the day, white guys that everybody is reluctant to criticize. They'll burn your goddamn fucking house down if you were trying to start a Toyota factory back in the day, and it worked.
Yeah, but it didn't work forever. That's the
It
thing.
didn't, but
It
that's
worked
just
short
because the
term.
proliferation of vehicles being made everywhere.
Right. But just like I said, with any situation, using violence may be a short-term fix, but in the long term, it really doesn't resolve or solve many issues at all.
Well, it does kind of. Why do you think we're not speaking Japanese or German? Violence. We'd have blown their fucking ass out of the game. If it wasn't like for the United States, the world would be a lot different. Even guys like Jimmy Carter, Ronald Reagan, Obama got his held feet to the fire. I mean, war is violence, and it does work. And that's why we have such a giant military budget, because they're afraid to fuck with us.
That's for sure.
Which sucks,
And
but that's not a peaceful demonstration.
it's a little reassuring globally too to be living in a country like Canada and have friends and neighbors as the USA that has military buildup. I hate to say it, and we have such a weak military here.
Well,
Yeah,
I
but at least
know,
you guys are on board with NATO.
I
Yeah,
know, I know a lot of veterans who did go out to war, and let me tell you, uh, a lot of them have issues because of it. The
Oh
people
yeah,
who
I'll
did
tell you who
do
it
it,
is too. The ones that really got used, the guys in the Vietnam War.
yeah, well,
yeah.
that's what I'm talking
That's
about. I know
exactly
a
right. No,
couple.
that's a perfect example. But
I
World
know.
War One and World War II wasn't. Neither was the Iraq War. Those were good examples of what war can do and should do. Soldiers came back and were proud. But Vietnam, they got used. People like Jane Fonda getting stoned and stuff, and you're trying to fight against communism.
Hanoi Jane.
Hanoi Jane, that's exactly right. I mean, Canada's got, yeah, he's Canadian, yeah. Canada's got the best of both worlds. They're just like,
Yeah.
I think they do.
What do you mean?
There's plenty of
Because
Canadians that have gotten killed in world wars on NATO-backed like World War II and stuff. Vietnam
oh
too.
yeah,
They're just not
World
over
War
there,
One a lot.
trapping beavers.
No.
I mean,
We've always
you've earned your protection.
Yeah, we've always participated in World War One, World War sending soldiers out and lost a lot of people. Like World War One, there was casualties were unspeakable. There were so many people killed all over the globe during that war, and then World War Two was another one.
You know,
And
Jabo's saying that the Israeli soldiers, I don't know about the soldiers, but the pilots are world class. Israeli pilots make the Blue Angels look like preschoolers. Seriously. They're known
I
as
didn't
the
know.
top pilots in the world.
Really,
Yeah, when they
really,
do these,
Israeli Air Force.
when they do these worldwide like get-togethers, they make the Blue Angels and those guys in Top Gun look like they ought to be flying kites. Seriously. Smart Jews. This doesn't surprise me at all.
No,
I don't know about like the ground fighting, but their pilots are world-class ass kickers.
And what do they fly?
French, Raphael jets, a lot of them. And I think the United States has given them some F-15s and F-16s.
Right.
Yeah. Female fighter pilots. Yeah, they do okay. No, look it up. Look it up. Israeli fighter pilots. I've read a book one time, and it was someplace they went like a worldwide, like Top Gun or some shit like that. And the American pilots were just absolutely floored by the Israeli fighter pilots. And I'll tell you who else, Russian fighter pilots too, same thing. You go to see the Blue Angels, the Thunderbirds, you know, you go and watch those those Soviet guys too, flying those MiG-29s and those recent MiGs. No, those are like, you know, it's a whole nother, same with French, those Raphael jets. I mean, it's just like, I mean, you know, we go to the, you know, the Blue Angels and this stuff. I'm telling you, on a world-class level, this Blue Angels and Top Gun is like, you know, powder puff when it comes to real ass kicker. I knew a Jewish guy actually who went to University of Georgia. I knew him in Chicago, and he was a smart guy, man, real calm. Mind you, Woody Allen, and he flew A-10s in Desert Storm, and you would have never guessed this guy in a million years. And it was always academically quiet. You would have thought he was gay. Reminded me like Pee Wee Herman kind of guy. Here's this guy was an ass kicker fighter pilot. And I was constantly talking to him. He flies for United now, 777 out of New York. And I was really interested. He got his helicopter rating too while he was in the service. You know, this guy just did everything. Top of his class at Georgia, acting like it's no big deal. You know, all you got to do is like get up when the alarm goes off. You know, a fucking genius Jew. They're all over the place. And it was really interesting to me how just this unassuming guy it'd be this big of an ass kicker. It's not like the big, good-looking Top Gun motherfucker like we get.
Right, yeah.
And he said
Wow.
the big difference when you fly a fighter jet is that he said everybody can fly an instrument approach, everybody can land and take off. The big difference is using an airplane as a weapon is what separates the men from the boys. Using it to take people out, not just flying over there and looking at a timer on your Casio watch and pulling the cord and letting the bombs fall. This is like getting down there and mixing it up, knowing when to get out and knowing when to get in.
Yeah.
That's what separated. Like you can see, if you look back in the old World War II heroes that you hear about in the United States, Canada had some too. 3% of the pilots were shooting down 97% of the enemy. Those other guys are out there just flying in fucking circles.
Right.
Big difference. Using an airplane as a weapon. Yeah.
I used to watch that show Black Sheep Squadron on TV.
Yeah. What was that good-looking guy that flew that?
Papa Boyington.
Yeah, but what was the actor's name?
Robert Conrad.
Yeah, Robert Conrad. Yep. Mm-hmm. Do you remember Clutch Cargo, the cartoon?
No.
Oh, yeah, they were pilots too. They weren't fighter pilots, but it was pretty interesting.
I just found it fascinating that was based on a true story, that there was a Black Sheep Squadron.
Yeah, that's something.
And they did kick ass.
I'll tell you another. Have you heard about the Tuskegee Airmen, the all-black fighter pilots?
Yeah, I heard something about them.
Yeah, they were like, some of them are for down around here. A lot of those stories are lies.
Oh.
If you go to air shows and shit, they'll be talking about they never had a bomber that they escorted, shot down. And they look like they just took these poor black guys, gave them junk airplanes, which is true. They went out and just did this perfect, protection of, apple pie, Chevrolet, and, the American flag. It's fucking not true. Some Jew, of course, spent 10,000 hours reaching her. It's fucking bullshit. They had all sorts of fucking airplanes they escorted get shot out of the air. I'm not saying they were competent and bad, but this bullshit that goes around these promotions that no airplane was ever taken out that they escorted is a fucking lie. But you know how history goes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So I just looked up on the American Census Bureau, like the population of all the races in the United States. And it says
but here's one thing before you go on. Don't mean to interrupt, but on a census, I mean, that sounds ignorant on this, which I am in a lot of subjects, but I'm wondering if Native Americans sometimes get counted as white.
Well, you fill out the census.
Okay. All right. So what's it say? What's it say?
This is what the census is. Now, it's not 100% accurate, obviously, because some people probably don't fill it out, right?
No, you have to. You get in trouble if you don't fill that out.
So this is what it says. It says, in the United States, white alone is 75.5% of the population. Black or African American alone is 13.6% of the population. Okay. American Indian and Alaskan Native alone is 1.3%.
Oh, yeah, you were right then. Yeah, I didn't think that was that much of a difference.
And Asian alone is 6.3%. And then you have your Hawaiian and Pacific Islander is 0.3%.
That's interesting. I didn't think it was that much difference.
Yeah.
That's probably how they've been so successful in fucking them over. Their numbers.
I have no idea what, but I would say, yeah, I'm not surprised.
You heard of Custer, right, in the Civil War?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, anytime he crossed paths with the Indians, they fucked him up. You won't read that in many history books. Same with that horseshit story about the Indians and the settlers and fucking eating Thanksgiving together. Bullshit, more lies. They're still teaching that in school.
I'm surprised. I'm surprised they haven't clarified a little bit more of the about Columbus.
But I'm not as surprised as I would have been 10 minutes ago. I didn't realize that the Native American population was so low. They still call it the Bureau of Indian Affairs. You're not supposed to call. I do sometimes accidentally. You're not supposed to call Native Americans Indians. They still have that as the name of the agency, Bureau of Indian Affairs. I mean, it's just
Really?
shit like this, little things. Yeah, it's like God damn. You know?
No, I mean, like, yeah, like
Yes, Chris.
I've only known, I gotta tell you, like, I'm not like 100 years old or anything, but I do have life experience, and I can tell you, I've literally, true Native American people, I've met two in my life. I've came across two people that I've talked with, you know,
I thought you went to
socialized with.
casinos.
Yeah, but I don't socialize with everybody, but I'm
Okay.
saying like the socialization, like I've literally met two people, you know, with all the jobs that I've had, with all the people that I've worked with and everything else, hundreds of people that I've worked with, talked with and everything. I've met two. And they actually gave me a lot of insight too, because I never really knew about their culture because
No,
I
that
didn't
was
run into a lot of
sure
people,
seems like by design.
like true Native American from the reservation and made it out of the reservation and started something else for themselves.
Yeah.
We used to go and hang out with the Indians on a reservation where they had a campground where we used to go and pitch our tents on weekends. And
Okay.
we used to sit around and drink beer with them. And one time it was late at night and we were having a few beers and we heard a noise off in the distance. Oh, I might have told this story to you, Tom. And it was a car going off the road.
No, I didn't hear this.
Okay, the noise off in the distance, and the Indian says to us, "Oh, there goes another car off the highway." It was just a faint, muffled sort of sound that he picked up on, and I said, "Really?" And he said, "Yep." And I said, "Well, let's go and see if they need help." And he goes, "You want to?" And I said, "Yeah, let's go." So we went, and he pretty well pinpointed the spot where he heard the sound, and we all heard the muffled sound, and it was a car that had gone off the highway and up an embankment, rolled over a couple of times, and there was a guy in it. So we helped. We went, checked the guy was okay. We called the ambulance and sat with the guy. The ambulance took a while to come because they were at a boating accident. And then we helped the ambulance guys would take the guy out of the car, tape him to a board, and carry him down the embankment to the ambulance. And off he went. Off they went and to the hospital, and he was going to be okay. And then we were talking with the Indian, and he says, "Yeah, it happens all the time. Cars going off here and there because it's a bad stretch of road where it gets really dark, and happens a few times a year."
Wow.
Yeah.
So is this
But
just what's the moral of the story here?
well, if he didn't say anything, he wasn't going to either. If we didn't pick up on his mumble that there goes another car off the edge, that guy would have been laying out
Oh,
there all
gotcha. All
night.
right. Wow.
But
Huh.
the Indian guy just sort of said, "There goes another car off the edge," quietly, there goes another car off the highway.
You know, kind of a different subject, but Laker brings up the Titanic. I say stay away from that thing.
Stay
Not
away
people.
from
Caused a
the
lot of grief.
Titanic?
Yeah, I don't. I mean, I got a little problem with that.
Okay.
Just like going down there and nosing around. At least they haven't, as far as I know, showed the bodies. Supposedly they're
Yeah.
still like flesh, which I don't believe.
Really?
No, not
No.
120
Absolutely.
years in seawater. There's shit down there eating it.
Yeah, definitely.
But I mean,
something.
all these people, this is the macabre interest that human beings have. Like there's lots of theories out there on car wrecks and why people slow down and look. And I can't help but think that that's got to be a first cousin to it going down. It's like a tragedy. You're down there fucking around where all these people die. What are you doing down there? I mean, it's a little weird to me.
It is.
This
Well,
would be
just
like going like, a big
do you not,
winter blizzard in Montana and 2,000 or 200 tourists get crushed by
do you,
semis.
do you
What are we going to go out, sit out there and have a picnic? Talk
look?
about it?
I hate that. I hate rubbernecking too. I know exactly what you mean. Do you also not like to go to cemeteries too?
Yeah, I mean, cemeteries to me, it's kind of like neutral.
Yeah.
I like the way they look. It's thought provoking. You're walking around the things and you're seeing people that only lived a year and people that lived 105 years and the design of their tombstone, and it's thought provoking to me.
I find them fascinating, cemeteries.
It's
Just
like
with
kind of a
history.
history lesson. I'm not there to be walking over a bunch of dead bodies. I'm there to know about what they were like when they were alive, which you're not going to get at the Titanic.
Well, what
I mean,
do
just
they
because you can
study?
do it doesn't make it a good thing to do. Just because you can afford to go down there and see it.
I
I mean,
mean,
it's like
there's
do you think people are going to be doing this at the World Trade Center?
no.
Taking
Like,
a
do you
trip
want to
there?
see
Oh,
that?
yeah. Here's these people got burned, suffocated, crushed. This is, wow, look, right here that happened. Jumping out of windows.
No, I'm okay. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
okay.
I mean, why, when it's this maritime thing? I mean, in India, this happens once a week, whether it's a train flying off the end of a mountain or a boat turning upside down, 2,000 Indians drowned. Nobody gives a fuck. But this Titanic thing, they've marketed it and romanticized it.
That's true. They made a movie.
And why is that though? Why is there a market for this bullshit?
Because people love it makes themselves feel better, their lives feel better if they see
That's what the theory is. I remember hearing that as a kid.
right.
I don't think that way. I mean, you couldn't give me a free ticket to that damn thing.
I don't like I'm okay with not being there, try to, you know,
Yeah.
witness that, it's a tragic thing.
I think it's just like anything, like being a pervert, a fucking kleptomaniac, an arsonist. It just releases a chemical in your brain as you interpret this, and it really excites you, and you want to see it, and you really get great joy. It costs $250,000 to go down in that sub to see that.
Really?
Yeah, and it's just like, this is weird.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I don't need.
I feel bad for the people that died in the thing looking at it.
Yeah, I mean,
And I don't know how true this is. I think the guy that did that was a smart guy, but they make it sound like he ordered this fucking thing online from Radio Shack.
They do make it sound like that.
I don't know. I'm so distrustful of the media.
Yeah, they said they offered James Cameron a free ticket down.
He seems like a real fucking true asshole.
James Cameron?
Fuck yeah, he seems like a real prick. Like, even if I didn't like you and shit and you got killed some way, I'm just going to take the fifth, man. I'm not talking about people that aren't around anymore.
Right.
He's talking like he's shining a fucking apple.
Right. I hate people that do okay, so when I've gotten in
that's what it was,
fights and altercations and, whatever with people, and even if I won that battle, I don't go around for years, bringing it up again. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's done, it's over with,
So, Tom, you wouldn't go down to visit the Titanic even if you had lots and lots of money.
No, I don't think I would, man. I mean, I wouldn't go down there if it was fucking free.
Would you do outer space? Would you go out?
No, fuck that too. Fuck that too. Hell no.
I don't blame you.
I don't know.
By the way, I want to clarify this now because we try and be liberators of the truth here, and I want to stick to my mantra. Okay. Believe it or not, I'm going to say it real quick because I've already said it by the time she can rebut it all. But, Michelle looks like this thin blonde, This fucking broad can throw the fuck down, man. She's fucked a ton of people up for sure.
No,
Yeah, you
stop.
liar. Yes, you have. You hit people and shit.
No,
You liar.
You're violent, Michelle?
Yeah.
No, I'm not
Quit
violent.
lying. Have you ever been
Wow.
aggressive and took it to somebody?
Wow.
No, but all I'm saying
I
is,
plead the fifth.
yeah, she isn't like it's not like Danny, and she'll go knock 3 of those fucking dykes out at that roller derby queen thing just for looking at her wrong.
Tom.
No, she doesn't. She's not like she seems in a lot of ways. Now, I'm not, saying it's bad, but it isn't like, Barbie, like getting the Band-Aid on her knee.
You mean it's not like I grew up in a castle and I'm like the
No,
like,
this broad's got. She's like me. She's got like anger. She'll fucking take it to your ass. Yeah, you wouldn't think it though by just seeing her on here and stuff.
I've seen Michelle perturbed a few times, borderline pissed off and stuff. And yeah, I can see it now. Now that you mention it.
I am definitely not some just like outrageous, like,
No,
I'm just out for, like.
No, but you'll take it to somebody for.
I will defend myself. And I think that everybody has that right to.
But if you punched, fucked up some men.
I plead the fifth.
See, yeah, really.
Wow,
it's not like what it's yeah, it's not like what it seems. I think it's good. It's great.
There's people. I mean, people just they don't judge a book by its cover.
Yeah,
ever.
that's right. That's what I'm saying. It's a good example.
People did that to me for years because I'm blonde, because I'm soft spoken.
Yeah.
Like, oh, she must be this certain way,
Yeah.
or just easy to, walk all over and stuff like that. You just don't judge people by how they look. If you do that, then you're going to be.
But how about this? Are you afraid of physical confrontation?
So you can say goodbye to your.
Am I afraid?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not afraid.
Have you ever taken it to a male? Good.
I plead the fifth.
Don't lie.
I plead the fifth.
It's
not
just
lying.
interesting to me. No, I think it's good. It's not like how you would seem like to most people.
I mean,
I think it's good you take it to them. Really, I like it.
I think
nothing to be embarrassed about.
I think that you should defend if you have to. Everyone has the right to defend themselves if they feel.
Yeah, but when you took these guys out, it wasn't like they were attacking you, was it? You got fucking pissed and shut them the fuck up.
Really?
I mean, there was a lot of different situations, and
See what I mean, Mark?
Yeah,
Surprising, isn't it?
I am.
She said it was a lot of different situations. Sometimes she'd hit him with a left, sometimes a right,
So the uppercut,
sometimes
yeah.
from behind. But it's not like you'd think.
Hey, I heard Matthew Perry died.
Yeah.
How did he die?
Yeah, they found him. I've read 2 accounts. Floating in a hot tub, and the other one was a swimming pool.
Oh, wow.
Bopak likes getting slapped around sometimes.
You met your match. She'd be into that. Yeah, Michelle's 5'10". I don't think it. Do you think that helped you when you?
It did. You know what? Honestly, in my younger years, because I was 5'8" when I was 12, it did help fend off some troublemaking kids. Like I said, like it was like almost like my born defense, luckily. Because you know what? Honestly, Tom.
Yeah, but you're Rage Against the Machine. I'm that way too. You're kind of a little bit like that.
Right, but like
I'm saying, no guy's gonna get like aggressive with her and not get a fucking tooth. For real, man. I'm not kidding you. Seriously. You push her, you better like not lose your concentration.
I'm just saying, just treat people how you want to be treated. It's not like I go around starting,
No, I don't think you do.
I'm not.
No, but you're not going to scream and start bawling, and it's time to fucking get the fuck down.
Some
You
people are
just don't seem like that.
well, some people are fighters and some people
Right.
aren't fighters.
Right.
I
But you
mean,
don't look on the surface like somebody that like, be that
because
way.
it's not something that I do regularly. Like,
No, I
it's
know,
like,
but when the need arises for the right reasons, you don't care if it's male, female, transgender, she's fucking ready to,
Michelle, have you ever had a black eye or a fat lip?
oh yeah, I've been assaulted.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
sure. I've had battle scars, of course.
Have you ever like really like nailed a guy good, not just a slap, and he laughed?
None of them laughed.
Yeah, right. That's my whole point. It wasn't like she's screaming and wanted to hit 911. She'll do that after she busts your ass like good. But you don't seem like that. Like, I'm just, letting these
Well,
people. I think it's good. I like that. I
well,
like that about
the
you because
thing
you don't
is,
seem like that at all.
the thing is I lived in the city for many years, and I was kind of on my own. And when you're on your own, you have to you're either going to fight back or you're going to get beat. You got to make a statement, or else the people are going to walk all over you. People are going to, just abuse the crap out of you. So, I
Yeah.
mean, either way, you have a right to.
You don't have to like, explain it, but I think it's good
Right.
you're that way. My whole point on this, bringing this up,
Oh, okay.
is that you just don't seem like that from, what
Because
most people cross paths with. You
that,
would
that's not
seem
my
like
first.
be like,
Because I'm not
put
like
a
this.
Band-Aid and like scream to your mama.
I'm not like, I'm not like, but I'm not like this. But
No,
like,
but you'll throw down like a lesbian fucking drunken roller derby queen that's been cheated on. Against a male too.
Skinny
This
mini
isn't pulling
mulligan.
girls. You see the girls fights like pulling their hair. You quit doing that, and they rip their bra. This is like teeth get knocked out.
I just, I don't like I said, I'm a very peaceful person in general. I don't purposely go out of my way to
No, I don't
bother
think you do. I don't think
people,
you do.
or
Yeah. Right.
I let people be. I let people
Right.
live their lives.
Right.
But if you
Yeah, I know.
just,
Yeah. Yep.
but
Got
there's
the
a lot.
best of both worlds.
But I'm not like my intentions in life isn't to go around being violent. But I
No, but
mean,
you're not afraid of a physical confrontation. It's
no,
not.
I've been through a lot of pain in my life, so I
Yeah. See,
mean,
that's what I mean. Yeah. Right. Yeah.
it's
It
not
makes
like
sense to me.
I mean. You get
Yeah.
that adrenaline rush. You get you get
Yeah.
that, you'd be surprised what
Yeah. I mean,
when someone
it's probably not the same, but I just think if I had to guess and just throw something out there, it's like Rita, if you've been dating a month and you haven't hit that G spot. I bet old Rita can throw down too under the right circumstances. You get that vibe, Mark?
Oh, I get
Oh,
the
yeah.
vibe from Rita. I could be wrong though.
Yeah, I
could
could be too.
wrong, but
Yeah.
No, Rita can take care of herself.
Yeah. I hope to meet her husband someday. I want to just like bow down to him. I just want to see this guy.
Yeah.
I think she said they've been married, 27 years or something like that?
wow.
Like when they threw the shoes at George Bush. Remember that? He ducked.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what I kind of imagine him, like a guy like that.
Well, did you, if you happen to, I looked at that clip recently, George Bush getting.
No, I haven't. I'll tell you when I do go back and visit them.
Grin on his face.
One that I do go back and I don't know why I get a kick out of this, but I do, is when Bill Gates got pies in the face.
Oh.
I really get enjoyment out of that. And I like Bill Gates. I guess it was just the timing. And also Anita Bryant. It's just I really get a lot of joy on seeing that pie just hit her face.
Well,
He was talking shit about gays.
well,
Yeah.
here's another thing that people used to always tell me. They always used to be like, because I'm mostly Irish too. They used to be like the Fighting Irish. Here comes Michelle, like
That's
out
kind of true.
swinging, like Notre Dame. You know, like how Notre Dame they have that the logo
Yeah,
for Notre Dame
yeah,
is the Irish guy with his fists up.
yeah, yeah. That's right. Yeah, I know a couple of people that went there. Super
I heard it's a
expensive.
real. Is it expensive?
Fuck yeah, crazy.
Yeah,
And that town fucking sucks. You know, that's its own
really.
little city, own zip code, the whole bit. I used to do a lot of surveillance down there, and you're interested in it. You're growing up, and they were really good at sports, and it's private, and it's like, so I checked it out every time I got down there, and it's like this fucking place. The campus is gorgeous, but this Catholic thing is just like not like it used to be.
Well, like
It's
the
a
whole
super expensive school.
a
Like,
lot
what's
of them.
super expensive?
I'll bet, I don't know this for sure, but I'll bet with room, board, all that, to go there a fucking year, like for real,
Yeah.
I bet it's 70 grand a year.
Oh, I'm sure. Oh yeah,
Mhm.
that's about reasonable.
Look at
That's
fucking
not.
Syracuse, same way. I think that McGill's fucking expensive too, up in Canada.
Yeah, McGill
And
is.
then look at like even like private small schools. Look at Stanford, Harvard, Yale, Brown. It's like fucking crazy, man.
Yeah.
So Michelle and Mark, would you guys think that people that get into these good schools were privileged, and that they went with their gift?
I don't think. I don't think that everybody that's the same for everybody, because I know parents who struggled to put their, like humble, struggling parents who wanted a better life for their kids, so they basically like put everything that they had, literally, to
Yeah,
put their kids in these schools. But I
Yeah.
believe that they're
not
probably
not
more.
most of them. It's a drop in the bucket.
No, yeah, you're right. It's probably the minority. You're right.
Yeah,
But yeah, no, some people are privileged in life, and I think a lot of that has to do with like what I was talking about before. Um, Staying in your lane, being repressed, and it's not
you,
just blacks. It's
you
blacks.
think
I'm
there's
not
a genetic component?
like what do you mean?
What I mean is Jews. Well, Jews is kind of both. It's like cultural and it's religious. But I'm comparing, like, let's say you get 500,000 Catholics and
Hmm.
500,000 Jews, and who's going to have the brightest people out of their respective number?
Well,
I say the Jews, no brainer.
the thing is I think what it boils down to is how much of a work
Hello.
ethic the individual child really
Yeah,
has.
but that comes with the genes from the Jews.
Yeah. They're
I mean,
driven right from young
I
to
was driven at a young age.
13.
I mean, I did
Yeah,
a
but you
lot of
weren't
stuff.
driven like a young Jew.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying the
I think they're
the,
the chosen ones. No shit. That's one thing I believe 100% in, like biblical uh, publications. Chosen ones. Even Jesus was a Jew. I believe that part of the story 100%. And that, like, it makes sense. It just had to happen that way.
oh, maybe.
Einstein was a Jew. Bobby Fischer was a Jew. I could
Well,
like.
I have
I'll
to
run
tell
out of
you.
time before I run out of Jews.
Well, I know this for a fact is that, and I don't understand it completely, but I know this for a fact because my parents did it, that like Jewish events and Jewish, the synagogues here and
Yeah.
stuff need massive protection because they get that many death threats. That many.
No. Anti-Semitism is like that worldwide.
Well,
They've been fucking the Jews from day one.
so that kind of brings a little bit of a red flag because they have
For wrong reasons.
right. Well, what I'm saying is like all these Catholic, you can walk into a Catholic church and like have ceremonies or whatever else, and you don't need like 20 security guards, like
No.
armed
No, right.
security
Well,
guards.
there's anti-Semitism is alive and well. And it's
That's
all
for sure.
100% bogus.
Do you think?
Bunch of ignorant, stupid, crazy fuckers.
Yeah.
I wish I'd have been born a damn Jew. Really, I do. Like,
I
really,
have-
if you said I got one wish, like, it can't be like money or, that I want to be a Jew. I'll
It's
take
not
my
too late
chance.
for you to convert.
I
No,
have
it's not the same.
I have Jewish family
No.
members.
I got two deadbeats as parents. No, I didn't have like, you know, a, 100 generations of smart Jew genes getting refined. There's nothing no conversion's gonna wipe that away. I just don't have the brain power.
I
There's
mean,
something to it, goddammit.
no,
Bobby Fischer's a perfect example. That's just one good example I'll hang my hat on. It's a high school dropout. I love that
Is he
guy, man.
really?
He's my all-time hero. He
The
got
chess
fucking
champion.
crazy at the end. Yeah. Which is an opinion.
I
But there's Einstein, all these fucking people, man.
I mean, I don't think that
The
quote
world would be
unquote.
totally different without Jews, in a good way. You don't have Jews going around Jew terrorists. It's all good.
Yeah, but you said you promote violence to get things done,
I do.
and then the Jewish people, you say they're just kind of there. They don't promote violence. They're not terrorists.
Well, no, but violence is war, and I'm thankful that Jews, which tend to favor liberalism, that
Mhm.
somewhere along the way they got woke and knew that it's time for some big bombs and flamethrowers, or they weren't going to be around. Once again,
Right.
that high IQ, even though they'd rather not do that, was a plan B.
Mhm.
They upped it up.
I mean,
It's amazing. Next time you're in Barnes and Noble or something, Steven Spielberg, exactly. Go into Barnes and Noble. Just look at. I brought that up to them the other day. I'm kind of chummy with an older lady at the one in Athens, and I went in there, and it's like, how come there? You got fucking 30,000. Well, I know why. They gave Barnes and Noble managers autonomy about 3 years ago when they were kind of struggling, that they could run their locations what fit to the neighborhood. If you're in a college university, it's different than you'd be in another place. So you can stock your books wherever you want to, which is a little surprising to me because, colleges tend to be liberal. And they got, 25,000 Christian books from A to Z. And they got 20 on Judaism and 3 on Islam. Is that representative of the public at all? Well, it might be. But I pinned her down on it. It's like, hey, and not only that, the Jewish publications, other than books that just came out, like Robert Sapolsky on free will, they were ancient. I mean, what's going on here, man? She said she was going to check into it. So check into it. You're running the fucking store. I'm a ball buster, man. I'm not trying to win a popularity contest. Who's ordering this shit? The janitor?
Bopak, you should come on the panel. I miss
Yeah, come on up.
Bopak.
Yeah, come on, man. Put the
Yeah.
cartoons. You
No.
don't need to show your face.
Yeah, I want to see his imagery. I used to love.
Yeah, I
when he
love that,
would
man. What happened
show
there, man? I don't know.
random stuff.
He went south about 6 months ago. He doesn't do that stuff anymore. Yeah, Jews. Yeah, you bet. Yeah, you're right. Oh, look at that. Oh, over there. Yeah, I'm telling you. But really, go back and look. There's a huge thick book. I'm going to order it offline, but they were fucking with the Jews worldwide way before Hitler. They've had a tough time, man.
I think isn't New York or New York's one of the biggest Jewish population states, I think.
Yep. I think
It's
it
one
is.
of them.
They're everywhere.
I mean, yeah, they're everywhere, but I mean, I think New York.
But yeah, New York definitely is
one of the
right. Yep.
biggest. Yeah.
How about over there in Canada, Mark? You have any Jews over there?
Oh yeah, lots.
Yeah. Really? You got any good Jew delis?
Yeah, definitely. Bathurst and downtown Toronto, Bathurst and Eglinton, lots of them.
I mean, it goes all the way from the best chess player ever to Einstein to all the way to making a fucking kick-ass pastrami sandwich. They're good at everything they do. Jewelry, junk, refuge, property, writing, colleges. They really do.
And I heard they own McDonald's. Well,
They,
not
they did.
necessarily.
They did actually. The fucking Jew that lived down near me in Florida, Richard. What was his name? Anyway, he owned like the biggest private bird breeding facility in Florida. He was a Jew that actually ended up owning 120 McDonald's franchises. Richard, what was his name? If you look it up, Bird Breeders, Loxahatchee, Florida. Schubot. And my sister owned McDonald's at the same time. And he was butting heads with McDonald's. He finally sued them one time so he could do his own regional advertising. And of course, you know, all his stores did better than the ones that they ran. And, you know, just Jew success. I mean, he was better than what they were, even though in my sister told me one time she was at like a world conference. They had that every year. You know, they have one in the world somewhere. And the McDonald's exec told her that, you know, we're never going to let some Jew have 120 locations. He's too powerful. He didn't make things worse. He made them better. Richard Schubot, Shubot.
I think as far as like talking about privilege, you know, and stuff, I think having, you know, coming from a background of money gives
Yeah, but they
a
earned it.
person more advantage. I'm not saying
Yeah,
that
they
they're
earned it. But you know, education's part of their culture. You know, when the Jew goes over to the Catholic's house, he sees toys and shit all over the place. And he asks the Catholic kid, "Where are your books?" There aren't any. There's toys and bullshit.
It's true.
There's something to it. And you know, over here you got to beat it into certain kids to like get good grades and be studious and be disciplined. You had that Jew mother just give you that look. No high voices, threats, taking away your Twinkies and your lunchbox, none of that shit. Just looks at you kind of when you got that B on your fucking report card, but you're still in line to be the valedictorian.
That inner guilt.
That will not happen again.
well, I mean, I'm not sure if that actually happens or not, but
It does happen.
if it does, also putting a lot of pressure like that
It's not. It's weird pressure though. I'd call
Yeah,
it pressure from the Christians. I'd call it that's the way it fucking is with the Jews. It's like breathing.
Hmm.
Watch those interviews. I mean, even if you don't like chest, watch the 21 or 23-minute interview with Bobby Fischer and Dick Cavett. He just like is so like my like hero of Jews.
Wow.
I
This guy is
think
so
you
like
have like
off,
I think you
so
have a
far
crush
ahead
on
of
Jewish
everybody.
people.
What's that?
I think you have a crush on Jewish
I do,
people.
man. I tried like getting Jewish girlfriends, but you know, they must have saw my fucking tax return. I tried it a couple times, but it was just like way off the charts. Like this Liz Lieber. She's on YouTube and TikTok both. Liz Lieber. Lieber. She sings like a lot of Karen Carpenter songs. And that is my perfect example of the Jewish women that I ran into. I tried, goddammit. But it was like that was like winning the Mega Millions. You know, I'd be like flunking every single fucking category.
Well, I think it also might be that the Jewish community is a lot closer too. It's smaller and
Yeah,
closer.
they gotta be. They gotta be.
And they have money. So
Yeah, but they earned it.
I'm not saying that
No,
they
but
don't
they
earn
earned it through like smart ways. Like it wasn't from like cutting, you know, whole neighborhoods' lawns for $5 off. It was like at the top of the fucking heap. But Frisky talked about anti-Semitism. Go into a Barnes and Noble and look through stuff about the persecution of Jews. It's really there's all sorts of reasons. Crazy. None of it. Henry Ford was a big Jew hater. So was Thomas Edison. It was Father Coughlin, Shrine of the Little Flower, Royal Oak, Michigan, broadcasted in 46 states. And all that cocksucker did was talk about how bad Jews were. Shrine of the Little Flower.
Everyone has an opinion on something, right? And believes something. I mean,
I think that they were just, killing them everywhere, and they didn't believe in their, now it's like the Jesus thing, and the Messiah and coming and all that kind of stuff. But I think a lot of it had to do with just, fucking Hitler. His big beef on the Jews was he had a teacher fucking with him that didn't get him promoted to another specialty class, and he blamed a Jewish doctor for his mother dying of cancer. But he's a fucking wacko. And it's a lot of it had to do with his homeland and dealing with these Arabs and who was there first. And I mean, they got fucked both ways by where they were, where they didn't want them. And then it's still going. I mean, it never got put to rest. That's why, I mean, nobody had it harder than them to get where they are today. And they still got massive problems. Look up Zionism too. Want to protect and have and flourish the state of Israel. These fucking Jews stick together, and look at their determination in tracking down these goddamn Nazi war criminals.
Wasn't Hitler from he wasn't from Germany. He was from
Austria.
Austria, right?
Yeah, yep. Real motherfucker.
Oh yeah. I seen some of his work when I was in Europe. I've been to Auschwitz.
You know what? One of the main things that I found out about, there's obviously a lot of differences between the Jewish culture and the Christian culture, but when I was reading up on it, I ran into some articles talking about one of the differences is in the Jewish culture, the woman is more dominant and prominent than where in the Christian culture, it's the man who's the leader, who's the man's the leader in the Christian community, whereas in the Jewish, it's more the woman, even though it's supposed to kind of be both. But like,
and these Christian girls are like women, this is generalizing, okay, but just
right,
like
we're just
around,
generalizing.
they're looking for like good looks and big dicks and country club memberships, and the Jews are like the future. One big thing that I believe in 100%, the Christians in general, I know there are exceptions, Christians will run into some money, get their first good job, and go out and buy a brand new Corvette. The Jew is really into delayed gratification. When he buys his Corvette, he's going to be 53, and he's going to buy it with about 4% of the interest he made off his investments. Nothing comes out of the principal. Does this sound believable to you, Mark?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Yep.
That's how
definitely
it is.
Right. Yeah, that's how it is. Yep. It's really interesting. And I've just seen it like time and time again.
They know how to manage the money, that's for sure.
Yeah. And even like during the porn days, were the Jews in porn? A couple. But did they make porn? Lots. That's where the money was.
Mayor Lansky was a big pornographer, wasn't he?
Who?
Mayor Meyer Lansky. Mayor Meyer Lasky, the Jewish gay mobster.
I don't know much about him. Probably.
Oh. He was like the main money man for the mob.
For a Jewish mob?
For the Italian mob.
Oh, that's possible. I don't know about that. Yeah,
One of the only Jews that the Italian mob gave such high standards to. Meyer Lasky, his name was.
I'll have to check that out.
He helped finance the beginning of Las Vegas with Bugsy Siegel.
Oh, another Jew.
Yeah.
That's all Jews running those places out there. Wynn, all those guys.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's probably true. Huh.
Look him up, Meyer Lasky.
Meyer Lasky. Huh. But you don't have any like good Jewish delis close to you, do you?
Not where I am now. Not that I've discovered yet.
Yeah. In Toronto, they do?
Oh, lots. The whole sections of Toronto is Jewish.
So you noticed when you went in there the kind of food you got?
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, definitely is right. Yep. Boca Raton, Florida's like that. There's only one place in Hilton Head. Ruby's. Real bitchy Jew. They could make like a sitcom like Cheers there. I wish they would.
Oh,
People
yeah.
like bring up, bitchy customers nowadays. You know how it is. He tells them to get the fuck out of there. He's got his 2 sons there. I've always wanted to say to him, how come these kids aren't in Princeton and Yale? What the fuck? They're making like corned beef sandwiches. He'd fucking probably kill me. And of course,
Why
it's
aren't
busy
they, I
and packed.
wonder?
It's busy, packed, and fantastic.
Yeah. There's nothing like a good Jewish soup. The
Matzo ball?
yeah,
Yeah, I know.
love that stuff.
Oh, I like
Everything.
that.
It's good. You gotta have some good Jewish delis near you, Michelle, don't you? Rochester's
Well,
got to be jammed with Jews.
I'll be honest. Well, there's actually like a town um where most of the Jewish population is out here. But I don't know about Jewish delis. I mean, I never really like looked up the delis that I went to. They seemed like they were more Italian delis
Yeah,
out
they're not as
here.
good. Well, Frisky talks about juniors. I never heard of that, West LA. Yeah, I know LA's got tons of Jews. Of course, records, movies.
We're talking about Jews. Is it okay? Is it like the correct
It is. It is. People I
Jews?
had people
Okay.
correct me on that, but there's nothing wrong with it.
I just feel weird saying Jews.
No, I
don't
know.
I guess whatever.
The
It's not
only
like
thing you'll get in trouble for is saying you got Jude. Does that ring a
Yeah.
bell, Mark?
Don't Jew me.
Yeah. But these schools have pretty much stamped that out. I don't hear it anymore from any younger people. Got Jude. I mean, I was saying
what
that
does
for
that
20
mean?
years.
So,
And I didn't.
so what does that
You
mean?
got
Like when
fucked. They bought low and you paid high.
oh,
You
okay.
got Jude.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Oh shit. I dealt with them in like antiques and paper and stuff like that, and it wasn't like that really. I mean, marbles too. Jews. Elliot Pincus, the blocks. They're all Jews.
Don't Jew me. I've never said
No, of
that.
course the Jews even were into that. Controlled the whole like high-end antique marble business.
Wow, really? The marbles too, eh?
Yeah, fuck yeah. Wrote the books and of course had museums and determined what stuff was worth. Just total Jew.
I didn't know marbles could be so valuable.
Yeah, isn't that something?
I
just had
find
a
them
Jew send me-
fascinating. Like I
I just
love
had a
marbles.
Jew-
I think they're pretty.
Yeah, I know everything about them. I just had a Jew from Detroit send me pictures 2 weeks ago. Wanted to know if his marbles were worth anything. And they were not. 99.9% of marbles are not.
You know what? I've personally never known a Jewish person.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Like, person like know him, not just like some, oh, hey, I know who that guy is, or, whatever. But like, I've
Mhm.
never had.
Yeah, you're right about that, Frisky. Indians. They'll fuck you in a heartbeat. I'm going to hang my hat on that one, too. But a Jew is not fucking you. He knows what he has. He knows what it's worth, and that's what you're paying for it. It's not like an Indian will fuck you. He'll fuck you from A to Z.
Oh, jeez, here we go.
Yeah, he will. I mean, I know there are exceptions, but I'm going with it.
Okay.
Super 8 owners, those guys. They're a big faction now in voting in the elections. I mean, it's not just Holiday Inn now in Hilton anymore. These Indians are like big time in like, the secondary non or budget hotel. And the politicians are kissing their fucking asses. These motherfuckers are like there's one that owns the BP. I do a lot of shit for the girl that works for him. And I've told him that it's like, no, man, and this ain't fucking happening. I'm going to go with the odds. If 95% of the time you got fucked and you just had a litany of examples of Indians in that business. I mean, the Indians are, they're in the cardiology and all this bullshit. I mean, they're not all like that, but the ones that are at the gas stations, the Super 8 shit like that. Yeah, I'm just going to fucking go with they'll fuck you in a heartbeat. I'm sure I'm going to be wrong here and there, but by and large, I'll be safe. They lie and talk like your friend. I told that motherfucker one day, man, knock this bullshit off. You don't even hardly know me. And I told the girl that I liked there, I will never trust this motherfucker. Just tell me and quit now. just in my experience.
Hmm.
Kids going to private schools, they own like 9 gas stations. Yeah. He'll sink the biggest dick in you've ever had. And in a sneaky like way. You know, like if he was your roommate, you know, your peanut butter be gone. And he'd say he didn't know what happened to it. You know, that's just a little example. Yeah, I can't do it on here. I have to do it on YouTube, and this is StreamYard. Yeah, some of these wrenches have been disappearing lately. You got that problem over there with those Indians, Mark?
Well, I
They've
hate to
had to put a good fucking deal over the years in one of those construction deals.
Well, no, actually, never had a problem or bad dealings with Indians over the years. Um, Nothing, but I've, they were the Indians that we hung out with on the Indian Reserve.
I'm talking, no, not those Indians. I'm talking about the Pakistani.
Oh, those Indians.
Yeah. Now, how
Oh,
about
yeah.
now?
You know what?
Yeah, I
They're
do know
the
what.
worst.
Thank
They
you.
are the
Yeah, I knew you had to be fucking either drinking or talking about the wrong Indians.
Yeah, no, they are the cheapest, and they will always screw you if they can.
Yeah, thank you. They're even doing it in other countries.
And
You
they're
hear that,
so
Michelle?
they'll skin you right down to the last dime. They'll try.
Amen. Fuck yeah. Mark gets it.
I
Good
hate
job,
to be
bud.
like that, but it's true.
Yeah. Hear that, Michelle?
Yeah.
They'll fucking add like prices onto your cigarettes and everything. Act like it's a big surprise. Yeah, you're right, Mark. And then they'll call you your friend and stuff.
Jeez.
Yeah, fuck them.
Klaus just asked what bubble did I live in? For what? I don't know what he's pertaining to.
You probably can't figure out why you haven't met any Jews.
I've met Jews,
No, that you're
but not
friends
like
with.
right. No, you're absolutely right. I've never
Look
had
at
a
John
Jew
Boy, same
friend.
thing. He's getting fucked by the Indians in Great Britain. Look at Infolove. They're all con artists. But like, the other Indians, like the ones that are in medical and shit like that. But I'm talking about the ones at the gas station, budget hotel level. Look at Klaus. Same shit. Believe this shit when I tell you. It wasn't true. Netherlands. What do you think of this, Michelle? Hey, Chris. Does this disappoint you?
I don't know.
Are you
I have to
surprised?
feel it over. I mean, there's a lot of scams going, like there's a lot of like actually it was funny. I wish I would have recorded this, but so my husband and I we were putting a desk together or something, and he got a phone call from, potential spam, whatever.
Oh yeah, it's always Indians.
And they were Indian, right? So he was like egging on this guy, like, "Oh, yeah, I'll give you my social security number. You seem like a really trustworthy, respectful person." Just totally like egging this guy on, right? So he started getting irritated because like my husband was just like, we were just playing a game. We were like giggling. It was just hilarious. And he had an old credit card number from years ago that was gone and everything else. He's like, "Yeah, I'll give you my credit card number," and like this and that. So then another one called. Well, he's on the phone with the first one. And then he merges the calls and they started talking to each other till they realized like what was going on there. It was hilarious. It was hilarious. We laughed for like hours after that. You should have seen it. They were both going at it with each other, not even knowing at first. Yeah, you get those all the time.
All the time.
All the time.
I tell you to suck my big American cock.
I mean, really, like if someone calls you and asks you for your social security number, like no one's gonna call you and ask you for your social security
They do it
number.
with viruses too. Browser hijack viruses. Like you'll be looking on a porn site and all of a sudden it says your computer has been affected, all this shit. That's Indians too.
Oh,
I
Chris
tell
can come
him
on.
proudly.
Chris, come on the panel, Chris.
Yeah, come on up, Chris. What's going on, man? Did you gain a lot of weight? You got a teenage acne? What's going on? You don't come up anymore. You don't have to show your face. Yeah,
Chris
no,
likes to
Chris,
show
he's
his
got it
face.
right too. They give you American. This guy sounds like they just jerked him out of fucking Bangladesh, and he says his name's Steven. I tell him to take a bath.
You
and
know
to
those
suck my big
telephone
American cock.
those telephone fuckers that come on
Yeah.
the telephone and try and scam you out of. They
Yeah.
tell you, oh yeah, we're from the IRS or
Yeah.
Internal Revenue or
Yeah.
whatever, and we're wondering how many bank accounts you have, or they
Yeah.
have all
Yeah.
kinds of scams.
Yep.
I like to take up as much of their time
Yeah,
as
me too.
possible and drive them as cuckoo as I can. Like I'll ask the stupidest questions. I'll play along a little bit, and then I'll take back a little bit. Play along a little bit.
I know
take
every
back.
dirty Indian word there is. Mother chode, banchode, bahan kahalori. Fuck them. Yeah, it's true. I hate to be that way, but I'm going to go with it. You know, there's people out there, they're so worried about like being a person like me that they're going to take it in the ass rather than admit the truth. Not me. I'm fucking going for it. Just like
Yeah.
Michelle. People try and get like aggressive. She just fucking takes them out.
I'm going to be
Not a
more like
perfect
Michelle
science.
now.
What's that?
I'm going to be more like Michelle.
Well,
I'm not going to let anybody push me around. Going to speak up for myself and punch them in the noggin if I have to.
yeah, be careful now. Don't get in trouble. Michelle is so far, as much as I know, she seems to like get out of it.
Oh.
But if you look at Michelle, she just doesn't look like someone that'd knock your fucking 2 front teeth out.
No. But she will.
She will.
Everyone has a right to defend themselves. That's all I have to say. You have a right
There you go.
you have a right to own guns for a reason. You have a right to, you have that right. You have a
No,
right
I
to
know
take people
this.
to court. You have a right to, sue or do if you feel that's a way of fighting too. I mean, like I don't go around like, causing any problems.
No, I'm
You
not.
know.
Nobody's saying
Cancel-
that. The
Oh.
point here is, you listening?
I'm listening.
You don't look like someone that would knock a man's front teeth out.
What would someone look like that does that?
Like roller derby, white trash, overweight, unkept, foul mouth, driving on all 4 of the little tires, like for the spare instead of the real ones.
Do you remember the girl you interviewed? I think she was Sherry's sister.
No way.
She was a heavier set sort of girl.
Oh no,
She was-
yeah, she died recently.
Oh, really?
Yeah, in a hotel. Yeah, here he
Oh,
is.
so you hear that.
Here's the fucking walking encyclopedia. Starting to look like the Unabomber.
Hey, I like it. I like it.
I'm a
Looks good,
Ted
Bill Cosby.
Kaczynski fan.
Yeah. Well, you represent him well. I thought he was dead. Look.
Yeah, wow. He walked.
Yeah.
I
The
forgot
Earth.
I could do this on my phone.
Oh yeah, it worked out good. You taking that walk, big long walk?
Yep.
With the kid driving you nuts?
Now they're finally asleep is why I can do
Oh,
this.
Okay.
Nice. And what do you carouse the neighborhood looking for to save the day?
Yeah, I
Here I
always look
come
for
to save
strange
the
bird
day.
effects.
Well, congratulations, by the way.
Thank you.
Yeah, yeah, congratulations. Yeah, me too. Yeah. I can't remember her name, that girl. If you watch the video, heavy set girl, she acted like she'd fuck everybody up that hurt the prostitutes.
I thought she said for sure she was Sherry's sister.
No, she just died in a hotel room.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's too bad.
Yeah, that's sad.
You don't worry about all these kooks out there now, Bopak?
You got to be on your toes a little bit.
I used to
That's
do
not
what
that
Bill
bad.
Walk does. I used to walk the neighborhood at night after midnight.
You can walk around my neighborhood fine. You don't have any worries.
Well, you can't in Chicago anymore.
No.
Really?
Well, what's gunpowder going for now, Chris?
Say that again.
What's gunpowder going for now? Blast machine.
I don't know, but you definitely can buy it. I've been meaning to get a reloading bench because ammunition is getting more expensive.
Yeah, see, I don't have any interest in guns at all. I don't give a fuck about them.
I've always had an interest in guns. I never pursued it though, like shooting ranges and stuff. Like
Yeah,
I
it
was
doesn't interest me. I don't give a fuck about them.
I've
I
done
got some
archery.
kick-ass bear spray though. Scored 75 yards.
Wow.
Oh
I've done
man,
archery
I just
before.
saw a video of a woman who sprayed a black bear outside her house. I
You know,
think
it
it was
works.
in like Colorado. Yeah, but the bear ran away down to her like she like was beside a lake and had a bunch of like kayaks,
Yeah.
and the bear just started like rampaging and destroying all of her kayaks.
Oh, I believe it. You got to get the good shit though. Some of these places, like these liberal Californian motherfuckers, it's illegal to get shipped there. That fucking figures. So every
Yeah.
dirtbag can rob you.
Hi, Tom. Hi, Mark.
How's it going?
Hey, I like
Hey, Chris.
I like your place. It's turning out really nice. Can't believe how nice it's looking.
Well, thank you. I
Up
think
the
you might be
grill.
talking about the Indian Liz, Lucid.
Oh, maybe. Yeah. That rings a bell.
Did you mail that?
No, but she said the crack pipe. It's Monday. I'm mailing it.
Oh,
Quit asking me that. Quit asking me that over and over. You don't think I know how to mail a fucking check? Put a fucking stamp. You write the check and you put it in the goddamn mailbox. And no, because it's the weekend. I'm gonna mail it tomorrow. Burn a pistol. Yeah, I looked at those fucking things. Fuck a burn a pistol. I'd rather have bear spray. We got one here. Plus they're giant, you know. Yeah, I think they shoot just pepper balls. I didn't know you could put ball bearings in them. Fuck a burner, man. If I was gonna that bear spray, I got the good one. If you guys are interested, I'll put it on my next live. It's a good one. It's the one that, like, you know, this would be like an elephant pissed on you. I mean,
The
you
park
could-
rangers, I think,
if you said a guy was going to rob me, I go out at night and you could blindfold me, and I'll still fuck his ass up this bear spray. I couldn't do that with the gun. No, it's great. Squirts like forever. A big, thick stream.
Yeah.
And it's the real good shit.
Park rangers, they'll go in like teams of two,
Yeah.
and one of them will have like beanbag rounds or rubber bullets in a 12 gauge, and then the backup is a guy with like a AR-15 in
No, yeah,
case
right,
it doesn't
yeah.
work.
That's the same with the guys that shoot big game with a bow and arrow. Some guys there with a fucking bazooka in case he misses. Yeah, I think anybody know a girl? I'm pretty sure they're talking about the girl. I may have them mixed up. This girl was dark-haired, yeah, kind of heavy set, talked tough. She protected the girls.
Yeah,
wasn't
I
Melissa's-
think she drank too. She wasn't.
Yeah, she drank, big drinker. She was there the day the guy stole the money out of the thing, the girl's purse. Remember the guy took the money, $10 I gave her?
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Yeah, she just died.
She was there that day. Yeah, they were all going through the boxes.
Yeah, they found her dead in a hotel room.
Oh,
Oh
man.
shit!
You use your smokers a lot?
I do.
Your grills, what do you call those big grills? What are those
Smokers,
called?
yeah. Smoker, I do, yeah.
Use them a lot, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a pretty heavy duty smoker you have.
Yeah,
Mine's
it's
different.
it's an okay one that I customized.
Oh, okay.
It's not a great one.
Better than mine. Mine's a box.
Amber, you're right, Frisky. Yeah. No,
It still does the job.
different
though.
girl. What?
Yeah.
It still does the job, though, Tom.
Fuck yeah, it does the job. But this last batch I did, I'm doing them different now. 2 hours in the smoker, and then they're going in the oven. And wrapped,
That pork
wrapped,
looked
wrapped and
amazing.
injected. Wrapped and injected. Fucking, I did them for Marty's mom. She said it's the best meat she ever had. I can tell, believe it or not. I've done enough of this now. Right, not a real sister. Thank you. That's right. That's exactly right. When I grab that meat or stab it with a fork to take it out of the thing, I can tell them whether it's going to be worth a fuck or not. I got this shit down now. I inject the meat, wrap it, moisture, slow cook in an oven. That took 8 hours to do that shit. And I read today, and I didn't know this, the smoke ring, which doesn't mean a fucking thing, but it looks cool. They tell you to disregard that in national competitions now. That's done happening at 140 degrees. That all occurs at before 140 and up to 140. So I'm the crucial time in smoking anything is 160 to 180. Not fish or chicken, but pork or beef. That's where you get the melting of the collagen. You want to string that out as long as you can. You don't want to blow through 160 to 180. So I'm only at 150 when I'm pulling the meat from the smoker. And really, I'm not babysitting it like I did when I gave a fuck and I didn't know as much. Now I smoke it up to about 2 hours. Smoke taste isn't going to get any better. I put it at 225 in an oven. Come back 8 or 9 hours later. Perfect. Wrapped, injected, and 2 metal things of water on top of that in the oven. It just falls apart.
Pork neck bones. You ever had those?
Nah, that's like black food. I would eat
I
one.
like a neck bone.
That's what
That's farm food.
That's what Debbie's making. With
Grandparents
potatoes and carrots.
Hey, Beth, how you doing?
Oh,
So it
wait,
was
Debbie's not
Melissa's
cooking, is she?
Yes, she is.
You had those the other night.
Yeah, we're having them again. They're really good.
What, are you going to cook them forever?
No, 5 hours, 5 o'clock, they fall off the bones.
So Lucid Dream Walking was saying she has it right. It was Melissa's sister.
You'd be a blessing, man.
No,
Just trying not that.
You want a
Oh,
beer?
okay, maybe true.
Could you give me
Yeah.
a Phantom, man?
She's doing better. She got hit by a car with her dad now. But at least she's alive.
Got a crock pot.
Melissa or Melissa's sister?
Melissa, that wasn't really a sister. It was just talking shit.
Oh, okay. But that's the one that's dead now. The one we're thinking of the same one.
Yeah, yep. About 40% of those girls are dead.
Wow.
Was Sherry? Was she young? Was she young?
Who?
Sherry, was she? She said someone passed away.
No, she was probably 28, 29. I mean, some of those girls were young, 21, 22. Yeah, Street Sisters, that's what it was, yeah. But Sherry is still alive. That's the one that just got married.
Wow. I'm not
Yeah.
surprised.
Amazing, she's alive. Okay, how you doing? Jessica, that's exactly right. It was Jessica. Thank you.
Ah,
Yep. She died. Yep.
wow.
Too bad.
Yeah.
And somebody Sherry said the other night. It seems that Sherry didn't exactly. I don't know. I really don't know. The one Jamie died. The one that had the baby still alive. Yeah. Yeah, that's. I mean, it's a high mortality rate. Well, I'll tell you. I mean, Maddie's looking a little bit better.
That's good to hear.
She was definitely like, she's got a,
This
I
one.
don't know.
Now she's dancing and stuff in her lives. Yeah, the
Really?
younger, she's still around. Yep.
Good.
Oh, good night, Kim. What is that K89? What's that sign that C plus with purple? What? That's a country flag, isn't it?
Oh, that's KFC 89.
What's that mean?
Kentucky Fried Chicken? I don't know.
All right.
I know KFC 89 though.
Bucketheads.
Thank you.
Buckethead fan?
No, she's actually good people, I think.
Yeah, he's lucky to be able to, like, around here, man, there's no place even close to me this late to get anything to
There
eat
you go,
or
sir.
anything. Oh, it's a moon. Oh, okay. All right.
Matthew Perry died. Sunday from
Yeah, I know.
Matthew.
They told Buckethead he couldn't wear the KFC thing on his head anymore. You know who Bucket is? Head is Michelle,
No.
guitar player.
It's pretty cool.
Buckethead, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, thank you, Lucy. Have a wraparound? No, I'm just leaving it. No, leaving it just like the front and then part of the back. Yeah. Buckethead. He's a good guitar player. He wore a KFC bucket on his head for a long time, so they told him to quit doing it.
He didn't want the fame, I guess.
Has my mic been off this whole time?
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah, I think I accidentally hit the mute button.
How far are you walked away from your house now?
About a mile.
Oh, that's not bad. How's your weather out there?
Oh, it's nice. It's like perfect fall weather.
Yeah, same
Like
here. It's 62.
54 degrees, I think.
Yeah, it's 62 here now. Buckethead.
Yeah, I like Buckethead. What's the good song?
Yeah,
like
I know him.
Jordan. Jordan?
Yeah, he's a total douchebag.
Is
Chosen
he?
One Girls. No, he used to ask me about Chosen One Girls. Yeah, actually, I
Oh,
know the
yeah,
guy.
yeah.
That was his fiance that he uses as his avatar that was run over by a car.
Oh, jeez.
He's a total dirtbag. He's like 55, acting like he's 16. I think he's retarded.
Arrested Development,
Yeah,
I
for sure.
guess.
Yeah.
Chris is like, he's like, yeah, I got to get out of the house to talk to you guys. I get it. I get it. He's like,
You still hanging out in the basement?
Oh, yeah. Both home office, workshop, and like Fortress of Solitude.
Yeah, I heard they got snow out in Denver. Good for you. I like a good snowstorm. Michelle, you had to get some real killer snowstorms when you were growing up, didn't you?
There was actually, it was called an ice storm. I believe it was in 1989. I was
Yeah.
That's right, 89. We got
And,
involved too.
Let's eat it with the meal, dear.
It was bad. Everybody, like almost everybody lost power, and there was just ice, like this thick, like it was bad. And we usually have
Oh.
enough to like handle it. You know, we have enough trucks and salt and everything, but it was just for about a week or so. A lot of people were struggling.
You got to be kidding me, Dave. You're getting snow for Halloween?
Wow.
That's Indiana.
Chris, try some carrot.
Yes, 40 and freezing rain here.
No shit.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm going to have a guy go by my condo and turn the heat on.
It's not so bad where your condo is, Tom. 'Cause
Yeah, but
it's only-
Dave's way south of me, and he said they're getting snow.
I know, but I'm just east of you, and we're warm. We're like +9 Celsius right now,
Oh, okay.
plus 10 Celsius. We're way above zero.
More shooting.
It's
Yeah,
supposed to be a cold winter, though.
Yeah, they say that, but I'll believe it when I see it. You're not reading that bullshit out of the Farmer's Almanac, are you?
Hell no. I don't believe anybody who tries to predict the weather.
Yeah, right. They say, I was just reading a thing the other day that said best you can predict it is 2 weeks, and even that's sketchy.
Yep, exactly. And that's like why I find people being like, in 50 years, the world is going to end because of the weather. It's like, okay.
I do think the water's going to rise and cause problems
Yeah.
like Maldives in Florida.
You know what's really a big problem that I was reading about? You know about like the like acidification of the oceans?
Yeah.
That's like gonna kill all the life in the dang
Yeah, it's
ocean.
killing the coral already.
Yeah.
And you know,
That's
like
really messed up.
if you get like a 0.5 degree Fahrenheit increase in like the Gulf Stream, it starts fucking up shit.
Yeah. Oh, we got some fun times going on over here, I guess.
It reminds me of that Police Channel where they follow around the cops.
Yeah.
This is awesome. We're getting like the live action real deal.
Get up there and tell them you're a sovereign citizen.
Oh my God.
What's going on?
The videos of people trying to
I
pull
know,
that sovereign
I know.
citizen stuff
Yeah,
is
I know.
so funny. I can't believe it.
No, it's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, I get like this huge fascination about like people who like they like just like literally do not know how to interact
No.
with law enforcement.
Troublemakers.
They
I
think
do
that they
find
can
that-
order them around and somehow that's gonna work.
Yeah. For some reason, I do like watching the cops on their off-duty days get drunk driving tickets.
Yeah, it does go both ways.
Yeah. You know, they try and get out of it and flip their badge and stuff. They're on that drunk driving shit every markets. Are they on that drunk driving in Canada big time?
Like ugly on an ape.
Yep. There you go.
You don't do it. It's just
Yeah.
not done anymore.
Yeah.
They
You guys
told
Do
us
they
can't
what
have
to
radar.
do field sobriety tests, breathalyzer, that kind of thing?
You can't
everything.
have radar detectors either in your car.
Well, you know what? With modern day GPSs, where
Yeah, I know.
they're
They
all
tell you
built
about
right in.
Waze or whatever it is. It warns you. Google.
Yeah, but somebody has to like put a little like pin on the map in order for it to work.
No, somebody has to see it before you
Yeah.
drive by them. Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
But if you're like in a place like Busy, you're probably good. If you're in a rural place like where I lived in northern Michigan, I wouldn't trust it because he just sat up and you're the first guy going by him.
Yeah, I mean, if you're familiar with the area, you usually can like spot the places where they like post up
Yeah.
to set up speed traps and all that.
Hey, Bopak, what would you say comes to mind most on how having a baby is the experience of it all?
I was gonna say poop, but I feel like that's a not too obvious an answer. But I don't know. It's actually been slightly easier than I thought it would be.
Yeah,
I
did
don't
you?
know.
Were
I have
guys
no
planning
free
on-
time
Were you
though.
guys planning on a baby?
Yeah, for like I don't know, like a year or so.
Oh, okay, good.
Will there be another one?
I don't know. I wouldn't mind one, but I haven't tried to broach that subject yet.
Michelle, you got any advice? You got any advice for Chris in raising a baby?
Just try to help out the mom when you can, especially when they're babies. After being in labor and having a baby, it takes a while for your body to like in your hormones and everything just to go back
Yeah,
to normal.
postpartum is a crazy thing.
It's
No,
real. It's real.
it is
I
real.
know it's way realer than I ever could have imagined. Let's say that.
But the good news is, right? So just like help her when she needs it, but like it goes away. Like
Yeah,
all of that, like
exactly.
your body goes back to, but it takes about 6 months to a year. Usually.
I found it fascinating. I was like reading about people who like got like postpartum like straight up psychosis,
hmm
and they would do like crazy stuff, like potentially like kill their baby because they're like, you know, like crazy, like psychotic, you know, like intrusive thoughts.
Yeah, no, they
Jump
killed
in front of
killed
subways.
babies and stuff. Yeah, I know a lady that was an attorney I knew that, you know, said she was close to drowning her twins.
Yeah. I don't
mean,
have any problem with like a screaming baby, so it doesn't really like bother me.
like definitely, like I definitely, at least within my situation, when my son was a baby and everything, I wish I would have had more help, but I mean, I pushed through it, but it definitely for like the first, 6 months to a year, like the woman's body's like so screwed up from having a baby. Like, you know what I mean? She's gonna
I
go
do
through
know what you mean. And to be honest, to answer your question, thinking about it, the hardest part has honestly been like trying to maintain a healthy relationship. Like with
Really?
all of that postpartum like
Yeah.
stuff going on, you know.
Yeah.
It's hard. It's difficult. It's not for the
You know,
weak. You
you know
know.
they have one pill now for postpartum for severe cases. It's one pill now.
Oh man. You know the movie Airplane?
Yeah.
When she went to the hospital, I immediately thought of the scene where he's like, I picked the wrong week to quit drinking.
Yeah. No, right. Yep. It's true.
Well, what you
Anyway,
You're right.
I gotta go here, but
All right, good.
good to
Thanks for
talk to you
coming
guys.
on. Thanks for
Yeah,
coming
no
on.
problem.
Michelle,
Later, Bobuck.
you had your baby young. Do you think that, like, some women, like, they you don't really notice much of a difference? They had a kid, and then others, it looks like they swallowed a grenade. Do you think that has to do with being the age you had your baby?
Nope.
You don't. Well, what would you attribute it to? Just genes?
Sure, we'll say jeans.
What the fuck else was it? You're acting like, the cat that ate swallowed the canary.
I don't know.
Yeah, you do. What the fuck is it?
I don't know. I'm not a doctor.
Would you think? Are you proud the way you weathered the storm?
I would say that I definitely didn't take the easy road in life. Whether I
What
should
about
be
your
proud of
body after you
that,
had the baby?
it took it took its toll. It took its toll to go back to normal. I mean,
It
like
did.
oh yeah, that's with every woman though. It doesn't matter how old. Any woman will tell you, like after having a baby, because your body is going back to your normal body again. Because when you're carrying a child and developing a child in you, everything kind of gets thrown off a little bit, in your
Yeah.
own system until and even after breastfeeding and everything. So it takes a while. I mean, it took 10 years for me to recover from my cesarean.
Really?
10 years.
Was that absolutely necessary?
It was, unfortunately. I was not happy. I went through 22 hours of labor for them to rush me off into another room to hurry up and cut me open. So,
But did they do a real fine line where it's hard to tell?
yeah, you can't tell. No,
Now,
They
I
did a
got a
good
buddy that's a doctor, and he's got his friend's a gynecologist, and he told me that you notice sometimes in women they have that little like protruding belly, and he said that's because they cut the muscle.
That also happened with me. Like it's nothing major. Like
Yeah.
it's not, but I'm pretty sure because plus mine was like an emergency cesarean too. So
Yeah.
like they must have I don't know. It took, like I said, it took about 10 years for me to feel no pain from the cesarean scar.
Really?
10 years.
Because I don't know. I would be surprised. Like they
It
just
wasn't
nick nerves.
It wasn't I don't know, it wasn't painful all the time. It wasn't like, because if it was painful all the time, I would have, gotten a lot of medical help, but, like, every now like, if I moved a certain way, like, I would feel that, like, pull
Really?
like a pull yeah, for 10 years, yeah, but
Wow.
I just was like, and luckily, it went away for good, so
10 years.
yep.
I know that, like on C-sections, like I've seen some women that it's like you can barely tell.
You can't tell. Oh, with mine, you can like they do a good job now. Like before, they used to cut you open
I know.
top to bottom.
Yeah.
I mean, you could tell, but it's not like. I mean, my body isn't like I said, I had a child, so I mean, it's not like.
Well, there's a huge variation though in women's bodies after they've had children.
Hi, Mark. How are you?
I
Hey,
mean,
Chris.
Okay.
I would say like. Yeah, I mean, but those are. I call them like my battle scar. Like I don't know. I always would just
Yeah.
say, it's not. it just is what it is. It's
Do you
not.
think there's women that can have? I'll tell you an example. It's a bad example, but you know that lady that had like the quads, the one that the nurse, Kate and eight. and
Oh
stuff?
yeah, yeah.
I mean, I thought she had a really pretty face, and she was on Oprah and showed her like stomach after she had those.
Oh, it was probably horrible.
It was, but
It-
somebody like saw her on that show and did a complete tummy tuck and everything, and actually, she looked really good in a bikini later on.
I thought about doing that, like
Yeah.
because I was so young too. I was like really
I
self-conscious.
thought young, like you skipped a lot of those problems.
Probably for most.
Okay.
How old were you when you had your kid, Michelle?
Well, I was 19 when I got pregnant, and I had him when I was 20.
Oh, okay.
19.
So I mean, I could have been younger. I do know women who had children younger, but I
like
thought
that
that
show
was
on TV, Teen and Pregnant.
Yeah.
right.
I mean, some of them, it's like, I mean, of course they had clothes on. They didn't look like they had babies like not too long ago. And I just wonder if that's directly tied to youth.
No, it's not. It's not. You think that's what you automatically think
Oh,
that
it's not.
the younger, like you think so. The only thing that I could think of with your logic
Mhm.
would be if recovery time afterwards. So I'm sure if I were to have a child now,
Mhm.
I bounced back. It took 6 months to a year for me to bounce back before at a younger age. I guarantee you it'll probably take longer if I were to have a child now. And I would probably be at a higher risk of having a child early, like
Please,
early term.
Wow.
Yeah.
Might need a little bit more time.
Well, maybe put it in a small red bullet.
Well, you got about another 5 years left before you start
Might need more time though.
going south. Yeah, the kids come out with 2 heads and shit.
Can you imagine, like, if something was like that? If I had a child, like I wouldn't know what to do. Like if I had a child and it was like that, something like that was going on, like two or three heads, some horns,
That's
a
what the
tail.
amniocentesis is for. But if you stuck to your Catholic roots, you'd have it no matter what.
That would probably be my next child. If I were to push it and to have a child would come out with a tail and horns.
Yeah, no. Yeah, I mean,
You guys want to take care of that? Who wants to be the
if
burden of
you
my
look at
next child, my
if
next
you
devil child?
if you look at data, look at Mark and I. We're both we're probably shooting blanks now.
I mean, there's people in their 70s that have babies.
Oh
No, they're
yeah,
not.
The-
Not
not the
female.
woman, not the female.
No, but they know now that old sperm's fucked up.
Well, Daryl Hannah, isn't it? Didn't she have
You're
get
telling me a 70-year-old woman can't
eggs?
get
No.
pregnant.
No.
How did
That thing
Daryl
used
Hannah
one
get
thing-
pregnant?
That organ's used for one thing at 70 to urinate with.
Oh.
Nobody's using it for anything.
What's the case with Neil Young and it's Daryl Hannah, isn't it? That Neil Young is with now?
How old is
Neil
she?
Young, 61.
Yeah, bullshit.
And they put
They're
eggs
taking
in.
his old sperm and God knows probably putting it in a blender, using a surrogate mother. She's
Did
not producing any fertile eggs.
Did you see
She's
what?
carrying
potential
though.
fertile eggs.
They put the eggs in her and she's carrying the
Is that
baby.
possible, Michelle?
I mean, anything's.
Bet she squirts fucking 14 ounces of KY jelly up there every morning. Poor
Lucid
baby getting blisters and scratched up.
Lucid came up with a good point here about see, her cesarean is still numb after 21 years. So I mean, I don't know.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, I believe it because, like I said, mine took 10 before I stopped having issues with mine because they're cutting through
I know.
a
That's
lot.
why you'll see women that are, had rocking bodies, but they have that little pooch after a C-section because that muscle's cut and there isn't enough sit-ups in the world to take that away.
Right. It's not the fact of the matter that the
Yeah,
woman
you
isn't
can't
taking
help
care of her body. It's that she just can't. Like it's just
Nerve damage. Yeah, Lucid. Yeah, I believe that.
But
Did you
I had
smoke-
But I
with
think
my
you sign off on that for a C-section.
smoke during your pregnancy?
what's that?
Did you smoke during your pregnancy?
Yes, I did.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Bad girl. There's two schools of thought on that.
Yeah.
I've read articles that say that they tell you not to quit.
Well, no, my doctor told okay, so I don't want to make her sound bad, but she told me smoking isn't good. You know, she made sure I knew smoking wasn't good, but she said if I was under too much stress and if quitting smoking made me that stressed out, she said being stressed out is worse on the baby and can put you into an earlier miscarriage than you having a few cigarettes every now and then. She said,
Yeah.
I'm not telling you to smoke.
I don't have
My-
anything to base that on, but I think that's possible. That
My
it's,
sister was smoking during her pregnancy. She
my
was
mom
a
smoked.
lot, but a little bit. You know.
Look what I got.
I mean,
Can
my
you drink
son-
beer? Can you drink beer when you're pregnant or no?
You're
You-
not supposed to.
you're
Oh,
not
well.
supposed to, but if you have like
I guarantee you, my parents were drinking. That probably
Right.
fucked up my brain.
oh, I'm sure mine had like one
Alcohol syndrome, fetal alcohol syndrome.
No, but that's excessive.
right, exact. You have a good point, Tom. So like if you have like one drink every now and then, it's not gonna deform your baby. I mean, that's just like with anything. Like they tell you don't eat tuna fish or don't eat this and that.
Yeah.
Well, guess what? I had a tuna fish sandwich once during my 9 months of pregnancy. I mean, I don't really think that that's going to cause.
Your baby could have come out in the delivery room and said, "Got a light?"
Yeah.
No, I guarantee you, my parents. Of course, my dad. He's the dad. But I guarantee you, my mom was smoking when I was born.
Well,
She
smoking.
smoked too, Lucid.
Well,
Well, it's nice to have people like we're getting the fucking truth now instead of this goddamn Walt Disney fucking theory on how to have a pregnancy.
I was
Well,
told.
I'm
I
not
can like
telling anybody to smoke and do drugs while you're pregnant, but there's a certain point where like they go excessive on like what you should eat, what you should stay away from. Like you're not supposed to eat this or drink this or sleep a certain way or
No sushi. I
they
believe
make-
that. Yeah, I
they
believe
make
that. No
you-
raw shellfish.
they make you so paranoid. You're already paranoid because you're like, I have a baby. I want this baby to be like the best baby it could be. And then you have all of these other people like, oh, were you around cat litter? Like,
Yeah.
don't, like, that's going to throw off everything and your kid's going to have, like, so I mean, just take care of yourself the best that you can. Try to, like, relax and not stress out as much as possible,
Yeah.
Go for walks, stay active. I think that's what helped me out the most. I stayed physically active throughout my pregnancy. And I think that really helped for, long term. His APGAR scores were 9.9, which out of 10 when he was born. Like he was a very healthy baby.
Oh, good.
Very healthy.
Now, does sex life return? Now, I'm not saying you, but you can say it for friend ears. Where does the sex life like go south? Or I read different articles on that.
So this is the deal. Like from not
Hey,
just
Stephanie.
me personally,
No,
but
no,
like
Stephanie.
with a group of women, it usually takes a little while because your body has to heal. But like women are at the prime peak to get pregnant right after they have a baby. So some people think that you're out of the woods. I had a baby, I'm out. No, you are probably the most fertile after having a child to get pregnant and have another
Wow.
one.
Look what we missed out on, Mark.
What do we miss?
Yeah, like we missed the women that had babies and
You missed
Oh, first,
missed-
yeah, right.
you missed a woman screaming at you at like 12 o'clock at night to go get her Taco Bell or freaking, I'm
Yeah.
starving. I need a burger. You would have been throwing food at me. That's how it was with me when I was pregnant. Men were just, even at work, the guys I worked with are like, here's a hamburger. They're like shooting food at, they're like literally like, they were tiptoeing around me and like giving me food all the time. But I was happy. I was
Did
like,
you
I
gain
never
a
heard
lot
of-
of weight when you were pregnant?
If you consider 85 pounds a lot of
Wow.
What size bra were you wearing back then?
Tom.
All right, couldn't help it. Tourette syndrome.
Oops.
I know Tom can't help himself. He can't.
Yes.
I don't get the cat litter thing in being pregnant.
There's something in like cat urine, like where you shouldn't like change
Oh,
it.
okay,
There's
gotcha. All right.
some kind of like toxic.
Yeah.
If you smell some of the stuff is kind of ridiculous. If you were to like look up pregnancy and like what you should stay away from
Yeah.
and what's okay when you're pregnant, and it's like if it's okay when I'm not pregnant, why is it so horrible when I'm pregnant? Really, like
Oh, look at what lucid dreaming. This is interesting. She says for a long time she didn't want her boobs touched. She associated breastfeeding with the baby.
I was the same way too. That's weird that she said that.
Yeah, I
I
never
was
heard this, but it like immediately made sense.
No, like when as a mother, you're like,
You
oh,
guys need them sucked on now?
3 centimeters long.
I'm asking for Mark.
you're an ass.
Thanks, Tom.
Yeah, anytime, buddy.
Was Mark texting you? Was Mark texting you questions to ask?
Ask him
Mark,
for my friend.
for your friend who has a friend who's an uncle.
I was just watching the news and they said that they found a nail in a Tootsie Roll.
I don't doubt it. What kind was it? What kind was it? A roofing
Like,
nail?
it's a regular Tootsie Roll. The ones that get like a Halloween.
Yeah.
How does a nail get in a Tootsie?
Yeah, fucking weirdo, man. He's just fucking getting off, hoping a kid eats it. I don't give a fuck.
Put stuff in trick or treat.
Chris, quit interrupting while we're talking about tits and how big they got during pregnancy.
But lucid, like, I know exactly what you mean because, like, after
About ready to find out how big your tits are, and he brings up fucking nail and a Tootsie Pop. God damn it, Chris.
Well, it's just like what they.
Consistent, that's for sure.
You just have to be careful. You just have to be careful with your holiday treats. I bought a bunch of candy for the kids.
Yeah, fuck them all.
I got candy for them.
I'm
gonna send my son over to your house to go egg it.
Yeah, do it. Oh, I used to do that so much it was
Did
ridiculous. Oh, fucking A.
I
And
got
that does damage to shit.
Does it really?
Yeah, egg, man. It'll fuck up a paint job. I hit my
really?
neighbor in the jaw, and he had to get 2 stitches in his face. You didn't know it was me? He was driving by. We'd take bags of leaves and set them out in the road, and they'd slow down, see what it was, and then we'd let them have it.
Yeah.
It's fucked up, man. I mean, I don't know why I got like excited about this shit.
You were just going through your rebellious teenage
No,
years.
it's like super. I saw my whole neighborhood, all but 3 of them nude from looking in their windows when I was like a teenager. Saw all my buddies' mothers nude. Great.
I see you guys coming.
They've done
Come
studies
on.
on that, though. It doesn't lead to anything more to that, I remember that like it happened yesterday. It's like etched in my memory forever. I wonder why.
Well, I stole from a store once, right?
That's
And
my
this is-
girl.
This is what ended up happening. So I stole from a store, and then my mother made me she found out about it, and then I had to return what I stole and apologize for it.
Oh, I
So-
fucking shoplifted like you can't fucking believe, man. I mean, big time. Only time I ever almost got caught shoplifting, believe it or not, was canned lobster in a Kroger's. And I just happened to catch a guy out the side of my eye. Back then they didn't have cameras or any of that shit. I was probably stupid about it. I probably didn't buy anything else. I was just going in there and stealing that canned lobster. This is as like young, 15. Yeah, fuck yeah, I had that lobster. I thought this shit's great, man. I can't afford it. Go steal it.
Well, Tom, I know at the grocery store that I used to work for, their cameras are so good that they can zoom in on a
Walmart too.
date of a penny on the
Yeah,
floor.
fuck yeah, Walmart too. Out in the parking lot too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you steal from you get caught stealing from Walmart, you'll be banned for life.
Yeah, they trespass you.
Yep,
Well,
for life.
What would happen, because I had to sit in a couple times when they caught shoplifters,
Yeah.
which I wasn't happy about, but they had to pull me in if it was a female shoplifter. So,
They got a great porn series on that, by the way.
well,
Where the mother and daughter get caught shoplifting and they work them a deal.
the thing is, every time I had to sit in, which was really uncomfortable for me. I was like, all right. And it was funny because these people would not admit to it until he showed the camera, and he was like literally he would tell him, he'd sit him down, he'd be like, okay, now pull out, the mascara and this and that from your purse that you stole. And she's like, I didn't do it. And he's like, okay, well, what does this show? And then they'd be like, oh, okay. And then they would have to pay like 10 times the amount of whatever they stole, and they couldn't have the items, and then they were banned from the store.
That'd be my dream job, just to be lost control. All the fat girls, they could take whatever they wanted. I just go around with the good looking ones and bust them, get them back there. It's like, I don't know, is there anything I can do? It's like, as a matter of fact, there is. How about a blow job? We call it square. And just like work there for 40 years and get employee of the month and shit. I'm fantasizing again.
Rollins a small breast.
Tom has an
Oh,
imagination,
Oh,
you guys.
great. Oh, fuck. It'd be paradise.
Plug it.
I would just, all the fat girls and the old ones, you could just take whatever you want.
Really cock
Back then for you crunch numbers and big data on computers, they wouldn't figure it out. It's like, Tom's really doing a good job. He thought 83 people shoplifting employee of the month, and they're all like under 20. It's like, is there anything I could do? It's like, funny you should ask. And if you think about it, in theory, it's not like they weren't doing it before they got caught shoplifting. Am I that bad of a guy? They get
Well-
lost patrol prevention guy of the year.
So it works like this. You catch them shoplifting.
Yeah.
They get an opportunity to get it expunged, and they're
Oh, no, they'd never get charged if I was running the fucking show. I'd
but
let
all
them
they
run
have
right
to
out of
do
there.
is
I'd
blow
even
you.
pay out of my own pocket what they stole. That's a cheap
And-
blowjob, Mark.
And all in return is a blowjob.
Yeah, and I'd pay for what they stole.
Tom would be like,
Because that's what
just-
they'd hang their head on when they tried to fire me. It's like, hey, this is really egregious. This is crazy. You're hitting these women up for oral sex, and you're letting them take the item. It's like, I didn't let them take the item. What they
Yeah.
had is I paid for it in my own pocket.
I was
What a
just their
good
sugar
guy.
daddy. I was just their sugar daddy for the night, okay?
Oh, that'd be like, you could have probably done that shit in the 20s and 30s. You get fucking goddamn hung at. You get God knows what would happen if you did some shit like that now. You get like 1 million years in jail, prison.
Yeah.
No, that shit's off the map.
I don't think I'd last a day in jail.
Tom is just joking around, by the way, everybody. He's
Yeah.
not serious. About
No,
it.
and even now, it's like when I was fucking teenage, I had buddies of mine that looked in windows too. That's a felony now in most states. You can't do that shit. I saw all my buddies' mother's nudes, all the good-looking girls in the neighborhood. It's great. It took about fucking 8 years, but eventually I saw them all. It's great. They act like that, is such I quit doing it when I was probably like 19 or something. You know why? Because I moved.
Tom has to keep on moving.
Yeah,
because
I mean,
he gets into
motherfuckers
trouble.
hey, people are going out and they're buying Hustler and Playboy and watching porn, going to titty bars, and you're some big weirdo for wanting to see some girl without her clothes on. I mean, what the fuck? I mean, why are you guys doing this? Yeah, I know it's fucked up, weird, and sexual deviant and shit, but I had enough fucking sense to quit doing it. But fuck, I know a bunch of guys that did that shit.
Looking in
Great.
windows.
Who else can you say on anywhere you've been your whole lives? Everybody watching the chat that saw their whole neighborhood nude. I'm bragging again.
I
They
wasn't.
tried to catch me too. One time I almost got caught. And you know how I got away from it? I saw the fucking walkie-talkie antenna shining in the moonlight, like he was hiding behind a tree. I got the fuck out of there. Yeah, got out of there. Another time they chased me through a graveyard, but I was back there fucking around all the time shooting birds with a BB gun. So I was running. They were walking.
You don't mind if I eat, do you?
No. Yeah, that's considered a sexual deviant. Michelle had someone fucking looking in her window one night, cut the screen.
Oh
Yeah,
no.
I don't know what they were doing, but someone
Yeah, I do.
tapped during the middle of the night. It was just weird. It was like all of a sudden we're doing a live stream and then there was like a tapping at my
Right.
window.
Before
Yeah.
we lived in an apartment out here. I was walking to the mailbox, right, and I'm being confronted by the cops because someone called the office and said some guy is taking his pants down, and I said all I was doing is my belt buckle came loose, and all I did was,
yeah, sure.
you know what I mean? And they
Oh
said,
yeah, Chris.
Mine did too.
Huh?
Mine did too.
No, I use Dustin.
And then another case when I lived back in Milwaukee, I was at the library, right, and I was looking at books, and I was looking at, I think, CDs or in the books, and I bumped into someone that worked there. I bumped into her, and then right away I'm confronted by the police saying that I grabbed this woman, and I never even touched this woman. I mean, I may have bumped her by accident, but I not, you know what I mean? But damn, you know, people today, I mean, I'm telling you,
Fuck, man. I mean, I know a bunch of people that did it when I was a teenager.
God, you know.
But you had to be that kind of personality. You know, it's like it wasn't like that nobody didn't want to see these women nude. They just, you know, were scared about it. You know, they thought that the dads would come out and beat them up, or, you know, I didn't give a fuck about that.
Bopak was wondering if everything came to full circle yet.
In which regard? Yeah,
I
see,
don't
like
know.
lucid dreaming said that, but if you look at the studies and stuff like that, they're harmless. It doesn't lead to like rape and weird shit. It's all it is. Guy wanted to see like, you know, good bunny. Teenager. Yeah, nobody told me. I ought to just wait till they get older and you won't care anymore. And that's right. That cures it too. All those women are either dead or in their 70s now.
Do you think a girl that walks into a bar dressed provocatively, you think she's asking to be raped?
No, I don't. No.
Have you ever seen that movie called The Accused with Jodie Foster, where she goes into this bar and she dresses very provocatively, and she goes in the back of the room and then they rape her because, you know what I mean? And
Yeah, that's stupid, man. It has nothing to do with it.
no,
I saw that movie.
oh okay.
I don't think anybody asks to be raped. I don't
No,
think.
and you can wear whatever you want. It doesn't mean you should be raped.
No,
Yeah, I don't think you're asking for it.
you
I
by
don't think-
dressing provocatively like that, are you almost?
No.
No.
Oh
No.
no.
Woman takes her clothes off in front of you. You don't have a right to even fucking touch her.
Oh, okay.
Amen.
Her body.
Always for a reason. Finally, we can always count on Debbie for a sane rebuttal.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see where anybody would ask to, like, unless if they do, and then it's not really rape. If
Yeah.
No, you can't. It's, you know, fuck all this violent shit, man. I don't get that. But they say rape is a crime of violence.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's violence, rape.
Yeah, because it's usually
Yeah, but I think it's both. How can you say it's just violence if they're
It's someone showing their power over you.
it's violent because if somebody's getting raped, they're probably trying to push someone off of somebody. You know, it's sexual violence.
Yeah, I mean, you can't be doing that fucking shit. Let me tell you, man, I'm the biggest pervert in the world. But even when I was young, like no meant no. I never even like had thoughts like that. I mean, yeah, it's true. From time to time, I thought, am I ever going to get this bra? But I didn't push it.
Right, like you didn't force. Like,
No.
right. There's a big difference between.
No, I mean, that didn't interest me. I mean, I was well aware of like, you know, but you know, part of it, I think I'm lucky because you see these guys that get themselves in trouble with this shit. It's got to be just like a fucking whacked behavioral problem they have that they can't help. Me, I thought, yeah, no fucking problem.
I think it might be something to have to do with like hating women or something. You know what I mean? Like it has to be.
I
like,
don't fucking
something-
get it, man.
I don't
Let's
know
say
what
that
it-
99% of the women that, you know, I had sexual interactions with, they couldn't wait to ride this big cock. There was no forcing or threatening or
You think child
ripping clothes
molesters?
off or none of that shit.
No.
Do you believe child molesters should get second chances?
No.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. I mean, honestly, you're going to think I'm crazy over this, but
Yeah.
you know, the recidivism in child molesters is like very high.
Yeah, of course. Well, yeah, very.
On the other hand, there's a couple things on this. First of all, I got a little bit of a problem. Entrapment's illegal. And I got a little bit of a problem from a legal perspective, not a moral perspective or what I think's right or wrong. I got a little bit of a problem of no victim. When you're a 250-pound overweight cop pretending to be a 12-year-old, there's no real victim. It's make-believe. And that's conspiracy, and I think it's entrapment. Now, is that a way to catch these people before anything really happens? It is. But they're in the legal theory, there aren't exceptions. It's like I know 2 gay guys that got busted going into bathrooms, and they're gay, and a lot of dicks get sucked in fucking rest stops and bathrooms. If you're gay, it's just the way it is. And they look over, and the guy's got a hard on. He winks at him. They go to grab his cock, and out comes the badge, and a SWAT team in. That's entrapment. Why is that entrapment? And being a straight overweight cop on a phone pretending to be a 12-year-old, not. Now, I don't really make too big a deal out of this because, I'm fine with, you catching these pedophiles any way you can, but it's not really like Catch a Predator. If you ever watch these guys, and really Chris Hansen, karma got that motherfucker. He wasn't doing any good for anybody. But if you watch Catch a Predator, super sad, fucked up, everybody agrees with this. But those guys were all like a little off.
And my friend that used to live in Branson got busted. He was on one of those those dating chat lines, whatever. He was texting back and forth to the girl, and he was thinking that he was actually talking to an adult.
Right.
But then he wanted to meet her, and then the person showed up, and it wasn't who he thought he was talking to.
Yeah, but then that wouldn't fly. I guarantee your buddy.
He sat in jail. He sat in jail for almost 5 years for it. Because
but if that's what happened, he thought who he was talking to. If that's what he thought, he thought he was talking to an underage person.
Yes, he did.
Yes, but he
should be in jail.
Well,
Yes, it wasn't his first time.
Definitely.
But the other
people lie about their age too. I could lie and say I'm 21, but I'm actually 50. When you're on those chat lines with those women, they lie about their age. But
if you think you're talking to someone 21, you get over there and they're 15, you're covered. But that's not the way it goes. These people say I'm 14, and then they still make the meeting. Well, you're in a world of shit.
Yeah.
Say, come over and do some drugs with me. That's not cool.
Yeah, that's how they bust these people.
Look at that Wolin. Wolin was his name. He was I think he was an optometrist. No, cancer researcher. It's all over YouTube. Wolin, Woilin. He ended up killing himself. I mean, it's fucked up. I think they should catch him. I get this. It's terrible. It's fucked up. On the other hand, they're also very mentally ill people that, sex is a powerful urge. It takes down dynasties. It ruins your life. It costs you jobs. It runs the gamut.
I think if you're a person and you're a male and you're going after kids, that's just wrong, in all sorts of ways.
It is.
Yeah.
Now,
I agree.
They should use any method that they can to get you.
Yeah, I mean, you got guys over here where you get your ass handed to you going over to Asian countries and fucking 13-year-olds. That's super wrong.
That's right.
But we're lucky we think this way, Mark. It's like I have these girls, sometimes these women that I meet, and they criticize me about my porn. I watch it, no wonder I don't have a girlfriend, my marriage. Yeah, okay, yeah, those are all valid arguments, right? But, hey, old bitch, you're not a voyeur. That's why you think that way.
Yeah. Yeah.
And by the way, porn's legal. So you may not like it, and it may make sense why I'm the way that I am, but at least I'm not getting fucking 40 years for it.
Yeah.
And even if I was, I'd probably be fucking watching it anyway.
And you're not.
That's the kind of desire, sexual desire bullshit is. There's some women out there that a fireplace and a rich conversation and giving a fuck how their day went is nirvana. It's the best they can feel. Not everybody's like that.
Someone we know got her husband was into child porn. He's sitting in jail right now.
Yeah, I mean, you can't have this shit. Everybody knows what molestation does to
And out here, his wife sticks up for him because her father also got caught by a 14-year-old.
She doesn't want to believe it.
Right. She don't want to believe it. She sticks up for him.
No, because here these Baptists all believe that the man is always right. So her father, who got a 14-year-old pregnant, so it was the 14-year-old's fault because she gave her dad alcohol. How did she get alcohol at 14, first of all? You know, so it's like,
Yeah.
oh, she got my dad drunk, so it was her fault. I said, it wasn't no 14-year-old's fault. And then her husband got in trouble for the child porn. She's like, oh, I don't believe it, even though they found it in his computer. Just so much bullshit, but she'll stick up for her husband no matter what, and her
Yeah.
father no matter what.
She doesn't want to. I've that's not the first time I've heard that.
And that pisses me off about people out here. You know, it's like they've got no common sense.
They don't want to believe it.
I don't even what I don't really understand, and I don't want to understand it either, but I don't really understand how a man could look at a child sexually.
No, it's
Like,
mental illness. Mental
Exactly.
illness.
yeah,
No.
like it's one
But
thing.
Michelle, you know, as a Catholic, you're supposed to forgive the pedophile.
I'm Catholic, and I might forgive if somebody does something to me, but that's my choice. You know, it's
But
like,
you're supposed to forgive. You're supposed to forgive the pedophile too.
no, I don't.
Well,
Sorry,
you're,
God.
you're supposed to, but like it's not like you're also human in the same sense too. The theory is right.
You
Is
can pray for them.
is
Ask God
forgiving
for the sentence they deserve.
is forgiving so that you can move on in life. You know what I mean? So the past is the past, and you can move on. And
Yes, that's
hopefully
one more reason why I'm not a Christian. What if somebody killed Eric and chopped him up in little pieces? And you're supposed to forgive him and hug him and shit? Fuck that.
Oh, I'm not gonna freaking hug him.
Well, you're supposed to move on. It's fucking nuts.
So you pray to God to give that person just punishment when they end up seeing God.
And what else is nuts is that
He will.
I don't think people that don't pay child support should be considered a felon.
No.
That is totally
Because then when they
bullshit.
get out, they can't work and support
Yeah,
those
that
children.
I have a real problem with that. And I don't have kids, but I'll tell you, I just think it's wrong.
Yeah, but you should be responsible to the offspring you bring in.
Right, but I understand it.
Right,
But
it
you
should
shouldn't.
be a misdemeanor or something, not a felony.
Yeah.
When they get out, they have a hard time finding a job, getting a license, doing the things they need to do. to
No,
support-
yeah, that's true. I mean,
Exactly.
once you pay your debt to society,
Yeah,
Yeah.
that should be it.
yeah, I
Even
agree.
your misdemeanor in jail, whatever, then they get out, they can still hold a job. I mean, it's just crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, like harboring ill will and bad feelings just causes, more negative.
Nah, speak for yourself.
It
Speak for
hurts.
yourself.
It
There's
hurts you.
people I know, I'd fuck them till the day I die if I get an opportunity. It didn't affect me in any way other than they're going to get it if I ever get an opportunity. Even now, like my wife, I'm divorced. I probably never talk to her again. But if something really like bad happened or somebody was fucking with her, I would help her out.
Right, because even if she hurt you in some way, you would still forgive her.
Yeah, I'm not too good about that. I think I got a hair trigger on trust. Yeah, I don't think I'm as bad as I used to be, but I think I'm kind of like it manifests itself from third parties like you and anybody else that knows me. Like I'm a control freak. Well, when you're young, it's obvious. When you're older, like me, it's not. But if you're smart, you'd probably still come up with that conclusion. And I think that all boils down to a hair trigger with trust.
Well, what do you think, Mark?
Yeah, I think she does, Frisky. Yeah.
What's that, Michelle?
What do you think, Mark? Do you think forgiveness is a key to live a happier life?
I think so. I think holding grudges is not healthy, and I think that anything we have to reason and then forgive and move on.
What's
But
the
when it
basis
comes-
for that, though?
Well, I think for our own inner health, mental health.
Yeah,
that-
but give me a basis. Like, give me some consequences of wanting to shove it up a motherfucker's ass that deserves it 30 years after something happened.
Yeah, that's
Well, what do you want? An
What
example?
do you want? Like, yeah, one example. What do you want to just run around with like fucking balloons and Roman candles and like you've been liberated because you're not going to shove a dick in a person that deserves it? I'm all for putting a big dick in them no matter how long it takes. And I don't think it's affected me one bit other than maybe took up a space. I might forget some trivia in a porn contest.
But who are we talking about now? Are we still talking about pedophiles here? What are we talking?
You're talking about, no, we're talking about what you said in that
It's better to.
you think there's some virtue in not holding a grudge, and I don't see it that way.
I
I'm
think
willing
it's.
to put a big fucking cock.
I think
for example.
walking around with hate inside yourself because of something someone
I
did.
got it in the back burner.
Yeah, I don't know. For
you
me,
didn't let the
okay.
Indian that fucked you out of a contracting job ruin your life, did you?
No, not at
Same
all.
shit. Same shit.
I learned to forget about it.
Same
I
shit.
got it.
No, I didn't forget about it. The death penalty. I'll tell you one thing. I can talk about the death penalty for as long as you want. I've really spent a lot of time researching this. I think the death penalty is a big discrimination. It depends what argument you use. I'm fine with it. And there are mistakes. You know, innocent people get executed, but that's with everything.
That's the problem. That's why certain states don't have the death penalty.
Yeah, that's fucking stupid. I
Innocent
mean, yeah,
people-
there's, you know, it's like civilian casualties in a war. I mean,
It should be beyond a shadow of a doubt.
everything, nothing's perfect. You know, these people fucking, these kooks that come on here that I block and talk about COVID and all this bullshit COVID did. Yeah, they don't want to talk about the 99.
Eric Chauvin should have got the death penalty.
The 99.2% of the people that it helped from dying.
Derek
Nothing
Chauvin
in your life is that good, and they're criticizing it.
Imagine if one of those shooters like shot up some bowling alley and killed both your mother and your father. It's kind of hard.
I don't think it does, Reed. I don't agree with that.
Well,
I got
I
about
know.
a dozen. I got a dozen dicks saved up in my memory bank, and I may go to my grave never getting to sink them in their ass. But when that proper time comes up,
A little bit honest with it.
I'm gonna bury it in them just fine.
Well, I know that
Too late now. Dumped it.
No, I haven't done it.
I know a lot of people who got injured from getting the COVID vaccines.
Most
they-
didn't.
No, you're right. But the people who did, I know a couple people who actually
Yeah,
went to-
some people did.
but I know people who did, and they actually went to, like, they're kind of like you. They actually went to Washington D.C.
No, I get it.
freaking rallied and like
Yeah,
pissed
no, I
off,
get
you
it.
know.
No, yeah, there's people. No, I get it. I get it. It's not. But if your life mimicked the batting average COVID did, you'd be 1,000 times happier. It's little bad examples for lots of good.
There's dinner. That's what Debbie made.
Oh, great. Good job. Well, you're lucky. That's good.
You know, my grandparents had farms, and we ate different things that maybe not everybody eats because they ate every part of the animal back clothes. Yeah, we had neck bones and oxtails and things like that we did eat. So, and regular food, there's Polish, German, and farmers ate things like that. So it's not just black cooking; it's also white cooking if you've got farm family background. You know.
Good for you.
Well,
Yeah.
There's different schools of thought on that too. Eat meat or not eat meat. I don't think, no, man, it does not. Not always. You guys are like biased. You're speaking, from your own experience. It isn't like you guys are assuming that negative thoughts and somebody that has earned a big dick, that it does something to my life because it doesn't. I got it in the back of my mind, just like Mark. He didn't let the Indians fucking him on a contracting job ruin his life. He just moved on. Yeah, I moved on too, but if I ever get a chance to put it in their ass without affecting my life, I'm going to do it with a huge smile on my face. It hasn't affected anything. You guys are acting like we're just supposed to be in one big giant fucking Disney movie, and everything's just like great and slapping high fives. You know, if that theory was valid, you're probably like scratching your head why the Palestinians and the Jews can't get along. The world doesn't work this way.
Well, the thing is harbor like, and I've dealt with this in my life too, but harboring hate, like feelings of resentment and hate and like anger and just having those stay with you, it does affect you.
For you.
too.
It'll work you up every time you think about
No,
it.
it doesn't.
No?
For you guys, it does, not me. I'm going to put it in their ass if I ever get the opportunity. But if it doesn't, I can live with it. You guys act like I'm fucking tossing and turning and like fucking got TMJ over this shit. I don't.
What's TMJ?
Where your jaw like gets locked
Oh.
up.
Well, I just, I don't know. I just feel like,
It'll enhance things, Drifter. See, Drifter's feeling guilty about grabbing one beer. It's the same kind of logic. You guys want to have a good dialogue, but you think alcohol is going to ruin it. Got to brainwash it. It'll enhance it. I'm not saying you got to be a full-fledged fucking drunk and you go out and get in the wrong way of the expressway. Whether it's sex, going to a museum, watching a good movie, it enhances things. Alcohol sales are because the way they make you feel. It can get abused, that's true. But if it doesn't, it makes things better. Hello?
well, I think I think what the problem is not somebody having a couple beers. I think it's
No.
people tend to overdo things. So it's not the
Not
fact that
everybody. I don't.
But I'm not
I'm
saying
not an
everybody.
alcoholic. I'm not bragging. I'm like, believe me, I take no credit for this. I should be, and I'm not. I don't know why. My parents are alcoholics. You know, I'm like a balls out and everything, and I'll have like a beer or two, and that's it, man. I just don't. I don't want any more. I'm lucky. I don't know why this happened like this way. You probably think it's Jesus or something.
My dad was an alcoholic for 44 years, and he kept a job for 44 years.
My dad too drank the fifth a day for 44 years. Never
Yep.
missed a day of work.
Yeah, same thing with my father. So you got something in common.
But everybody's acting like, you know, you're drinking. I'm not saying you got to get rip roaring drunk. I mean, like you guys keep attacking, you know, here it's fucking like drives entire economies in the world. And you got everybody's making like a negative fucking comment about a drink. Like Drifter's apologizing for one beer. That's because of the brainwashing. You're associating alcohol. I tell the clerk every time I check out, no matter where I'm at, I joke about it. They don't know that. And I said, you know, I quit drinking if it didn't work so well. And it's kind of fucking true. You don't need to be an alcoholic to like enjoy some like alcohol or whatever the fuck you're into. Marijuana, MDMA, goddamn, whatever.
I
It
stopped.
enhances things.
I stopped drinking 20 years ago. I stopped.
You've been miserable ever since.
No, I haven't actually.
Why'd you quit?
Because I want to live. I want to only have one liver. That's what I want to live.
Oh, were you an alcoholic?
Well, no, I wasn't an alcoholic. No.
Well, you didn't
I
have anything to
partied
worry
my
about.
20s and 30s. I wasn't.
You're right, Rita. You didn't have anything to worry about.
You only get one liver. Once it's
Yeah,
gone,
but
it's
if you
gone.
weren't an alcoholic, you didn't have anything to worry about.
You know, in my 20s and 30s, I drank like a fish. But you know, as I've gotten older, it just don't interest me anymore now. It's expensive. It's not good. It's not good for you. You know, but yeah.
Mark, what's your take on this?
Well,
You don't smoke because it makes you feel miserable. Neither does Chris.
Well,
No.
Mark smokes because of his health problems, right? You have pain and stuff, right, Mark?
that's my excuse. Yeah, and I stick to it pretty good.
Okay. Why are you smoking, Chris? You're smoking cigarettes, not marijuana.
I smoke cigarettes because I guess the stupid reason is I enjoy smoking.
Yeah, thank you.
I mean,
Makes things better.
well, that's a stupid reason to continue to do it, but you know,
Well, then you're probably addicted to it.
Thank
No,
you.
actually, I could quit cold turkey if I want.
No, you
Oh, good
couldn't.
for you.
No, you
yes,
couldn't.
oh,
He
I
might.
can.
No, you couldn't.
Absolutely.
He's done
You could not.
You want to bet me?
Yeah.
You want to bet me?
He's
Yeah.
done it before.
I've done it before. Trust me. I
For how
can.
long?
Like for a long time. Remember, Dad?
Yeah, how long?
For a couple of years.
3-4 years at
Yeah,
least.
you went back to it though. You're addicted, just like she said.
Well,
Why'd you go back to it?
I don't know.
Because you
Something to do.
missed it. That's why.
Something to do, right?
No, it's addicting. Your body craves it.
Something to do.
Once a smoker, always a smoker. Even if you quit, you're still a smoker. It's easy to
Mark,
Oh,
Mark,
Lucy's
Fall back
drinking the
into it.
alcohol. Oh, wow.
Mark's a pothead, though, right, Mark? Pothead.
Yeah, I smoke pot.
You're
Yeah.
a pothead.
When do you transition from just a casual marijuana smoker to a pothead?
It helps people with their pain too, and I think that's isn't that part of the reason? why-
Here's the $50,000 question, Mark. Were you smoking pot before you had pain?
Yeah, I've been smoking pot all my life,
Okay, well, there goes that argument then.
but I don't. I didn't smoke to the extent of I light up early in the morning now because of my arthritis, because it bugs me to kick me in the ass. I'll
If you
light
didn't
up a
have
joint.
arthritis, would you still be smoking?
Not in the same. I wouldn't be not in the same manner.
Probably
I'd be
smoking
smoking-
less. Probably smoking a lot less, right?
Probably.
Yeah, yeah. Once in a while or whatever, but not. Yeah.
But I don't. I used to drink before. Like I drank a lot of beer every day. I would drink quite a few beers.
God
in the
bless.
evening.
God bless.
And I smoked. And I gave up the beer, but I never gave up the smoke. I always kept that up. And then when my arthritis got bad, I found, wow, this really this helps out with getting me moving when I'm getting arthritis pain. So I do it.
Oh, congratulations, Lucy.
And that's why a lot of places are legalizing it
Oh,
because it helps people pain. It would help.
Isn't the first
It's true, but
dispensary opening up?
it's true. It's true, but Mark, Daniel, write this down, Mark. It's important. You have a pen?
Yeah.
How many people do you know smoke marijuana and get behind the wheel and cause crashes and accidents?
Dr. Daniel Claw, CLAUW. Dr. Daniel.
CLAUW.
Yeah, there's YouTube videos. He's a University of Michigan pain expert,
Daniel.
and they'd like to fire that motherfucker, but he's a tenured professor at the University of Michigan.
Right.
He travels all over the world and is, there hasn't been a lot of testing on marijuana because it's not approved by the AMA, but they hate his ass because he said he's just seen too much positive information on how marijuana helps pain.
It
Yeah,
does.
there's some good lectures on YouTube. If you get a chance, watch them. It's interesting.
will.
I went to a
Daniel
couple
Claw.
lectures of his actually.
Really?
Yeah, he's an interesting guy. And I'll tell you, there's some people I know that I'm not a marijuana guy. I tried some gummies, wasn't really for me, and never smoked it. And there's people I know that had like pain from like different things.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say who they are because it's not my business. And I bought it for them, like the cream. They said that
Right.
saved their fucking ass. And
Yeah.
they're not even marijuana smokers. So I know you're telling the truth. And Dr. Claw, presents some pretty good information that this is valid. It's true.
So basically,
It is.
you don't need so Mark, you don't even get high anymore. It's like you're beyond that point of even getting high anymore, right?
Yeah, I don't get high. I don't smoke to get high. I don't get
Well,
buzzed.
the whole theory on
Well, that's
medicinal
why
marijuana
Smoke it to
is
get
that you
high.
don't get high
Well,
and it relieves the pain as much as possible.
but people are
Well,
smoking
that's
it
the
now.
thing. The energy goes towards where the pain is, as opposed to going to my head. It
Yeah.
goes down and works at the location of the pain.
But a lot of people just smoke it for recreational use, and they have no
Right,
pain
Lucy?
too.
Yeah.
So
Which is okay too. I mean, if
Yeah.
it's there's nothing wrong with that.
yeah,
I think
well,
that I heard that the first dispensaries are opening up in Georgia, Tom, or that some
No,
drugstores.
South Carolina.
You sure it's not Georgia?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
I
Yeah,
have a
those
feeling it is.
motherfuckers are still walking around with the Bible and burning grosses or rubbers.
But I
have
think some of
dispensaries here
those,
in Branson. We have them in Branson already. Dispensaries. It's legal here.
I
You
think
may be
some
able
of
to
the
get it
schedules
medicinally
have
here.
changed.
You may be able to get it medicinally here. I'm not sure. I don't think
I
so.
think you can now. You can get it through a drugstore.
Which is interesting to me because this whole thing on this legislation is based on scientific studies, which are very few on marijuana. So how are they
No.
legalizing this shit without hanging their hat on medical studies is a mystery to me.
And I think everybody's looking to see what their neighbor is doing
Yeah, I don't give a fuck.
as far as like with who's legalizing it and who's
I think this is what I think. They're realizing there's a huge black market. They might as well try and get some tax revenue off it.
Absolutely.
Take a look at Gene Simmons, who was totally against marijuana and all drugs, till he found out that by owning a marijuana farm, he can make money off of it. He's now
we're
owning
talking.
marijuana farms.
Which, guess what, is a Jew.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes, everything Kiss ever did was like that. Sold themselves on M&Ms and everything.
So how many, I want to know, Tom, how many non-Jewish people were successful? Because we always talk about
By percentage, fucking not even close. You take Jews and you compare them to any other group anywhere.
You believe in charities, Tom?
Yeah.
Make-A-Wish Foundation, yeah.
No, Jews are just blow everybody away. It's like apples and oranges. It's like YouTube and one of these like other fucking video things. You know, it's like, fuck. There's YouTube and 1,000 miles away is some other motherfucker. It sucks. Shrooms. I'm going to be fucking with those big time soon.
Have you tried them yet?
No, but I know an expert that's been fucking with them for 40 years. Just a
Psilocybin.
genius. Yeah, a genius that fixes boat motors for a living. But he's fucked with hybrids for 40 years. I'm about ready to like fucking ride that magic carpet, motherfuckers.
It's funny you should say that because just a couple of days ago came in the mail my psilocybin home growing kit.
Oh, now
And-
see over there, you know, it's federally illegal here.
Yeah.
Now, you know,
Here's
there's
what
some, I can put
That's
you in
what
touch
the
with this
sports
guy.
come in.
I wouldn't be fucking around with that shit. Not having experience. One thing that came out of the conversation, you know how I met this guy? You know, that fucking cool building down near the creek that Marty bought? You know, that old mill?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I was down there fucking around one day, and him and his wife, her girlfriend, are out there taking pictures in the road. It's all blocked off, no trespassing, blah, blah, blah. Well, I'm sympathetic to that. So I walked up to him and said, hey, would you like a tour of this place? He said, yeah, fuck yeah, I would. You know, take pictures in the inside. So I took him in, took him all through it, fucking take pictures, shit like this. Glad to do it. And somehow something came, you know, we got these fairy ring mushrooms growing around the bird feeder. And somehow it came up like these mushrooms. And as we were walking out, he said, mushrooms. He said, you ever tried the other mushrooms? It's like, what are you talking about? Psilocybin. It's like, oh, fuck yeah, now, motherfucker. But I've been reading about them. And he said, well, and then he told me a story. So, you know, this guy is like, you know, Hurricane Andrew brought spores up from the hurricane in Florida and knew psilocybin was grown in other states, cow manure, all this shit. This guy knows all about it. So, you know, you got to cultivate it. Takes a while, hybrid. So anyway, we're hooking up pretty soon.
Mhm.
I'm going to take a walk on the wild side. But he told me, one thing he told me, like, you really got to prepare for this shit. You can't be around negative people. Look what happened to that. Now, that pilot that just freaked out, said that, you know, he took magic mushrooms and then he got in a stressful situation. So I'm going to like handle it with kid gloves. I'm about ready to like,
It's,
sky pilot.
can you please
Yeah.
can we
It's
please
my
record
turn to
this?
fly.
I want to see
No,
this
come on.
happen.
No,
like,
I'm going
on
to
video.
you're supposed to have a safe person with you. I hope I'm dreaming.
Yeah.
I'd just like to have just some good looking 19-year-old rock hard body, big titted stripper. Just give her $1,500 cash, not expect to do anything, and just like look over there when I'm on this shit. Like think I'm safe for sure.
You want me to put this in?
because if I die, that's my dream
That,
anyway.
that's the last image I want in my mind.
I'll tell you what, Tom, if you're on it and you find yourself in a hairy situation,
Yeah.
just phone me. I'll talk you through it,
Oh,
pal.
thank you. Have you fucked with this before?
Oh, yeah. I've taken psilocybin many times.
And what's your take on it all?
I think that through microdosing, the possibilities are limitless. That for the healing different aspects from depression to schizophrenia.
They say you can shelve all your skeletons, put them on the back burner for good.
Probably could.
Yeah, I can see why. I mean, it's I've eaten a couple of grams of it and gotten really stoned from it a couple of times, and I didn't really like that feeling of being out of like too stoned on it.
Yeah.
But I also eaten small amounts of it and got just pleasantly mildly sedated from it. And I played some music. I did whatever I did, and it really enhanced everything I was doing.
So you
Like, it was a pleasure.
would you agree with Timothy Leary?
No, I don't really agree with Timothy Leary.
No.
Whatever he was LSD.
Yeah, yeah. But I mean, was yours an out of body experience?
I've taken LSD before.
How was that?
It was well, the first time I took it, I laughed the whole time. And everything was funny, extremely funny. And I remember the second time I took it, I was a teenager. I was working in a restaurant, and we put too much soap. We were closing the restaurant down, and I was a cook in the kitchen, and we put too much soap in the floor buckets for mopping the floor. And before we knew it, we were not ankle deep, armpit deep in suds, and we were just starting to get high on the acid that we took, and we had to somehow clean this mess up that we had created in the kitchen with soap flying everywhere, and we're slowly getting these crooked smiles on our faces from the acid, and somehow we got it all cleaned up and we got out of there in shape. But it was an interesting experience.
The first time I ever smoked pot, I was laughing so hard I couldn't stop. It was just nonstop giggle. It was unreal.
Hallucination.
I couldn't.
But I've
imagine
never hallucinated or left my body or had anything like that.
Chris, did it like help your attentiveness being on marijuana?
Probably not.
Sometimes it has the opposite effect on people. So like some people go off into, this happy fun mode, and some people when they do it, they get like really like focused on something.
Yeah, I get focused on it. All right. I get focused on shit sober. You, Mark?
I think that how are you going to try mushrooms? Are you going to just try a little bit, or you going to?
No, he said he'll walk me through it. Come over here if I want.
Yeah. Okay. So he'll show
I don't want
you.
to be fucking around with this shit. I want to
See, there's two ways of doing it. You can take little bits at a time.
Yeah,
and
fuck
slowly.
that. Nah. I'm going for the grand slam.
Just jump in, go for the gusto.
Yeah, either like banging my head against the wall or having the greatest time of my life. I'm rolling the dice.
Yeah, so go for it. Take a full dose, whatever he suggests, and have some music ready. And I always like to drink a few beers when I take psilocybin.
I know I tried that with gummies, and it was like too much.
Pillows.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like you got too stoned? Have to go to sleep?
The next day I felt like I had a hangover.
Yeah.
While I was doing it was like great.
Later and see, okay?
Tom, I get that from eating pot. when I eat like cookies that we make,
Yeah.
or what else do we make? Brownies and stuff. I get stoned from it that I have to go to sleep sometimes because it's overwhelming.
No,
and I
reduce,
smoke
man.
and I smoke the stuff, and then the next day I feel groggy as hell.
I did gummies one time, and I watched porn for 20 hours.
I
Tom, what?
Yeah,
wow.
20
it
hours?
was great.
What's that, Chris? Oh, Marlboros.
Yeah, it was so great.
20 hours of bliss.
Yeah, it was great, man. Well, my mother-in-law used to visit in Florida. I couldn't stand that bitch. So I would go up to Orlando and like check into a hotel, and there was a great Chinese restaurant where they had like these kick-ass giant oysters.
I get that garbage off.
And there was a Fair Villa porn. They're still in business. Fair Villa. It's just north of Orlando. It's 3 stories of porn. When I went in there, I thought I really made it to heaven. I looked around. They had an amateur section of like 10,000 videos. Like, oh, fucking A. So I go in there. It's like, you got to give me your credit card. It's like, what's it take to rent like, 30 roomies at a time? It's like, oh, we never do that. It's like, no, you can fucking, put it on my, they put a amount on your credit card. For 2 weeks, I just watched porn for 16 hours a day. Get pizzas
Are you being
delivered. I didn't
serious
even
here?
leave my room hardly, except to go to that Chinese place. It was like, those were some of the best times of my life.
Are you exaggerating, or are you really
no,
serious?
No, God bless.
Wow.
I'm gonna come to Canada next year to see you, Tom. Mark.
I'm just live in Canada.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it was so great. They're still in business, that place. Actually, I've had thoughts of just going down there and reminiscing again.
Actually,
Ready for this? You'll think I took a VCR with me. Plug that motherfucker in the hotel room.
what part of Canada are you in? Nova Scotia or?
No, he's down around near Detroit, actually.
Oh, so you're by
Isn't that something? It
Ontario.
was great.
I'm from Toronto.
Oh, Toronto.
Can
Okay.
you imagine back in the day,
Young
Tom,
Street.
doing how you do your interviews with your camera today? Can you imagine 20, 30, 40 years ago when you had to put a VHS tape in there?
Oh,
Can
I
you
was
imagine?
before that. No, I was before the place in a rundown town.
Can you imagine doing that
went out of
today?
business
That'd be a
doing
pain in the
legitimate
ass.
movies.
That'd be
Oh, I
such a
remember.
pain.
Oh, yeah, I remember those old days.
The big
You'd be in there,
camcorders.
and there'd be 10 people in there, and some faggot sitting next to you wanting to blow you. Yeah.
Yeah.
What kind of camera do you got? What brand?
What's that?
What brand of camera do you have?
I've got them all. Sony's, all Nikons, Canons.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's fun. The good old days.
So that was actually probably one of your main callings in life, was to be a private investigator, because you had
I think I was good as a private investigator. It's certain things.
yeah.
What
It's certain, I
exactly is a
wasn't
private
I wasn't worth a fuck it.
What's a
Surveillance.
private investigator? What does that entail? What is that all?
People hire you privately to do
Yeah.
investigate things for them, non-criminal matters.
Oh,
Husbands or wives get them.
I mean, I made so much goddamn money as a private detective. It was like fucking nuts.
really? Oh.
Yeah, and I was fucking having fun. I had airplanes and pussy all the time.
Do they
What's
have jobs
better?
like that still today?
Yeah.
What's that?
Do they have jobs still today like that?
Yeah.
Yeah, but for what I did, the piece of pies got much smaller.
Oh, okay.
No, I was living in for 15 years of my life. It was like I pinch myself. I had a good looking wife, making killer money, every toy, nice houses, neighborhoods. I got sick of that after a while too.
Oh, it's like cheaters, private
Nah,
investigators.
the cheaters is bullshit. There's no money in that. I think half those were made up.
What, that show? You don't think that was the real?
I think a lot of it was made up. Yeah. There's no fucking way you're gonna be busting people like that regularly.
Yeah,
I mean,
I
they're
agree.
fucking in a hotel. You can't see.
Yeah.
You could, and even when people are having active affairs, if they're married, they don't have that much time. I mean, that's what I tell people, and they'd hire me to see if their spouse is fucking around. You need to go away for a 3-day vacation.
But how would you feel if that really was real? And let's say that really did happen.
It does happen, but not where you could make a show on it with these new titillating episodes all the time.
Yeah.
And like I learned early on, like the reality is, when you're a PI and they hire, if you don't get an hour of them fucking their secretary, they think you ripped them off. It's like the worst clientele base ever. So I didn't do it. I probably did 20 of those, and 10 of them were for clients that gave me a lot of work through the insurance business, and I did it as a favor. But it's like, it's not hard busting people fucking around. It's easy. And now you just click a fucking GPS on their goddamn thing. Sleep in and have a printout of where they've been all goddamn day. And even if half of the women that you give the results to don't want to believe it, the husbands bullshit their way out of it. Yeah, if you're in deep, 3 kids, living in a place, you've been together forever, and you don't want to believe it. There's a big part of this human psyche. You don't want to believe it. Mark, if your girlfriend was out getting fucked by some big black cock, you'd rather not believe it than believe it. Just the way it is.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'd rather believe it or find out and then handle it.
I think what it might boil down to too is if you're married and like let's say you have young children and there's probably some certain circumstances that are like, whether it's money, stability, family, like
Yeah, you're in like this poor Alaskan pilot wife. It's not infidelity, but her life is about ready to majorly change.
yeah. And I guarantee you, well, maybe not, but
Oh yeah, it is.
there's a good probability that she's going to divorce him after
I
all.
bet she can't afford to. Yeah, she divorces him. Now she's working at the dollar store, and her expenses are twice as much as her income. This sounds great in theory, but in this day and age, the reality of it all, she was a stay-at-home mom from what I can glean.
Mhm.
She's going to need to bite the fucking bullet, bend over, and
Who
try
are
and
you talking
fuck
about?
that Air Alaska pilot that took some mushrooms and tried to crash the plane.
Right, pulled the fire
Yeah,
extinguisher.
he's in fucking Maine. Their life's about ready to really fucking like change. That's why I try and see. I try and get this shit all. I mean, I talk about this. I mean, I know I'm a fucking weirdo in a certain sense. Like, not when it comes to like business, good friend, kind, all that. I'm fine, no problem. But like a relationship with me is a major fucking problem. I'm just not very good at it. So my thing now is I tell them right off the bat, you're not going to ever catch me lying. And I got one now that kind of wants to move down here, which I'll probably do. But she doesn't want to have 1-2 girl blowjob fest a year. She did it with me before, but she doesn't want to do it anymore. It's like, okay, that's probably going to be a deal breaker. But that's the extent of how far I'm out of the box compared to most relationships. It's like, you're not that great. You're old. You're not that good looking. I'm not fucking doing this. It's like, okay, fine. But I'm still looking. Would you put up with that, Michelle?
Put up with what exactly?
Your husband, you get another girl, and you and your husband and the other girl do a blowjob video once a year to keep everything happy.
Oh, that's a good question. I mean,
You busy?
I've never. You're gonna get it. You're
No, I
lucky.
catch like major shit from this. They say like
Well, you're
50% say you are fucking crazy, man.
Well, you're
No
lucky.
fucking way. There's something wrong with you.
You're lucky that there's like a screen and like you're over there because you would have gotten whacked.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. In the
I've
arm or
already,
something.
I've done it before, but this is like, I know what I'm like
Yeah.
for sure. And I know that if I agree to something different than like weird shit like that it's never going to last. So I'm trying to do my due diligence in a fucked up out of the box way.
Right. No, I
you the
get
kind of
what you're
You will never catch me. Like I tell you all the time, I joke about it. You couldn't be in a safer place if you came down here and visited me. Really, as fucked up as I am about certain shit,
Well, because
You don't need to worry. No, I'm like
you're
the
not
safest guy in the
sneaky.
world.
You're not like the sneaky, like,
No, no
Like-
lying. I mean, if
like-
you were, people were, I don't do shit like that. So, but I don't
You're
like,
the kind
it
of
isn't
person-
like there's any bonus at the end of being this way either. It's like a huge, major, like fucking obstacle. Like Penny, you know, she's a Texas Baptist. All the women that I know on here, like Mary, fucking Jabo, I mean, I know they think themselves, Tom's a good guy. I'm glad I'm just friends with him because this fucker's crazy when it comes to
Tom's the kind of guy
relationships.
that
But I would,
doesn't
which I would agree to in the typical terms. But I'm fucking going with it.
You're the kind of guy that doesn't like someone up their ass 24 hours, right?
It's not even really that. It's just like I think my brain's just fucked up on this goddamn shit. I mean, there's an argument that I'm a control freak, but if it manifests itself in a way that I can't quite feel comfortable articulating to you, like I'm really a fucking voyeur. I mean, I like watching shit, and you know, I don't. This idea of like growing tighter and holding hands and just me and you in front of a fireplace just bores the fucking holy hell out of me.
You think you'd be a good father?
Yeah, I do. But I didn't want to commit to that kind of time considering my genetics. I think I got like most major shit covered, like with animals and like being a good guy and like trustworthy, except that woman shit, because they just, you know, it's almost like I want a kept wife kind of.
A lot of women are out for your a lot of women are out for your money too.
I'm fine with that. If they want to go along with this program, no problem.
Oh.
I mean, I think you're getting off cheap. You live here, you have no bills. We're like buddies. We have a 2-girl blowjob thing once a year that I can video.
So could you live with someone? Could you live with someone in the same house and not have sex?
Oh, I've done that before. Fuck, easy.
Oh, you could do it.
Yeah, but I'm not signing up for that, no, because I just like I don't. There's no way, like, you know, the average woman, she isn't going to want to put up with me watching porn all the time, which I can respect because I get the societal thing. I get like, you know, I know I'm not normal, but at least I'm not like trying to like sneak. And I don't think I deserve any extra credit for that.
You really watch
It's just like that's why I haven't had like girlfriends and shit. It's like honestly, it's just like super boring to me.
Yeah.
I mean, like having like sex with like regular women under normal ways. It's just like, you know, like, I don't know, like repainting the house. It's just like not for me. Guys can get by with that. But, you know, in the whole scheme of things, it's the way it worked out for me.
Yeah, but you do have a companionship. You have your dog. So that's good.
Yeah, I don't even give a fuck about dogs, to tell you the truth. I tried to get Marty to take Daisy. I only took her because, you know, she needed a home and I knew the circumstances and I was ready to like do it.
There'd be no way you could get rid of Daisy.
Oh, yeah, I could. Fuck, I couldn't. Yes,
Really?
I could.
And-
Yeah, because Daisy actually, Daisy
wouldn't bother-
Daisy has
wouldn't
you know, this is the kind of bullshit that gets infused in society.
You wouldn't get
One-man
sad if you lost
dog.
Daisy.
No, one man dog, this fucking horseshit Disney fucking movie bonding bullshit. Davies is probably the smartest dog I've ever had. And if you could force Daisy to make a choice, I think she'd go with Marty, and I don't blame her. She
But
gets
you
him
wouldn't
up
be
at night.
heartbroken?
He
Wouldn't
gives
be
her
heartbroken
treats.
if
They
something
sleep together. He takes her. He just like he's that kind of good guy. Where me, you get me up at 3 a.m, you're looking for a fractured spine. And I think Daisy's smart enough to realize that. And you know, it's great that like Daisy has found like another person that she has a better life with, and I'm fine with it. I'm
So
not
you
that
wouldn't be
stupid. I
heartbroken?
don't get caught up into these like Disneyland fucking ideas of how things should be. She's upgraded her whole life, and she's done it again down here.
And
No,
you
I wouldn't
be
give her to a shelter. No way. Or like a person
I
I didn't know. But
but I'm
Marty, no
saying
problem.
if-
I've tried to
if
get him to take her.
If something happened to her, you'd be heartbroken by it. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, if it was something that I could have prevented and it was negligence, I would be. But it like if she died tomorrow, like I'd sleep like a fucking baby.
Can
Is
I
that-
ask you something, Tom?
Oh, come
Yeah.
on, Tom.
Yeah,
You guys
I would.
love
I would. Yeah, fuck yeah, I would.
Really.
I'm not like wacko like this. This ain't like fucking Old Yeller.
It's like losing a son. And the animals.
Yeah. Good riddance to him too. I'd
They're
had
like
him
you.
aborted. I had him
Daisy's like-
aborted.
Daisy's your family, though.
No, it ain't. It's a fucking dog.
Well,
Do you live under the same roof as Marty right now?
Yeah,
Do you guys share?
I do.
And your new house, how far away will it be from Marty's
200
place?
feet. 200 feet. But he's
Oh,
not
it's
here
on the
that
same
much. His
Right.
main house is Hilton Head.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but I wouldn't care if he was. He's a great guy. I mean, I
Yeah.
rank Marty up there with probably the best person I've ever met in my life. We get along perfect.
you don't want
Yeah.
Daisy. You'll
Family.
take Daisy then.
Yeah, he's a great guy. I mean, it took me all my whole life to like meet like a guy that's like everything as a friend.
Yeah. Wow.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm glad that you found that for yourself. You
Yeah, I got
know?
lucky, man, through eBay.
You do get attached to animals?
I mean, in a like I think in a sane way. It's a fucking animal. It's a fucking dog.
You
It
get
ain't like
attached.
it's not like a human.
Look at Mark who lost your cat. You were devastated, right, Mark?
That didn't kill me, Chris, but I was sad.
Yeah, that's a normal response. These people run around the
15 years.
goddamn fucking mental institution for a month because their cat died. Need their goddamn fucking brain rewired.
Yeah, and it wasn't quite that
Fucking
bad.
bad. It'd be like
Yeah.
having a guppy get sucked up and smothered in the filter. Oh my guppy! What the fuck?
Yeah.
Well,
I mean,
Debbie
get
cried
it
for
fucking together, man.
Debbie cried for months when we lost our dogs. I mean, my God.
They're family to me. They're like my kids.
Yeah, but it's still an animal.
I cried for a day when I had to put my cat down.
Yeah,
Of
but I
course.
mean, I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with that, but I'm telling you, if, in the strict sense of the word, you guys got a little bit of a screw loose.
I mean, it's
Nobody's going to criticize you for it because this is what movies are made of, and Old Yeller, and Gone with the Call of the Wild, and all this bullshit fantasy, fucking Romeo and Juliet horse shit. It's a fucking dog. It was great.
Years old. You have it for 15 years.
You
every
liked
day.
it. You became attached to it. You went with it, but it's not a human.
Well, yeah,
Thank
well,
God.
duh.
No,
I
but
mean,
it's
a
like
human, I'm gonna
this is
grieve
like
more
getting
than a
fucking
day.
psycho over a goddamn pet dying. It's like you need your
You're-
fucking head
you're-
examined.
you're
You
really
guys
like-
need your fucking heads examined.
Dogs are actually more intelligent than humans.
No, they're not.
In a lot of ways, they
In
are.
a lot of ways, they are, though.
Yeah, like fucking hunting pheasants and shit.
I think
No,
it's good to like grieve like when you have a loss, but like don't go like there's healthy grieving for something, and then there's
Yeah.
like, you know,
I had a loss. I couldn't find Debbie Does Dallas 2 for over a month.
were you crying?
Yeah.
That's not normal.
Now that's not normal, Tom.
You see, it's a moving target. My dad used to tell me as a kid, of course, he said this to everybody, so it wasn't just me. He said, if you're normal, I'm glad I'm not. Yeah, okay. It's a moving target, just like happiness. Constantly
think-
morphing. It's like
You know-
bacteria.
You know what? I think happiness is more like contentment. I think that's true happiness because I don't think this happy like this quote unquote like happy like is a real thing. I think all you can really ask for is to be content in life.
Yeah,
and
it
that's
ain't
the
easy
true
either.
meaning of happy.
It's not easy either.
If
You know,
can
look at your
find that-
relationship. When we talk, everybody's. You know, you go from fucking 5 times a day to considering calling a divorce attorney, all within 20 years. Why? That's not content. Content's a fucking myth, and it's temporary.
I was content for a while, but I'm saying
Yeah,
you can
everybody
find
is for a while when you're
contentment.
fucking 3 or 4 times a day.
Well, what I'm saying is, you know, life is life and things happen. Of course, you're going to get sad or, you know, whatever. It's nothing's perfect your whole
Well, thank
life.
you, Chris.
Like,
Thank you.
you know, you're almost 70 years old, Tom. So would you say in your 70 years you were content your whole 70
Yeah, I had
years?
brief
Oh,
periods of it, but part of
Yeah.
that, my ignorance level is digress. So the smarter I get and the more life I experience, I'm realizing what a temporary illusion the whole thing was. It was kind of like the weather. Fog, sunny days.
I don't know what they fit really, and give me 20 bucks and I'll take it. I'll tell you what, let's do this.
Yeah.
What do you think, Mark?
Red,
Well,
green. Green is
Play
bad,
music?
snails. But you pay.
I'm pretty
What?
content with how my life is right now. I'm happy,
Okay.
and
Good.
you know, everything isn't always peachy, and
Yeah.
but that's what the life
is,
isn't
Kevin.
about. You have to strive for those things, work for them. You know.
I'd rather go with shit luck. Have you ever played musical chairs?
I have.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for. That's where I think it's at. You can't explain it. Everybody's walking around a fucking bunch of chairs, and then the music goes off. That's how I consider life. It's not God, and it's not morals, and it's not commitment, and it's not self-help books. It's shit fucking luck.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of it is.
One guy's winning the Powerball, and the other guy's just got diagnosed with 4th-stage pancreatic cancer. Why, I can't tell you.
Or one guy wins the power bar and cancer at the same time.
Yep.
Or what about the person that wins the Powerball that goes bankrupt like 5 years later?
Yeah, but it's a good bankrupt. It's like me. If I win the Powerball and they'll say Tom was killed in a fucking fiery car crash on I-20 with two 19-year-old twins, and the car caught on fire and it was upside down. So that's a different way of dying than.
And he left Moments with Michelle like $5 million because
Yeah,
she
I'd
called
do
the
it.
phone
I'd
for,
fucking
like,
do it.
months.
Yeah, I sure will.
Done.
What's the question, Penny? Shit luck. Why? Yeah, I don't know. You know, that's the thing, and religion is really guilty for this. That human beings are privy to the explanation for everything. You're not. That's your massive fucking ego. It's the difference between humans and animals. You think you're entitled to like know why on everything, and you're not. Every year they change theories of space and black holes and what's on Jupiter and what's on Mars and fuck, I don't know. Human beings have a major super fucking fault with what they think they're entitled to know. Like me, if it insults people. And I don't really think this, I joke about it just to push button. But it's like, if you said to me, well, at your age, and this state in life, what would make you the happiest? And if I gave you some answer like young pussy,
I was sitting in front of.
you would say that I'm pathetic, sad, immature for a guy my age.
Most of them that I get.
So it's an idea, an ideology that people have in their own subjective opinion on what they think is happiness.
But wait,
Right.
check out.
Weird.
I can barely touch it with my
Some people
Yeah,
feel
you're
they
right,
have
yeah.
a woman in their life
Oh,
to
but
make them.
that TV is loud, Chris.
Turn that down, Chris.
Sorry about that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's like everybody, Mark's happiness in Canada is different than Michelle's in Rochester and mine in Crawfordville and Chris's in Branson. This is just a fucking mental tornado 24/7. And you never know what kind of damage it's going to do or if it's going to go away. I'm more into philosophy than I am monotheism and good intentions. It's the old adage, and this is very popular for a good reason. The road to hell is paved with good intentions.
Right.
Well, Tom, good luck on everything. And
I
doing a
need
great
it.
job.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're doing a great job out there on your place.
Oh, thank you.
I like the
Have you
color
down.
too.
You and Debbie
Oh.
can come visit.
Absolutely. I'll
right.
definitely do that.
All right.
So peace out.
Bye,
Have a good
Chris.
one.
Party on. Rock on.
Well,
Bye-bye.
you know what?
Neck
I
bones
have-
for everybody.
I have
Yeah.
something to add to that. Remember when I told you about how you were talking about, hell's paved with good intentions and
Yeah, it's a great saying.
Well, the thing is, right, is when I told you guys about this before, like when we were younger, we used to go camping, but like it wasn't like it was bare bones camping, and it was like hell. Like it was. It was
Yeah,
not
I
like,
hate camping.
but it was like I I never really liked it that much until I would go home and I'd be like, wow, I have all of these conveniences that, you take for granted.
I don't.
You know what I mean? Well, that's kind of like what you say, like house paved with good intentions. Well,
The camping sucks.
right, but I mean, like it's good to do that so that you can have greater appreciation for what you have when you don't have anything at all. And
Right.
you have to,
Yeah, I don't need any more lessons like that.
when
I
you have
get
to-
mine from a good power failure every once in a while.
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
Right.
that's what I'm saying. Like that's a good thing. Like,
Probably true.
like even like when I used to have to when we would go camping, I would literally have to ride a bike like 2 miles to take a shower.
Yeah, fuck
It was
that.
literally like, less. It was probably like a half a mile to the bathrooms.
Yeah.
No electricity. There was no
Why'd you
cell
fucking do
phones
it?
back then. No Wi-Fi. No.
Why'd you do it?
Yeah.
Why'd you do it to begin with?
I was a kid. I was forced.
Oh, okay.
Have you been camping as an adult?
No, I haven't, to be honest with you. I think that's a little weird. I have not.
Wow.
You suck.
We used to go every other weekend up to Algonquin Park and canoe in
Mm-hmm.
and go to sites where you wouldn't see people sometimes for days, where you could walk around naked if you wanted to. But it's so remote. It would take you'd have to portage and carry your gear and everything over between lakes to get to another lake. But once you got to these spots, it's well worth the effort because of the seclusion. And yeah, we used to rough it like that. And I know what you mean. You do appreciate when you get home. You appreciate the appliances that you have.
The showers you don't have to share or like go so far just to take like, just your amenities that you take for granted on a daily basis. It's kind of like, but it kind of like resets you. It grounds you a little bit to like
Fuck that.
be with
I'm not
nature.
doing any of that shit.
Yeah.
We're gonna kidnap Tom and
Yeah, fuck that, man.
we're gonna put him in the back of the
Fuck
trunk
camping.
and we're gonna take him camping.
Yeah.
We're not gonna let him know
Say
where
fuck
we're
camping.
going. We're not gonna let him know where we're going.
Yeah, fuck
And
camping.
we're gonna drug him.
Yeah, you go camping, you take some girl you like, and she's out peeing like 3 feet from the thing. You can hear it. It's fuck camping.
There's bathrooms at campsites. Tom.
Yeah, not like if you're like really out there. I don't like that shit, man. It's like freeze your fucking ass off, fucking neck stiff, fucking
Mark,
knees get all
we're gonna-
skinned from fucking
Mark,
on the ground.
We're gonna kidnap Tom. We're gonna kidnap Tom, and
No way, man.
we're
Fuck
gonna
camping.
take him. We're gonna blindfold him. And bring him
Yeah.
to-
Yeah.
I just don't like it, man. I like the way my place is set up, my new place, just like camping. Only like nice bed, nice like, big huge windows, like extra windows, ventilation. Fuck camping.
That's how I kind of figure. I got it like I'm 15 minutes from the beach here. I got a fire pit in the backyard, and I got my nice comfy bed inside the house. Why would I want to go and rough it and go anywhere when I got everything I want close by?
No, and I don't like seeing like women like in like a caveman state. I don't like I know it's like maybe it's a hang up you could say, but if I'm like camping, you're out and it sounds like you're with this woman you're attracted to, and it sounds like fucking secretariat pissing outside the tent.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just
Or
fucking
doing-
turns me off. I don't want to see that shit. I don't want to hear it. I just like bathrooms and if I'm in a bathroom at a girl's house and it's close to like where we're watching TV, I'll piss in the sink because I'm trying to be a gentleman.
Yeah, being a gentleman. Yeah.
That's my Scottish coming out in me.
Yeah.
No, it's like you like to just weird shit like that. Michelle, would that
What?
bother you? How would you like to just be going camping with some guy? You're good. You're like making out. You're cuddling up. All that shit you don't do after you've been married 20 fucking years. And you're here him out there like an elephant pissing right outside the tent. Does that, it just kills the mood.
I mean, like, I think once
It
you,
is, Chris.
but the thing is too, though, is I understand. I totally get where you're coming from. I really do understand. But if you've been with somebody long enough, it almost
No.
turns
No, fuck that bullshit.
like, but in a good way.
No, I don't want that shit. I don't want to hear my goddamn girlfriend that, got a bad fucking Taco Bell just like shitting like a goose 2 feet from the tent because she's afraid of
Well,
bears.
nobody wants to do, but like most campgrounds have like bathrooms.
I'm talking about like being way out in the middle of, bumfucked Egypt.
In the bush,
Oh.
you mean?
Yeah,
Oh,
fuck that.
well.
Yeah, I just don't. Do you want to hear that shit?
I don't want to hear it, but I
No.
mean, like,
Would it
just go
turn you off?
far. I'd probably laugh. Like, I don't know if that would set the mood. That's definitely not gonna like. That's definitely not gonna like.
I don't know if I'm going to be inclined to want to better as much if we had bad Mexican for dinner, and I heard her outside of not far from the tent with a case of gas that is can be heard echoing through the woods
Yeah,
as she
thank you.
goes.
Now you
I
could
think
say,
that-
well, then there's something wrong with you because, those things happen. That's a biological event. And you're being very critical and unrealistic that you wouldn't want to hear, a 19-foot stream of shit squirt across the top of the tent fly.
That's right.
Yeah, I know it's fucked up, man. I know it's terrible, but it's like same with the guys watching their kid getting born. I guarantee you, man, if I watched a baby come out of someone that I had sex with, I'd never have sex again.
Yeah.
It's just gross to me.
Most
But
people,
maybe that's why, I never had kids and this is all, tied into one big thing. I'm not really sure.
well, most
For
people.
donkeys. Thank you, Petty.
Well, to be honest with you, most people don't actually watch that. Like, even the spouse doesn't like. Nobody wants to see. I don't want to see
Yeah, a lot
that.
of them do though.
I did. I didn't. I was
You
not.
like hold their hand and cry and shit, and they're thinking this is beautiful. I'd be
Well-
looking at it thinking, man, are we ever going to have sex again?
Well,
I mean,
Tom, it does happen.
Is that shallow?
No, it's not shallow.
Yeah,
It's not. It's not shallow, but I mean, like,
fucking gross, man.
you
I don't
just.
want to see women in that. I don't want to see them like in that way. They probably don't want to see me in that way either.
Well, that's true. I mean, nobody's like.
No, but I don't
Yeah.
want to hear like girls like fucking, like I said, shitting a 19-foot stream of diarrhea over the top of the tent fly, and then cuddling up. It's like this shit would be on my mind. I guess there's people that's, get over it, like, just say, well, those things happen. We talked about that the other night with big farts.
See, the thing about tent camping is
You need a fucking mushroom.
you don't take a first date on something like that because again, it's the morning thing. You have to see each other in the morning, and it can be a shock. And
Yeah,
watching things.
Yeah, you should see me in the morning. Jeez. Talk about scary. I mean, I could probably scare off anybody. in the
No,
morning.
Penny says we don't either. Yeah, I don't expect women to like want to see it either.
No, I mean, women don't want to see that, but like, I wouldn't like. I get where you're coming from. Like, I wouldn't be. That definitely wouldn't turn me on by any means. If I'm
Would it
like,
turn you off?
right, but yeah, it would. It would turn me off. Sure.
I think it affects me more than it should. Just from what I can pick up from people I know. I think it affects me more than it should.
Like, I don't think. Like, I understand it's like bodily functions and whatever.
Yeah, I get the science part,
but
but I just I think it fucks up the sex thing.
yeah. I
I mean, yeah, that's why when you first start, it's not. They say it's not real. Like you first start dating, mean, they're not experienced any of this shit. This girl would have shit coming out her ears on her first date. She's not doing that. There is no fucking way she's blowing this early, potential romance. Their nails and their underwear and all that shit. I didn't even want to see their underwear and shit hanging up later. It gets sloppy. Yeah, no. Like you're doing your wife's underwear and shit. It looks like they fucking use this to check the dipstick. Yeah, it's fucking gross to me. Real fucking stained ass shit. All different colors and fucking hole in it.
You know why I don't see it as bad as you do? I know exactly. You want to know why I don't see it as bad as you do? I know exactly the reason.
Why? Yeah, thank you. Enlighten me.
This is why. Because I had a kid and I had a family to take care of, and I had to change a lot of dirty diapers, and I had
the baby thing wouldn't bother me.
Like, I had to be around. You get desensitized from some gross stuff when you have a baby vomiting. It's almost like it's not like you enjoy.
Does that translate into your adult sex life?
It makes you less like disgusted by it. Like, because before,
speak for yourself. I want to see brand new fucking underwear. When I open a girl's underwear drawer or something, I want it to smell like potpourri. Hey, and guess what? I'm not married. What a shocker, huh? All this shit, it didn't help.
Your wife's gonna smack you with your shit-stained underwear too. She's gonna be like, "What are these?"
No, but if I had that, I'd like wash it myself. Wouldn't let her see it. I'd be like considerate of it all.
Hmm.
Yeah, what a surprise! I'm fucking not married, huh?
Well, you give women a real tough time to compete to get a chance with you, I think, Tom.
I mean, I just like to have one that had enough brains to not have this like fucking 23-year underwear hanging on the thing. It looked like you used it as a painter.
And she can't make too much noise in the washroom either, right?
No, I don't want to hear that either. I'll even pay for turn on our music or something.
You know what? I have a over the head Bluetooth speaker, so anybody that has a phone can play music from their phone through the speaker in my bathroom.
Please do.
That's a good idea.
This is the way I like it. It's like
it's cheap
I'd
too.
rather just get warned.
Cheap.
I have one, yeah.
What's that?
What do you do? I'd rather just get warned. I don't know. I guess, yeah, I don't think it's reality. So like I say, here I am, not married. What a shocker.
And don't forget the man hands. They can't have man hands.
That's so gross. I noticed that a lot on women. I noticed that in porn a lot. I'll quit watching a porn movie. The girls got big hands. You'll see these skinny, petite, like rocking bodies, and they got these big ass fucking hands. These big like nail beds, and you can have it.
Tom wants perfection.
No, I don't.
I don't.
But I don't want some goddamn size fucking water ski shoe.
So
like you said, you can't have it both ways. You said yourself, you got lucky.
You can't have big feet or big hands.
No, right. You got lucky yourself. You even said it. You recognize the difference by saying that. Her feet aren't big for being 5'10". You feel fortunate.
I said that?
No, Michelle said it.
Oh.
She's got size 9.
Oh yeah, my feet are big as far as compared to women's, but like for my height, my feet aren't considered big.
Right,
at all.
You got lucky.
Like I'm very proportionate in that area.
Oh, right. Yeah. But like some like
Tom would approve.
Yeah, like
that,
I would, yeah. Like Paris Hilton's got huge feet. I thought she was like cute, slim, not a lot of fat, no big triple belly, light on the cellulite, small tits, but she made up for it. And then I found out her feet were that big. It's like, fuck that.
Game over.
Fucking barefoot water ski champ. I mean, these big old long ass fucking feet, man. It's just like
Tom, How big are your feet?
11.
11? Oh, that's normal for a man, right? I'm guessing.
Yeah. Women don't seem to give a fuck about this shit. Like
I-
another thing turns me on.
Well,
Like,
the
I've seen
thing is,
good-looking women like with a like a club thumbs or a missing finger. Yeah, forget it.
I think
I could deal with a missing finger. I don't know about a missing arm. I'd have to
Oh,
really
here we
love the
go now.
person.
Why not?
Yeah, I know it's shallow of me,
It
isn't it?
depends which arm it was. I mean,
Yeah.
if you want to get jacked
Really?
up driving down the
Your
highway, you could
ass.
be in big trouble.
yes.
Is that why?
Yeah, that could be a contributing
I mean-
factor. Yeah,
Yeah, if she lost her left arm, game over.
wouldn't
And
be
she was
so
a passenger. Yeah, well, this
That's
makes sense then. No, this makes sense. I help you figure it out.
Yeah, me too. Now that I'm gonna have to rethink this whole thing through
No,
now.
nothing wrong with that. I mean, come to grips with this. But missing finger, I don't know why it's wrong. How about cleft palate, hair lip?
Oh, I don't know about that.
Yeah, you do. You're fucking lying. You don't
Well,
like it. You don't like it.
I'd have a rougher time with a speech impediment, I think.
Oh, slurring
Like-
their words.
Talking like this would be or you know what I have a rough time with? European accents. That's a deal breaker for me. If she has too much of a
Yeah, I don't
Polish
like it.
accent or German accent, I can't stand it.
Hey, you want to know something really fucked up? Is I don't like
What?
watching porn if they're not speaking English. You know, I had a girl email me about you. She said you said the word cock funny.
Who, me?
Yeah. Canadian.
Really?
Yeah, could you say it just so I can see what she was talking about?
Yeah. You're setting me up for something.
No, I'm
here.
not. I'm setting you up with what she said she heard. You already
Cock.
did it. Yeah, I think it sounds the same.
Yeah. It's the way you're supposed to do. Oh, or is it indica?
Indica.
Indica. You know, indica?
Yeah, it's marijuana.
I say indica. Blue Malibu makes fun of me because of it.
Yeah,
And I
I
think
think,
Penny
it's
was,
indica,
too.
but I'm not sure. Sativa and indica. That's the one that
Yeah.
relaxes. Is that the one you're smoking?
Well, no, the way I say the word, I don't say indica, I say indica. Maybe that's what she was talking about.
Are you
Cock.
mispronouncing it? Are you mispronouncing it?
I don't think so. I'm just pronouncing it as it's written. I don't
I
think,
think it's
I think
indica.
it's tomatoes, tomatoes.
I know. I can tell you this, and I'm not saying it's right, but that I heard pronounced as indica over here. Chris, do you
Yeah.
know this? Anybody know this?
But
I think
I
it's indica. I'm not sure. I like how you changed it to. I get a kick out of indica.
yeah, well,
3
it's
words.
just my accent, I guess.
How do you say sativa?
Sativa.
Okay, well you're saying that one right. You're 50%.
Yeah, and then
You're just fucking up one of them.
Yeah, I guess. Again,
Indica.
tomatoes, tomatoes.
Yeah.
Indica,
yeah, kind of thing.
indica.
Michelle, how do you pronounce it?
Sativa or
And how about indica?
indica? What is indica?
It's
Like-
a form of THC in marijuana.
oh,
It's a type of plant. It's a type of plant. They're usually either sativa or indica.
Yeah.
I mean,
You've made it vulgar, Mark.
I know in the South they like to say wash. They wash their clothes instead of wash.
Yeah, stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Canadians like that, and they say a. Mark doesn't do too bad on that.
I say roof.
Instead of
On the
roof?
roof of my house. You say roof, right?
You don't say the A thing too much. I think that's your closest to the States, or you just break yourself of it.
I don't think a lot of Canadians don't talk like that.
Yeah, a lot do.
Yeah, a lot do say A. I notice. Yeah, I don't. I don't know.
Never.
Never. No.
I think that's just being close to Michigan.
Well, could be. I mean, or Buffalo, but I watch a lot of American TV growing up, so
But I mean,
I
you sound like Canadian barely to me. It wasn't like Gordon Lightfoot.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you think he has more of an accent than
Oh
I
yeah,
do?
big time. Yeah. Like Burton Cummings, not really. Anne Murray, not really. Justin Bieber, 0.
Yeah.
Michelle, do you
Yeah.
notice it?
No, not real. I mean, like I have family that live in Canada, and there is definitely like an accent with like some of the Canadians there. Not all of them, but
You know who have a real distinctive Newfoundlanders? You can always tell a Newfie because of the way they talk there, bye. How you doing there, bye?
oh, okay. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. That's
Yeah.
Tom. That's what we're talking about. is
How
those
about
people.
cement? How do you say that?
Cement?
Yeah.
Cement.
Penny has.
Cement or cement. Cement usually.
Big difference. What do you mean usually? Sometimes you say it the other ways?
Well, sometimes I say W and sometimes I say W.
Oh, okay.
It depends how I feel that day, I guess.
Oh, all right.
I'm
Newfoundland.
kind of different like that, I think.
No, I always liked the Canadian accent. I was always hoping I'd like have a Canadian girlfriend.
Oh, yeah?
Never worked out. No, yeah. Tried.
Maybe we can fix that for you.
Yeah, please do.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I can think of a couple people I could set you up with.
Hit them up right out of the
Came up.
chute. Hit them up right out of the chute, though.
I got to tell them everything?
Well, I'd bring up the 2-girl blowjob once a year on video
Yeah.
because it can only
Yeah.
get better
Bring-
after that. If
bring
they're
that-
still there after that,
I
I
was
got a
just about to
chance.
say, yeah, let's bring that the first thing you tell them. Yeah, because they're gonna run.
Well, Michelle, I mean, on this topic, if you got approached with that, not now, but let's say in other parts of your life, or if you can imagine you were single, would that be a deal breaker?
I mean, if someone came up to me and just said that, like, I would probably be like, just to get away from me. I mean, like, that's something weird to tell somebody right off the, just to be like, oh, this is, it's kind of like if you, it's
Yeah,
kind
like
of like
you're.
if a guy came up to me and he was like, hi, my
I
name's
wouldn't
so,
like do it that bad.
Like your introduction on the dating game. This is
Yeah, like you
Tom.
haven't even said
He
hello
comes
yet.
from Michigan, United States. He likes.
No, but how about
walks
this? I
on the
go on
beach.
there. I go on there. You guys are acting like it's impossible. Someone would agree to it.
I'm not saying
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's impossible that somebody might agree to it, but I know a lot of women who would probably run the other way. I mean,
Yeah,
it
they
all
would.
depends on
They would.
what's your
Yeah, or not.
take on that.
Yeah, the
you
ones
know?
that whose husbands would be fucking their secretaries and old girlfriends and all the shit that I'm not doing.
Well, I can tell you this much. I met someone where her husband, she had 3 kids with this guy, and they were all still young. He literally slept with his secretary and like left her
Yeah.
for a secretary. I was
The
like,
guy didn't
with
like
3
2-girl blowjobs, and that's what got him in the door.
I mean, let's weigh out the options. A man leaving.
Yeah, let's look at the fucking options.
Well, no, this is what I'm saying. Let's say we have Tom over here who likes 2-girl blowjobs, or
Yeah.
we have a man who gets his wife pregnant with 3 young kids and ditches her for
Right
his
on.
secretary.
No,
So,
no, it
I
never.
mean-
You never get. It's never like that. You never get credit in life for what you didn't do.
oh, that's true. That's true.
No, I believe it's a super hard sell, and I'm just grieving as to why.
Well, I mean, I think if you were to sell yourself with some other like good qualities first.
I have good. They know those, which is why I don't get
Oh.
like totally blown off. I've even had it happen, and then down the road it goes to south.
Hmm.
Mark's starting to go the Full Metal Jacket route. Do you ever see that movie?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean, yeah, I know it's a fucked up thing, but I think that maybe is a self-protection method to spare myself the agony down the road.
Well, I I think with some women talking about sex right up front
Oh yeah, it's
with a
fucked up.
really
I
it's
know.
kind of weird too. Like I just feel like, like that's probably not the first thing I want to talk about when I first
It
meet
wouldn't be the
somebody.
first thing, but I'm not
Yeah.
going to get too much time wasted.
Right.
So
How does
second
every
thing, the
how
third
And
does
it's
thing.
ev-
not like I'm some like big GQ, like, great fucking catch, which doesn't help.
well let's see let's see what some females think about in the chat.
Yeah,
Like
let's do it.
what is how does everybody feel about
No,
this
I know.
topic?
Yeah, unless they're lying. The Penny, I don't think would do it. Word strange might just get you where you don't want to be. Penny, I don't think Wee Beast. There's not a lot of women on here right now, but I already know. I can answer for like most of them. Blue Malibu, Mary, all that shit. You know?
Right. Penny Penny says I would never go to a stranger, Michelle, or
No,
everything
but
with
Penny, I
strangers.
mean, just Penny being around, she's a good person, like good friend, right? But it's like you can just, you can kind of feel when you get to know people a little bit, even through a chat where they're coming from. It's like, no way is she ever agreeing to this bullshit. Mary wouldn't.
Purple burglar
None of them
alarm.
would. Jennifer wouldn't. Frisky, I doubt would. Although there's hope with her. She's getting older.
Penny just said the word strange might just get you where you don't want to be. I have no idea what that was meant for.
Oh, lucid dreaming. She says that, but even that's like a positive sign in the right direction. But I don't think it's like reality. This is just talking. And if she was really faced with it for real, I just need like somebody. J-Bo, I think, might go along with it.
I was gonna set you up with the ghost aunt, but I think the 2-girl blowjob once a year would not be such a good thing with her.
And who's this?
My significant other's aunt would be perfect for you, I think.
Well, not if she wouldn't go along with that. She wouldn't be perfect. She
I
may
don't know
do.
about that one
No, she may do. How old is she?
though. 68.
Oh, fuck it. Forget it. I'm just
Too
going to
old
go
for
with
you?
what yeah, fuck yeah, man. I mean, maybe
She's
not.
super hot though. She's
Well,
nice looking,
now we
and
all
I don't know.
now we all know like what goes on behind closed doors with Tom and his significant others. Do
Yeah,
you think
I fully expect in my dream of dreams someone to just say, "Hey, look, I'm willing to do this, but will you please not be like bringing this up and letting people know, that we're an item now." It's like, yeah, sure, no problem. Let's shut the fuck up about it right away. But I also think deep down that I'd find another way to monkey wrench it. If it wasn't that, it'd be something else.
Yeah,
I'm sure not much is going to change with me between now and tits up.
well, you said that there was the one lady.
Yeah, I talked to her. I just talked to her
Yeah.
today.
So
But she said she didn't want to do it anymore.
well,
it's compromise, right?
Yeah, but that's like third eye blind. I don't mind like going to Mexican instead of Italian, but you're cutting out like a major staple of what I'd like to. I'm just trying to like be a faithful, good guy you can count on with one weird, twisted fetish you're willing to accept.
and then there's always the third party that you have to worry about too.
Yeah, not that much. I'll cross that bridge when I come to it.
Okay.
Yeah, it is difficult. It really is. If you've ever tried doing any of that shit, it's a tough match. And it's almost always the third party's got a major fucking screw loose.
Right.
Which is why I'm why I think that it's, it's, for lack of a better word, weird. It's out of the box. But, I get put in a category different than the guy that's a philanderer, a skirt chaser, a liar. I mean, I don't get the credit I'm due for something that I've
Well,
headed
Tom,
off at the past.
I give you credit for being open and honest. I do
Yeah,
give you
but
credit.
you do. But this doesn't bode well in the real world.
I feel that if I take honesty as
Yeah, no
higher
bullshit.
than
Yeah, that's
some other
great. Thank you
things.
for doing that. But in the real world, out in that real minefield, it doesn't mean dick.
Minefield.
No, I mean, this is
You could be like Sir Mix-a-Lot. You know Sir Mix-a-Lot's song?
no,
He
I don't
goes,
know what he
he
did.
he tells the women in one of his songs, he talks about having sex with them and stuff, and he's like, just being honest, and then he's like, but I won't. He goes in one song, he goes, but I won't cuss or hit you. He's like, but he's talking about like how he loves their butts in the Anaconda song, and I was like, I thought that was hilarious. He's like, I won't cheat on you or cuss or hit you. And I thought that was so cute. He's like, but he's talking about sex, having sex with them.
But
There's a Leonard Skinner song like that where he promises he never pulls his gun on her.
Aw.
I just
I
think
never pull my gun on you.
I just think it's a disproportionate corner I get painted in for in the whole scheme of things, not that big a deal. But I guess it is a big a deal because it just doesn't happen too much. I don't know. I wish I didn't think this way. I really do. I wish I could not be this way and just not do this. And I may be just burying the hatchet one of these days. Just gave up. It's like the women do this with their knight in shining armor and vice versa. And, fuck it. My cards are fucking slowly coming up missing. I'm not getting any more of them. And ends around the corner. Which is not that big a deal. I mean, it isn't. I mean, I hope I can pull a rabbit out of a hat. But I probably won't. It's not the end of the world.
Good.
Yeah.
But, I mean, there's got to be something else that you like. I mean, the turn
There
the
is.
crank too. So,
Yeah.
there's always that to pursue.
Yeah, it's not as good though. Not as exciting. I think that's the only thing that really gets me really excited like a young guy. Yeah, wow, this is really wow. Boy, yoing.
Yeah. Well, I got a few things that I like to do that I find exciting, and I mix it up a little bit. Sometimes variety is nice too,
You talking about banging on the keyboards or?
Yeah. Sex.
Yeah, man. I was thinking about that driving today for some strange reason. You've been with this lady 32 years?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, that just blows my mind. I don't know. You deserve some kind of a parade or something.
A parade, yeah.
No, that you can still be this, giving a fuck about it. I mean, that's good for you. I'm jealous.
I'm not alone. There's more of us out here.
Yeah, I think there are. Yeah, that's really cool. It's good that you've done that. I wish I could switch places with you.
Well,
I think it's just like anything. I think it's just brain chemistry and, how you think.
Intelligent approach to the whole couple thing.
I'm telling you, intelligence doesn't bode well with emotion. Where I'm
No, you're right.
Yeah, I got I don't know why I like this shit so much.
Yeah.
Michelle wasn't exactly a deal breaker with her, but she hasn't been faced with it in reality.
With the oh
Yeah.
yeah, that's never I that's you're right. Well, because most of the time in the dating world, like, not that I had a lot of dating as an adult, but like, it's usually like, I don't know, everything's not quite upfront and forward with things, you know. But like you said, you're
Well,
older.
yeah.
You're like, I don't want to mess
Well, you know,
around.
I've
I
been
don't.
this way the whole time. I mean, it wasn't like, you know, there was any noticeable advantage when I was this way at 30. I mean, I had a lot of arguments with women. If you want that, why don't you find it? I'm not like that. You knew that when we got hooked up. It's like, fuck, I've been looking. Easier said than done. Yeah, I don't know. Fuck yeah, I think it's like a crazy facet, and I guess there should be no surprise for the results. All you got to do is watch Forensic Files, these shows. I mean, there's some crazy motherfuckers. So in the whole scheme of things, mine stuff's pretty benign. It's like a parking ticket compared to like a homicide. I'm hoping for it, but you know, I wish my dick was 3 inches longer. You know, what are you gonna do?
That's
But
such a
then you'd
wish
be able
I
to
did
slap
too.
yourself in the face with it. Then.
Yeah. I can't believe that conversation we had on these women all lying. Michelle will
I
say
know.
Michelle will go out and say, "Oh, but they had huge tacos today. God, I saw a motorhome and that thing was so long." And it's like, wow, the hair on that girl was, wow, really? It had to have been like 40 inches. Like, then you ask them about dick size. They go right into automatically. Well, dick size. And it's like, what? And then it was like the worst insult. They said, somebody on here, and they agreed with it, that 4 inches was average.
It is
I
4
thought
to
I was
5
getting
inches.
punked. I thought I was getting punked.
4 to 5. No, it is 4 to 5 inches. That's the average male
What do you think of that, Mark?
I didn't think
genitalia.
they came that small.
Amen. Yeah, I think your dick should be like 4 to 5 inches in the third grade.
Well, I
No, I
mean,
don't. No, I'm not going with. I'm not going with the 4 inches as average. I think that's
Average. I'm gonna have to re-Google that.
4 to 5
Sorry.
inches. That is the average male genitalia. Like,
hard.
Okay.
I
That's fine.
don't know if it's. I don't.
A big difference.
What is the average male penis size? Erect.
5.1 in, according to Medical News Today, guidelines that most doctors follow when helping someone decide if they need treatment state that the average size for a flaccid penis is 8.8 centimeters, while the average size for an erect penis is 12.9 centimeters, 5.1 in.
How many
So
inches? Is that?
5.1 inches is average.
That's sad.
Yeah.
That's the average. So
Yeah.
you figure there's like
That's
obviously
sad.
they're smaller, and then obviously there's larger. But
Yeah, that's sad. Mark, does that have anything to do with you being able to get out of marriage all these years?
No, but I'm trying to figure out how to make my computer say some more dirty stuff. Now that I got her saying
Penny
penis.
says 6 inches. That's what I always thought the average was. And then Rita, of all
that sounds
people,
more realistic.
and then yeah, I agree. And then Rita came up with this G spot thing.
we don't
Oh,
know,
yeah.
girl.
No.
I'm glad that you don't know about it either, because
Well,
like,
I heard about it. Like I
I'm
said,
not-
there was a famous porno movie star, Fallon, back in the 70s, Fallon, and she would shoot a big load over these other girls' faces, and they said they were hitting her G-spot. And then there was a big controversy as if that was urine, and they said it wasn't. I thought, oh, I kind of went with that, to tell you the truth. It was a G-spot. Well, you know, I guess. And then the way the way that Rita kind of described it, it sounded like to me like an intense orgasm, not necessarily anything different than another good orgasm from another female. But I'm still like a little mixed up on this.
Yeah.
Michelle thought it was bullshit.
No,
Stephanie said it's a lie.
I didn't say
These are women that had like been fucked a million times.
I'm just saying I don't.
Lucy, what's your take on that?
I don't. I mean, no. I mean,
Do you ever shoot a big load? You had an orgasm, like a bunch of fluid come out?
I don't know.
Yes, you do. You did. You didn't. You'd notice it.
I've never. I don't really like. I don't think it's. I don't know. Maybe it is real. Maybe there is just this like.
So you're disappointed then?
No, I'm not, because I've had plenty of healthy sex and I was fine. But like, I don't know what this. I have no idea. Maybe
Yeah,
there.
I'm still kind of like I know a little bit more about it than I used to, but not by the way Reed explained it. She explained it just like a good like teeth chipping.
Yeah.
Orgasm.
Yeah.
But I always
Have
thought
you-
it meant like a huge, big, like 2 ounces of fluid gushing out.
Well, you watch a lot of porn, Tom, but haven't you ever seen a woman?
Yeah, that Fallon, that's the only one. But if
Oh,
you go
okay.
on porn sites, I mean, it doesn't do anything for me. But if you go on porn sites, they advertise squirting. And I always thought that was directly tied to G-spots. G-spot.
Right. It would,
But
you would
maybe it
think.
isn't. I'm going to have to look it up. I'm glad I never found it, if that's what it's doing.
I mean, I feel like I
I
should
know,
know
let's
about
get
this.
silk.
No, right. What'd you say, Michelle?
I feel like I should know about this because I'm a woman. Like, I feel like I should know.
Well,
my
which
body.
kind of lends itself to bullshit to me.
Okay, let's see what Google says.
G-spot.
Oh. All right.
He's got the Canadian version. He's got to translate it to us. They say how long a dick is on average, and we still don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Then Mark has to translate it.
Does
Could I
the
have? I don't think I
G-spot
like it. I
exist
knew a
in
girl one
woman?
time told me. She told me that
According to
she
NCBI,
squirted.
most
And I
women,
didn't really want to see it.
62.9%, reported having a G-spot, and it was identified in most clinical studies. 55.4% of women. In 2 studies, it was not identified in any women. Imaging studies had contradictory results in terms of its existence in nature.
That's an excellent explanation. Sounds like it's between the ears.
62.9% of women reported having a G-spot.
How many?
62.9%.
Yeah, but if you listen to that definition, it's not definitive as to just what that entails.
And it was identified in most clinical studies. 55.4% of women in 2 studies, it was not identified.
There you go. So Michelle, you feel better?
Yeah, so it's like half and half. So it's like
Yeah.
half and half. So maybe.
Ask
Yeah.
what a G-spot entails. No, it's not peeing, Lucid. It's not.
What does a G-spot? Oh shit!
I feel like we're like
According to
12 years old, like
dictionary.com,
learning about our
G-spot,
bodies. So.
noun astronomy.
What does a G-spot entail?
According to Planned Parenthood, it's located about an inch or so inside the vaginal opening on the upper vaginal wall, closest to the belly button. The G-spot is sexually sensitive and swells slightly during arousal and feels raised or bumpy.
That's not
Ask
so
it. Hey, ask it this: if there is a discharge when you hit the G-spot.
Is there a discharge when the G-spot is located?
According to PubMed, the Grafenberg zone is a sexually arousable zone in the front part of the vagina, stimulation of which can lead to the discharge of liquid from the urethra, a phenomenon which is described as
It is
female
pee.
Now,
ejaculation.
if it's your urethra, it is urine.
It's pee. If it's coming out of your urethra.
Yeah, no, yeah, true.
Yeah.
Oh. Huh.
Well, I still don't know what a fucking it is. Crazy we could like listen to this many ways or read it, this, that. I still don't know what it is. Now I'm really wondering, like, pee makes sense, and that it would stimulate something that would create a discharge of urine during an orgasm. That, if they said that, okay, I get it now. But I can remember reading about it, like, but this is old info, and they said it was like vaginal lubricating fluid in what would, be considered an excess quality. This Fallon that was into 70 porn, she'd shoot this big old whatever the fuck it was all over some pretty girl's face. And I can remember in one of the dirty movies, she said, "You hit the bottom of my back."
Hmm.
Oh,
What does that mean?
Well, she's just shot like this big, huge load, covered her face, kept flying over her head and landed on the back of her back, her lower back.
Oh, okay.
I mean, that's a fucking load, isn't it, Mark?
wow.
You
That's
impressed?
impressive, yeah.
Thank you.
Oh,
Yeah, Chris might be right. But I could remember a young, good-looking girl. She knew what a perv I was, and she said I could squirt, and I thought, nah, that's all right. Because at the time, it just didn't do anything. I didn't give a fuck what was coming in there. I mean, she could have been pissing gold nuggets, and I still didn't want to see it. You're into shit. Who knows? God knows why this stuff like turns you on and does and doesn't. I'm glad it doesn't. I mean, fuck. It's hard enough just to get a good blowjob, let alone scouring the fucking earth. Somebody that can do that shit.
yeah.
How'd you
I
like
wonder
that,
how
Mark?
common it is.
Imagine just like you were into that. Just imagine that you were, and that you're just young and you're dating and you're just going through woman after woman. They're looking at you like you're nuts when you bring it up. How frustrating that would be.
Yeah.
You're just traveling the country, and just looking for 6 ounces of fluid when she has an orgasm to just soak your face. Like you splashed water on it trying to wake up. You'd have your work cut out. Same shit I'm going through now. 2-girl blowjob, big deal.
What a nuisance, though, to
Oh, absolutely right. Absolutely
soak in the
right.
bed every time. You'd have to have
fuck.
rubber sheets.
Yeah. No, you'd have to do it if you were smart and you were counting on it. You'd have to be in the shower.
Yeah. Every time.
Fucking nightmare. It's hard enough just getting a good blowjob, let alone getting into that fucking subcategory.
Worrying about all these details.
Oh, yeah. What a fucking nightmare, man. I mean, just think how many dinners and movies and bullshit and walks and giving a fuck how their day went before you could bring that up.
I know.
God. That's torture. And all that, you finally get tired of bringing it up. Then somebody really liked you a lot, but she didn't like that part. And you'd be getting therapy.
Yeah.
Fucking $100 an hour to talk through this crazy fucking shit. You don't even know why you like it. But you do. And you're in there getting therapy to try to quit doing it, even though you love it. Welcome to therapy. No wonder nobody gets better.
Yeah, it's not designed to make you better.
No,
It's designed for you to
You're going
keep
in there.
coming
It's like,
back.
Tom, we realize there's a problem. You've been dating, you've been going all over, you've tried everything, and you want these girls to hit their G spot. And it's like, I just really need to get over this. I'm paying $100 to get over something I'm seeking. It doesn't get any more nuts than that. And I got a mental health professional fucking guide me through this goddamn nightmare.
Man.
This is the world we live in.
When you have to go to get therapy for,
Oh, yeah, for something you love that they're trying to get you to quit. What a fucking nightmare. And I wonder why I'm not getting better. That's easy. I like it, dumb motherfuckers. Right, Mark?
That's right.
I guess I should count my blessings. This is one sometimes I think that I was religious. Because I'm just blessed. What the fuck else? How else do I explain it away? That I know, and that I'm into this weird shit. Yeah, I got some weird fucking things, that's true. But you guys know. Fuck, that shit seems tame to this. Running around looking for girls in their G-spots. They just give you a big cum facial with God knows what it is after what we listened to tonight. What is it? What is it? Fucking KY jelly? Urine?
It's got to
Lubricating
be
fluid?
urine.
Oh, great.
It's got to be a stream of urine. It has to be.
You know, now that I think about it, it was pretty thin. Although, honestly, I can't really tell you after all these years of this examination, the viscosity of vaginal lubricant. I really don't, really couldn't tell you now because I never got that much of it. I don't know if it's like Vaseline or like wax on a fucking bowling alley floor, or is it thick, thin, what? You know, nobody I knew that was like putting out 6 ounces of it. It's good enough. I went with it. Michelle, do you know?
I just life.
Yeah, no, it's crazy.
They want you to quit everything. Like if you find enjoyment in something, you got to stop doing it. You got
And
to.
there's an element of truth to that. The sex shit is like the real problems.
I mean, like sex is a natural thing.
Yeah, but it's all over the fucking board. I mean, good sex. That's the difference. You know, when you're young, you don't know good from bad. I remember, it's fucked up, but I don't know, it jogged my memory. I remember hearing an adult talk one time when I was young about good steak. And I thought, God, how the fuck do you know what good steak is? I mean, you go and you order a steak. I mean, how would you know this? I mean, does your palate really get that refined, you know, to like really know a good steak? Well, yeah, I know now. And sex is kind of like that too. I mean, especially at my stage of the game. I know what good sex is. And when you're young, it's kind of all good. But when you're like, even when I was in my 30s and 40s, it's like I had zero interest in making this person better. If you are actually 40 years old giving this bad of a blowjob, there's no hope.
There's no hope for Tom.
No, and you're in high school or your first year of college, I'm willing to give you all the tutoring you need. But you should be an expert by now. You're not.
You hear that, ladies? If you want to put your
Yeah, Penny said last week she gets it twice a week at 59.
Wow. That's good. I think that's like the average though. I think
Not at
twice a week
59, it's not.
It's not? Oh, I thought I read somewhere that most people have sex twice a week.
You might have, but you know, who knows? Those studies are all over the place.
That's true.
And she said, but it's great. See, I just can't, you know, I guess that's my twisted mind. I just know that I couldn't have great sex for at 59 after being with the same person for, like in Mark's case, 32 years. I just get sick of it.
Yep.
So, Mark, what's the key to like being with the same
Mark said,
person?
I got a good guess on Mark's. For a guy, I'm not saying you got to be half gay, so don't take offense to it. But Mark
easy.
Mark is a guy that is very good about putting the woman first and having a vested interest in her happiness.
And it's probably led him to a lot of good experience, you know, like
Yeah, no, it's paid off.
experiences in life.
Paid off.
Possibly.
There's nothing wrong with putting your wife or someone that you love, you know.
Look what Lucid said. See, now I don't want to say I want to believe that's true, but it makes the most sense to me. Squirting is essentially the involuntary emission of urine during sexual activity. Or a combination of prostatic secretions, emitted fluid. Yeah, I would say that's true. So, sounds like Rita's blowing a big old load over that Mexican face. No other way around it. And we know this too. I don't need to ask her. He's into this shit. This guy's got a beach towel next to the bed.
Fuck it off, Tom.
27th year of what she described as a happy marriage. There's no other explanation.
Definitely the towel.
Well, I guess it's all good then. I guess it's a
No,
good
yeah, it's
thing.
all good. Yeah.
It's
Good
all
for them.
good.
Honestly, I'm happy for them.
Have your beach towel. You can
No,
have your.
yeah. No, I'm fine with it. I mean, do you think it's just because I don't like it doesn't mean it's like wrong?
No, no one's saying it's wrong.
Yeah.
No.
He could put on one of those like gas masks Mark's wears sometimes when we're fucking around. He might protect himself because it seemed to be in the yeah. There you go. Yeah, fuck yeah. I mean, who gives a fuck when you got that thing on if they got a G spot or not?
Pretty bizarre looking, eh?
No, you're covered. If you were really in love and this was a committed relationship,
Bring it
and,
on, honey. It's Saturday night, honey.
yeah,
I'm
I
ready.
mean, there's a big difference between that on and not on. And if it please your spouse,
I mean, if it pleases your, like, if you're with somebody and like they really like something, and it doesn't even, it's not even just sexually either. Like, if and you try to make something happen for them that you know that they really love. It's like if you really love coffee in the morning, right?
Mhm.
And then it's no different from whoever you're with knowing that and like maybe getting you a coffee in the morning or like making you a cup of coffee in the morning.
Yeah.
It's no different.
No. Look at Mark, man. He claims that's a gas one. What are you using that for, you motherfucker? You into this shit too?
Yeah, for sure. I
Yeah.
mean, it's
You might want to send that to Rita.
Why would Rita want?
No, it's not for Rita. It's for her husband.
Oh.
No, but what a match made in heaven. I mean, you got someone that's got the G spot and squirts
Right.
out 3 or 4 ounces, which according to, what we learned tonight is urine, and a guy that searched all life for a woman that was into that shit.
That's right.
yeah,
He likes it and she likes it. No wonder they're so goddamn happy.
it's almost beautiful.
Amen. God bless. Michelle's
I
out.
find it I'm sorry, Tom, but every time you say God bless like that, I just can't. Like coming from you. Like
I know. That's why I say it. Oh, but this is a tough match.
no, I mean if two people when two people come together, if they are genuinely like each other, then they do things for each other.
But I think this trumps just so much shit. I mean, this goes by like so much other bullshit you could get away with if this is how you both really feel. This sex shit is so powerful. And they met each other, and she likes the G spot, and she brags about it almost, which I'm fine. And he likes getting that big load shot in his face. And they met, and they're married, and they're happy. It just trumps so much other bullshit that we all struggle with in a relationship. That sex shit is super strong. And the
Well, yeah.
likelihood of just two ships at sea colliding and, liking the same thing. And when you get into that fetish shit, it's just like, wow.
It like binds two people together.
Yeah. I mean, in the strongest way, it goes,
Right.
they could be, fucked up in like half the other shit that everybody else claims is, part of a healthy, happy relationship. And it just like mows that shit over because it's so rare and good and unique. Yeah, it's like supercharged, like, it trumps so much other stuff. Which is why I like the honeymoon period. You meet somebody, you're fucking 3 or 4 times a day. The sex is great. You can't imagine 40 or 50 years of this. And when that sex heads south, so does a lot of other stuff. It's no coincidence. Yeah, we've been cheated. Oh, you're welcome, Chris. Thank you. Chris has hit rock bottom. He considers me her and Debbie consider me a good friend. How sad. Yeah, but do you agree with that, Michelle? That good sex, like crazy shit. It's hard enough to have, even if you don't have, like, if you're not into that. But if you were into that and you two met, I mean, how would you ever leave him or break up? You're fucked automatically the next day. You spend the rest of your life sexually unsatisfied.
I mean, I find it hard to believe if two people have been together for a while. Like, I can understand it being like an uncomfortable or awkward conversation at first, but if you're with somebody for a long time, you should be getting satisfied in that
Yeah, but it
area.
ain't like it used to be. But I think when you got into that kind of shit, even if you're living with the biggest motherfucker in the world, and he's letting you blow a big load of piss all over his face, the
Mhm.
chances of you replacing that is zero. Yeah. I've joked about this before, but there's some logic to it. And that is that if you took a website, sex is important, good sex. If you took it, I've often joked about a dating website and you talk about the sex first, what you like, what you're into, and then you get to that other bullshit later. You know, what you like to read, movies you appreciate, whether you camp, whether you don't, cuisine, wine tasting, blah, blah, blah. That I think I'd have better odds than the traditional websites for matchmaking would. And mine would be based solely on sex being the priority and sexual satisfaction. And all that other horse shit was way down the pike. People say, oh, it's fucking nonsense, fucking shallow, it's bullshit. No, it's not. It's not. This fucking shit's ass backwards. Which is why there are more divorces and marriages. People figured it out. And the big crux is when you can support yourself and you don't need some old swinging dick around that you're not compatible with sexually, you can leave and you can do your own thing and go back to the fucking roulette wheel. That's all it is, fucking roulette wheel. Really, it's all it is. You can want this, that, 6'2", dark hair, big dick, good job. But it boils down to like the roulette wheel of life. Spin that motherfucker and go with it. The arranged marriage people prove this. That it's all one big giant fucking illusion. The Jewish women do too. They could give a fuck what you look like. It's what your future holds. That pussy's going to get wet on a tax return, not on a good finger fucking.
A tax return, really, Tom?
Yeah, swear to the future. The kind of life you're going to provide for your kids.
Well, yeah, I mean, you want a provider.
Yeah, but this is different. They're looking for
stability and
and a successful life and providing good Jewish offspring. Providing good Jewish offspring. Your money markets, your investments in gold, your property will trump a finger fucking. And that's just not the way it works with the Christians. The finger fucking what traps them all. Mark? No time to be quiet.
Sorry.
I was telling a buddy of mine today, I got to go to another country for support.
Yeah.
It's worth a good experiment. Really, people are fucked up, man. At least when I see these black-headed vultures and all this other shit flying around here fucking, they kept it simple. We didn't. You're looking for all this other fucking horse shit. It's just,
I know.
Yeah.
Human beings.
Human beings. What a nightmare. And their success rate provides this in data. All you got to do is turn on the TV. It's fucking one disaster after another. You're not going to find that in Mother Nature. Which a big thing about that is too, is Mother Nature's, somebody mentioned some, when I bring this shit up, some cocksucker out there always has to come out with the worst fucking example ever. Like humans use sex for pleasure instead of providing offspring, producing offspring. Then some, I think it was Mary, brings up some fucking kind of monkey that from some goddamn place that starts with a B that fucks all the time. I'm talking about in general in big numbers. Animals are doing it because the people are doing it for recreation, and that's where the real fucking monkey wrench descends.
Mm.
What's that? Are you going somewhere, Michelle?
We're going for
Yes.
coffee, Michelle?
This late?
Yes,
It's this
I'm
late?
going- Yeah,
For what?
I have to go to the store really quick.
To get what?
Pack of
Yeah.
smokes.
Yep. Thanks.
Why
Mark.
don't you stock up on them? Like get a whole thing.
I don't like because then I smoke more. Like if I
Good answer. Yeah, I get it.
if
Marty
I-
says
if
that
I-
with the chocolate milks I buy him.
yeah, like less for me. Like I rationalize more when I don't like. It's weird. Like especially smoking because I don't want to.
It's
smoke
not
as
weird to
much
me. No,
either.
I get it. Yeah, I get it.
Like
Now,
if
how
I had
far
a-
away is this?
Not far, like 5 minutes, maybe 10.
And do you kind of enjoy going out?
Yeah, it gets me out of the house, you know. I mean,
Yeah.
but yeah, no. If I were to buy a carton of cigarettes, like I would just smoke more. Like, and I'm trying not to smoke more. I want to smoke more.
Yeah, I get it.
You know, I like smoking, but like if I know I have like 2 cartons of cigarettes, I'm just
Yeah.
prone to like, oh, all right, well I'm not like thinking about.
What's your take on this, Mark?
I buy my cigarettes from the Indian Reserve, and I usually buy 6, 7 cartons at a time. And
It's-
whatever amount of months it lasts, it lasts. So I
It's-
don't ever run out. If I do run out, I hate buying from the store because I pay $20 a pack at the gas station as opposed to $20 a carton at the Indian Reserve.
Yeah, but she says, she's using it as kind of a little like get out of the house.
Well,
Yeah.
like right now, not really. Like that, like not right this second, not really. But I really don't want to wake up in the morning and like run out, like have to make a trip in the morning. But it's like 50. It's like in the 40s here, and it's raining and it's freezing. So I'm miserable. I'm not excited for the winter. I'm not like. I still want more like better weather. You must love it in Georgia. It's probably not even.
No. I mean, I appreciate it, but I'm not a weather guy. I wouldn't have left Michigan if we had the old winters of the 70s. I like blizzards. I get excited about record cold and sleet and shit fucking sliding off the roads everywhere. I mean, this is cool. I thought that today. I thought to myself, it's funny you should say that because, everybody else, and I'm driving down, it's like 84, gorgeous, beautiful, dry. It's like, this is pretty damn nice. Now, do I like it better than winter? I don't. But it's good. You know what I mean? But I like fucked up weather.
Really?
I'm tired of winter. I grew up.
No. I this winter I will seek out. I'm going to either go up to the UP and get an Airbnb or Montana, one or the other, where I gotta get fucking socked in and look out the window. And it's like, yeah, it's fucking great, man. 12 inches of snow on the windshield, that kind of shit. I really get excited. Like, really, I bracket right up there with porn.
Ooh,
There's a nice hotel down in Indian Atlantic, and when a hurricane's coming, if I can get a reservation where they're not going to throw me out of there for a mandatory evacuation, I'm on my way. Hurricanes, blizzards, love them all.
Oh, that's that place you were telling me about.
Yeah.
Indian Atlantic.
Yeah, really look that up. I'm not kidding you, man. You'll love it.
Yeah.
You guys can stay here on the way down.
All right.
Yeah, you'd like it.
We'll come and visit you.
Yeah.
And then
No, I really love that. I love blizzards and like major ice storms and shit. I watch like videos of like rough seas in the North Sea in the wintertime. It's like, wow, this is fucking cool. I dream about Glacier National Park in the winter. They shut it down in September. It doesn't open till June. I would just love to like be there for like a month by myself.
I knew this couple, and what they used to do in the winter is they would go up to Algonquin Park, build igloos with a couple other couples, and sleep in the igloos overnight.
Yeah, that's cool. You know, snow's a great insulator.
Yeah, yeah.
It's actually what decimated the grouse population in Michigan with this global
Really?
warming. Yeah, if a grouse can't get in, burrow in a snowbank, he's fucked. And they were fucked. And there's not many of them around because of it. Yeah, storms are awesome. Awesome. I mean, this is nice. I mean, it's nice, but honestly, I mean, I know I should like, I don't think that way though. I should do this. I should like that. I like it. I have a lot of opportunity down here. And I got out of where I was. And I love starting over. So that could have been anywhere. It just happened to be here. But weather-wise, bring on the fucked up weather. I don't give a fuck how cold it gets.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, you know you're not going to get any snow down in Georgia, so
They do get a little bit. I mean, they
Yeah.
have had it this far south before, but it's super rare. And if you get it, it's gone the next day.
right. It doesn't stay.
Yeah.
So you're going to go looking for it this winter.
Yeah, I'm going to go out and visit Mary, and they have a big ice festival in the UP. But even in the UP, the winters have been bullshit. Even like in Montana, they're not what they used to be. I don't know where the fuck I'm going to go. I'd love to. Wish I could take some like, I mean, if they had they had these Great Lakes cruise ships, which are fucking bullshit. Who the fuck wants to spend $6,000 to go to Cleveland, Detroit, all the Buffalo?
Yeah.
I mean, what the fuck?
Yeah.
But if they
It'd
had a
still be
winter
neat,
one,
though.
if they had a winter one, I'd probably take it.
Yeah, that'd be kind of nice. But they
Yeah,
don't
where
run
you're
shit.
out. I'd love to be out like on a big ship during a blizzard.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know you had some snow there. Good for you. Yeah, Lucid Dreaming likes it. Yeah. Yeah, Georgia's cool, but I mean, I fuck around with bees. I like, it's good. I'm not complaining. I like it. But as far as like really like getting excited, blizzard for sure.
Yeah. We don't get
Even
them,
when
right?
Michigan had record cold, the Great Lakes froze over 97.5 degrees. I bought all
Yeah.
specialty clothing, was out there fucking measuring it and drilling holes through the ice and blah, blah, blah.
Mhm.
Really excited me. I love lightning too.
Up here in Ontario, we don't have the weather that we used to have when I was a kid.
Yeah,
in the
same way in
winter.
Michigan. Yeah, same shit. Yep. Yep.
Just the way it
No,
is
I mean,
now.
even by the time I got up north, I mean, I was going up there since young, where they used to get creamed. You have to be out of your fucking mind to go where I lived in the 70s when the big snowstorm came in.
Right.
Fuck, it ain't shit anymore.
No.
Fucking joke.
You can still find the snow up here. You just have to drive up north, up into the snow belt,
Yeah.
and they still get walloped every year. I mean, there's still, you can count on snow being on the ground there. But again, you got to drive a little bit.
Yeah, I've been all over Alaska, everywhere in it, all through the Aleutian Islands, Barrow, been all in the interior, everywhere. But Alaskan
Oh,
cruise
wow.
is a good time. But the
Yeah.
problem is, I mean, the way I'm talking now is you're not going to be in Alaska on a cruise when it's snowing. You're not. You're going to see snow on the mountaintop. But Alaska cruise is fascinating. You should do that, Mark.
Yeah, it's intriguing. I think it would be really neat to check that out.
Alaskan cruises that's the only way you're going to see like Glacier Bay and stuff. You're not going to get on a highway and drive along the water and see all that cool shit.
No. No.
Yeah. Yeah, Alaska, I've been everywhere there. I thought of living there for a while, and it's like, fuck this. A lot of those remote winter places are like, I don't want to live there. I want to go experience. Go out to Red Lodge the east entrance to Yellowstone, or Havre, Montana. Although that's dry country. They're not getting the snow they used to get either.
Hmm. Yeah.
That's pretty interesting. But like you say, where you live, yeah, it's kind of same snow that I experienced. It's like nothing
Yeah.
like the old days.
No, 20, 30 years ago, 40
Yeah.
years ago, we used to get walloped and regularly, every winter we'd have 6 or 7 of these events that snowed us in, and it'd be having to shovel our way out, and those schools would be closed down,
Yeah.
roads closed, and just great to just be shut in and stay at home. Nice
Is
and
that
cozy.
family? Oh, no kidding, Penny. You've been to Red Lodge. Okay, yeah, it's cool, isn't it? Beartooth Pass. Is that family construction business still going, Mark?
My brother still runs a wing of it. But he's excuse me, wrapping things up, and he's retiring himself. That brother is 65 now.
Oh, okay.
But
Where's he live?
he's got a few places from Florida to Collingwood to Toronto. He's got a place. So he lives around, but mostly Ontario.
Okay. No, I love Chicago. I had quite a few of those, believe it or not. Winter storms with lightning.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, Chicago is the Windy City for a reason,
Yeah,
right?
but not the reason you think. The
What do you
Windy
mean?
City is based on politicians talking, opening their big mouth, not wind from weather.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I get it.
They're actually on the wrong side of the lake for heavy weather. Chicago, the wind's coming out of the northwest most of the time.
That's right.
And you want the wind coming out of the northwest on the Michigan side, so it crosses the Great Lakes, and you pick up a lot of lake effect snow.
Yeah.
Chicago's on the wrong side. Now they do get nailed here and there. I was there for the second and third worst snowstorms, but it wasn't because it had anything to do with wind or their location. It was just low pressure that had cold fronts come in, and it worked out that way.
That's
Snow's
why
nothing anymore.
I think that's why Buffalo gets walloped.
It is.
every
It's
year.
exactly why. It's exactly why. Same with Hammond, Indiana. Snowbelt, Gaylord, Michigan. I was actually about 80 miles south of the Snowbelt in northern Michigan. And a lot of those trips I'd take and go up and watch the freighters and go to Sault Ste. Marie and those places.
Mackinac.
Yeah, I get my ass kicked coming through Gaylord. And once I got south of there, it was nothing. Snowbelt. There's something to it. Yeah. Iceland would be a good place to visit. Yeah, it sure would. Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be really neat.
Yep. Really cool. Michelle, what are you doing over there? Got her fucking French tickler out.
I don't know, guys.
What have you done?
I don't know. It cut off.
Oh, where you at?
Oh, I'm just leaving the store right now.
Is that Indians?
No, it's a local company actually. It's Burn and Dairy. I don't know if you have any of those out there, but
No. Do you know them?
No, they've been around for a while. Like the guys in there, they're pretty cool though.
Oh,
So
cool.
Yep.
So you're all set for tomorrow?
Oh yeah, I'm good. I don't have to I can do what I have to do and not have to worry about anything. I'm all set. All set for fun.
Good for you.
Yeah.
Got it made. Mark, what's your day hold tomorrow?
What do I have to do? I gotta check my day timer, but I have Oh, I have to take the little lady to the market tomorrow and get some things. And then I have Tuesday, I have my guitarist is coming to work in my studio here with me on some stuff. Wednesday, we go to the Humane Society again to look at kittens.
Aw.
And Thursday, I have rehearsals all day with the band, all day Thursday.
Oh, good.
Oh, cute. Well, good luck picking out a kitten. That's always fun.
You know, that's not
Yeah,
that
thanks.
doesn't seem as easy as it used to be. Everybody I know wants a kitten. Like before, you could get 100 of them where I lived. Now everybody talks about the difficulties in adopting one.
Well, we were there last week and they had kittens, but they weren't showing them yet. They're just coming out. And they have quite a few of them here. So we're going to have our choice. A little
You don't want a
pricey,
dog?
though. No, dogs need walking, and I'm not into the responsibility of that right now. Walking a dog a few times a day, and cats look after themselves.
Yeah,
So-
cats are easy.
Okay.
And we're gonna go and look, and the kittens come out this week, so we
Yeah,
can
okay.
pick ours. Little pricey, $250, but it comes with spayed or neutered, all the shots, and 3 months supply of food.
Oh, that's not bad.
I wonder
No,
why they bother with the food.
so I think that the animal, as it transitions in its new home, still gets the same food, so it doesn't miss maybe.
That shows you how things have changed. And when I was a kid, you get a fucking cat wherever you wanted for nothing. If that
Yeah.
fucker ate what you had, great. If he didn't, well, that was his problem.
We got our last cat for free, but it still ended up costing me $300 to get it.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
So here I'm getting one spayed, shots, everything for $250.
Yeah.
What
Yeah,
the hell? You know?
Congratulations. Good luck.
Yeah, thanks.
Just in time for Halloween.
True. When is Halloween, anyways?
I think it's Tuesday, isn't it?
It is. It's Tuesday night.
Yeah.
We didn't talk about the controversial topic of Halloween.
It's not controversial for me because I'm not Christian. I think it's a fun, these right-wing crazy Christian fucks are the ones that have a problem with it. It's a fun day for kids. It's not celebrating Satan.
They're just dressing up,
Yeah.
going to get candy. That's what I always thought growing up.
Yeah.
We would get to dress up, hang out with our friends, and go around to the neighbors and get free candy. I mean, what more could you want as a kid?
Yeah, big fucking deal, man. That's that Christianity. It's the same reason the Jews and the Palestinians are fighting. Religion. How you
Yeah.
interpret it.
Yeah.
Crazy.
That's why I keep saying, if there is such a thing as a God, he's up there shaking his head at everybody saying, I gave you a simple, beautiful thing like religion, and look what you done to it.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Yep. That's well put. You're right.
You are absolutely right. God's probably up there like, what is going on?
Michelle, when's the last time you went to that Catholic church?
I would say maybe it's almost been a year. I don't know. Probably like
That's my
6
girl.
months.
That's my
Something
girl.
like that.
Just couldn't
Yeah.
take it anymore.
Yeah, well, I mean, I used to go there because a friend of mine sings in the choir there. So I used to go there just to, listen.
Guy or a girl?
Guy,
You gay?
no.
Okay.
Just because he sings in a church choir doesn't mean he's gay.
No, but it's a good guess.
True.
Well, I used to go there to listen to that, and then every once. I was never like an every Sunday, person with the church. So
That's another thing. If there's such a thing as God, he's going to say, you don't have to wind me up like a clock on Sundays. You can pray to me anywhere.
Yeah, but the Bible talks about that all over, especially in
Sabbath.
Acts. Especially in
Yeah.
Acts, that a church is nothing without fellowship and rubbing elbows with fellow believers. It's just a building, and that watching it at home is not at all the same.
Hmm.
He even says it. No,
It's
reading
about
the Bible.
forming a community and being with your neighbors, and you know.
Yeah, breaking bread with fellow believers. It fortifies it.
Right. But for some reason, a lot of people like to pick fights with me at the church. So some people believe that if you don't go there every Sunday and whatever, that you don't believe, which is never the case.
No, but I mean, it's a weak belief, though. It's like the Bible's specific of what's included in being a good Christian,
Yeah.
and that's part of it.
Well, maybe I'm not a good Christian, but you can't.
You're not. You're not. And not only that, like I've told you before, those lesbians you're friends with,
Yeah.
you're supposed to witness to them about what they're doing is wrong.
Mhm. I say live and learn and then get loves.
Yeah, well, that's not Christian. You're supposed to witness to them. Tell them that eating each other's pussies is wrong. Unless you're down in Crawfordville, Georgia, and you make videos. And then it's right. You know, that's another interesting thing, too, like guys watching two lesbians go at it. Would that do anything for you, Mark?
Of course.
Yeah.
I find it interesting.
Yeah, good answer. But you never find girls wanting to watch two guys blow each other.
Yeah.
Well, what's
As
going
much.
on there? What's happening there?
Double standard.
Well, you can't call it a double standard, really. I mean, kind of. I know what you're talking about, but wonder why that doesn't stimulate them, irregardless of the social contract.
Well, they say that males are more visual when it comes to shit like that.
Yeah, but two guys sucking each other's dick. What more do you want?
Yeah.
Not like, you know, it's
definitely
just
not that.
I don't quite get this.
Yeah.
I think Penny's been hitting the bottle tonight.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, she just said, "Would you eat me?"
Did she really?
Yeah.
Hey, Penny, you need to. We love you.
Yeah, love you, Penny.
Right, Brenna.
Even when you're off the wagon, babe.
We'll cover up for you. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Just drink too much.
That'll do it, won't it? You ever tie one on, Mark, like a good one?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I like to party.
Mhm.
I don't
Michelle-
that often these days.
Michelle's on the wagon lately.
I haven't partied. It's been a long time.
Yeah, no wonder you're so miserable.
Hey. Maybe.
You think you could have your husband, you guys come down and visit too?
I don't know. It could be in the future. I mean, we do go to Florida a lot. So,
Yeah.
and Georgia's right there. So,
Oh, cool.
but like, Georgia is just a weird, like, state, though.
It
You know,
is.
to go
Yeah.
vacation. Like, no one really goes to Georgia to,
No.
you know.
Yeah. They do that Savannah and stuff, Tybee Island.
What's over there?
Bunch of bullshit. You know, it's just like Hilton Head. I think Hilton Head sucks. I don't know why anybody go to that fucking place. Really, I don't, man. Fucking water's all murky. There's never any waves. There's not like great like partying place. It's fucking, the food's okay. Just a
Are
little
you talking
bullshit.
about
You know what it
Savannah?
is? No, I'm talking about Hilton Head, South Carolina. It's people that think they're rich that are not. They're upper middle class trying to be Palm Beach. It ain't fucking happening. It's $3 million houses instead of 300 million.
Right.
That's crazy. That's just
Yeah.
crazy money. I couldn't imagine having money to afford a $300 million house.
Oh, look at Palm Beach real estate sometimes. It's crazy the money people have. They pay
Oh,
like
wow.
$2 million. They pay like $2 million a year property tax. And God knows what it costs to like insure those places and climate control them and have the shrubs cut and all that shit. Just like nuts
Yeah.
money. There's people down there that pay $80 million for a house and tear it down just for the lot.
Mm.
It's crazy the money some people have.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm
Well,
going to
peace.
call it a night, Tom.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go to bed too. It's 2:30. You about ready to hit the hay, Michelle?
Yes, sir. I'm going to bed. Good night, everybody.
All right, you guys have a good night. Thanks for coming on. It's great for a Sunday night. Thanks. Have a good day tomorrow, Mark.
See you, Michelle. Thanks, Tom. You too, pal.
Yep, Chris, Penny, ACB, you party.
Good night,
Penny, you have a
everybody.
good night tonight. I'm missing Lucid. You rock on. And
Again, I don't know how to get out of here.
I'll do it. I'll do it. There you go. All right, Chris. Thanks for coming on. Rock on, Penny. Party on. Have a good day tomorrow, guys.